I declare open this hearing of the Economics Legislation Committee into the 2026-27 budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday the 23rd of June 2026. The committee has set the 12th of June 2026 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and 24th of July 26 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Corporate, Enabling and Business Services. The committee will be conducting today's hearings in person and via video conference. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I also welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Minister for Industry and Innovation and Minister for Science. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. I welcome Acting Secretary Ms Julia Pickworth. Acting Secretary, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't.
Thank you. Well, we'll go straight to questions then. And
thank
Senator
you very
McDonald.
much, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to the discussion as well, Minister. I want to start with tech jobs. The Tech Council set a target of 1.2 million tech-related jobs by 2030, and that was set in 2022. It was adopted, the policy was adopted by the government in 2022, made a formal DISA performance measure. Is that still government policy?
Senator, we can answer at a high level in corporate, but the officers who are best placed to talk to that will be coming in outcome 1.2 after dinner. So we can certainly talk about our approach to performance measures and how we do that, but for that particular performance measure, outcome 1.2, we'll have the officers here.
All right. In DISA's 24-25 annual report that confirmed approximately 31,000 tech jobs were lost in the year to May 2025, a 3.7% decline while the broader labour market grew by 2%. How does the department explain that? So these are all going to be for...
These questions are best directed to outcome 1.2, where we'll have the officers here able to talk it through in a bit of detail.
All right. Just make a mark in that so I don't forget to come back to it. All right. Thank you. I want to ask, Minister, is your office or the department responsible for transcribing interviews and publishing them on your department's website?
I think the Acting Secretary will be able to deal with the process of this more adequately than I. I think we did answer a similar set of questions in the last supplementary estimates, but Secretary?
Senator, I'll pass to my colleague, Mr Mason, who's able to step through the process that we use around transcription and when they go up on our websites.
Thank you, Senator. Neil Mason, Deputy Secretary, Enabling and Business Services. So, Senator, we publish content once we get the request from a ministerial office.
Are there any instances where your office has chosen not to publish transcripts, Minister?
Not. I have. I'm very happy to take that question on notice. I have no real engagement with transcripts that are put up on the department's website. I have to say, if I can come back to you with an answer later, I will. But it's not. It's not something that I spend a lot of time thinking about, I have to say.
What considerations are taken into account whether or not to publish a transcript?
Senator, perhaps if I point you to the DTA's governing rules for how government websites are managed, they have a section around ministerial content, and those rules are the ones in which we work to once we receive the request from the office to publish those transcripts.
Would you agree, Mr Mason, it's common practice for all transcripts, interviews and press conferences to be published in full on the department's website?
Well, Senator, the rules in which the DTA provide for cater for a range of things we take into consideration when publishing things on a government website for ministers. Happy to step you through those in detail or send you through the link, but there will be circumstances where those rules don't require things to be published on a ministerial government website.
Is that common, that you wouldn't be?
Senator, it will vary from time to time. Certainly in my time as a public servant, absolutely there would be times when you do publish and don't publish. Once
a year, once a month, once a day?
Senator, as I said, the rules don't specify timeframes. They really go to the activity that is being posted on those websites.
Senator, I think the DTA rules do go to things like the extent of portfolio content in the transcript, those sorts of things, and so the team works that through as part of what transcripts are published onto departmental websites.
Minister, do you recall an interview on Sky News on the 15th of May with Kieran Gilbert? You were asked about the budget and also spoke about Tomago.
I do a lot of interviews, Senator.
If you don't recall, it's fine to say so.
I think the answer is faintly.
Okay. Mr Gilbert
Senator
asked you if Tomago had anything to worry about given there was no money for them in the budget. And you replied, these things aren't over until they're over. Is there a reason why that transcript is missing from your website?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. It's, if I say something, I've said it. It's not a secret. It's on television. As the officials have described, there is a particular approach taken in relation to transcripts that go up on the department's website. It's not something that I spend a lot of time thinking about. I have to say, Senator, I'm more on the substance than the spin in the press releases, I have to say.
Did your office or the department make a decision not to publish the transcript? And I'm assuming from your answer, Minister, you won't know. So, Mr Mason, can you tell me why the decision was made not to publish the transcript?
Senator, as I outlined before, we'll publish transcripts on request of the office. I'd have to check on notice whether we had a request for that transcript.
Okay, so if it wasn't requested by the Minister's office, you wouldn't publish the transcript?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry? Yes, are you taking that on notice or will you be able to come back?
I'm happy to take on notice if the request came, Senator, yes.
Can you get that today?
I'm sure there are somebody watching the TV right now, and we'll be back to you as soon as I can clarify that one for you.
Did the Prime Minister's office direct or ask that the transcript not be published, Minister?
I can't imagine, like that, like, you know, we're into sort of minute 7 of industry estimates. The focus from the coalition is on the transcripts that are up on a website.
Transparency that's so important.
Like zero on the substance. Zero on the substance. I can pretty confidently assert that there's not a high level of interest across the government on what. Well, it's, as I said,
It's already transparent.
it's on television, Senator. It's on television.
Chair, if we're going to get some advice from members of the committee, this will take all day.
These things are, you told me about the interview. It's a television interview. It's not a secret. It's on television. If I was going to do something secretly, Senator, I wouldn't do it on television. I'd do it secretly. This one, television, daytime television, not nighttime television, on one of our broadcast networks. You know, I mean, the focus of the questions this early is a bit revealing about where the coalition's at on these questions, but, you know.
All right, we've got all day, so as long as you want to take answering the questions.
The question that you asked has been taken on notice. I'm surprised at the
I have another question. I'm trying to get to my next question, Minister.
Get to it.
Mr Mason, did the Minister's office engage with the department regarding any request to not publish the transcript?
Senator, as I said, I've taken the question on notice about whether we were asked to publish it.
I'll now take you to the 5th of August 2025, your announcement of the bailout of Neostar. The South Australian Premier was quite critical about China and the issue of dumping during that press conference. Do you remember the Premier's comments, Minister?
No.
Why was the Q&A section of that press conference omitted from the transcript? Other transcripts on your website contain the Q&A.
I have no knowledge of that. If there's something we can usefully provide, we will. We will.
Was the Q&A removed from the transcript because of the Premier's comments about China?
Well, as I indicated, I can't. I have no recollection of that. If we can provide something useful to you, we will. But it is very hard to imagine that would be the case.
Mr Mason, did the Minister's office direct this to be removed, or was it the department, or was it somebody in the Prime Minister's office?
Senator, I would have to go back. That's quite some time ago. I don't have any recollection of any request, so we'll need to take that on notice, given it's
So specifically, I'm doing compare and contrast. You've included Q&A transcripts on other, or Q&A comments in other transcripts, but on this one it's not there. And so I'm seeking to understand, so when you provide your response, just having done this job for a little while now, please don't come back with some vague sort of answer that doesn't answer the question. Who requested that the Q&A section not be included on the transcript?
Well, Senator,
I think that's quite simple, Minister. I've asked a question of Mr Mason.
It's simple, and the inference for the official is offensive.
No, it's just experience, Minister, that estimates has become a process where questions aren't answered.
And previous coalition questions' obsession with what's on a website of a transcript of what's on television. Like we are engaged in a battle to secure Australian manufacturing capability and foundational industrial capability and environment where our future economic resilience cannot be taken for granted against a backdrop of 10 years of manufacturing misery, from Tony Abbott to Mr Turnbull to poor old Scott Morrison. Now, that is our focus. We don't spend time obsessing about what details are and aren't on a website. Like you and Senator Hume may be the only people on earth who've ever looked at that. I certainly haven't. I've got real work to do.
Senator, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Mason.
I was just going to add that certainly in the time I've been a public servant across multiple governments, the selection of transcripts going on websites is, as I've outlined to you earlier, at the direction of officers. So I'll take the extra question you've asked on notice. We'll see if we can come back to you on that August one, noting it's some time ago, so I'm going to have to get people to look a little bit harder than the 15th of May,
Sure.
which I can confirm for you now. We didn't receive a request to publish that transcript.
Right, and when you say from officers, you mean from the Minister's office?
No, I'm talking about my crew back at the office, obviously watching the TV and seeing what you've asked me
I'm
about
sorry.
August.
When you said you publish at the request of the office...
Oh, Minister's office,
The
yes,
Minister's
thank you.
office.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, well, just to be clear, what you're looking for is the South Australian Premier's comments during that question and answer, where he talks about the counterfactual would be to allow the Western world to see China consolidate all of its smelting capacity, all of the world's smelting capacity, which means we don't get to participate in the critical mineral supply chain of the future. That's an unacceptable risk, particularly in the current geostrategic environment. Mr Malinauskas today accused China of deliberate market manipulation that has made the challenge economically here for the smelter of Peary very substantial indeed, he said. So we're just trying to clarify why that was not included as part of the transcript.
So you're asking me why the Premier of South Australia's comments weren't included on the Minister's website? The
Q&A part of our media conferences.
I'll certainly look into that, Senator, but if you're asking about comments from a South Australian Premier being posted on a ministerial website, I suspect that might be the reason why we wouldn't post that, as it wasn't obviously the Minister's transcript.
So just for consistency, you do post other comments?
I'm going to check it for you. Yep.
Okay, so thank you. All right, well, I'll pass the call and if you'll come back to me. Thank you.
I'll go to Senator Little and then Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to ask about the statement of expectations and why the government issued a new statement of expectations to the department on the 22nd of April 2026 when an updated statement had already been issued in July 2025.
Senator, can I just clarify which statement of expectations you're referring to?
This is a new one that was dated the 22nd of April 2026.
So with statement of expectations, the Minister issues them to a range of our portfolio entities and our regulatory responsibilities within the department. So I'm not sure if others know which one was the 22nd of April 2026.
The NRFC.
NRFC, great. The officers who are best placed to talk to NRFC will be on next at outcome 1.1 in terms of the sort of policy departmental side. And just at a high level, it was issued in response to some of the recent changes in terms of the NRFC's funds and economic resilience programs. So that was the reason for a refreshed statement of expectations, but we can answer that in more detail at outcome 1.1.
Okay. Can you tell me, you're probably going to give me the same answer to this, but who initiated the process for drafting the April 2026 statement of expectations? Was it the Minister, the department or someone else?
Again, Senator, that would be best directed to outcome 1.1.
Okay. Were you anticipating that there would be a new statement of expectations as a consequence of those changes that were made?
So, Senator, certainly when there are changes made to a portfolio entity's responsibilities or focus areas, it is quite routine for the statement of expectations to be updated to reflect that. So that's sort of part of the normal course of business with statements of expectation.
And questions about the consultation that was done between the government and the NRFC board before that statement was issued. Do you want me to ask those in 1.1?
Yes, please, outcome 1.1.
Okay, thank you. Minister, are you satisfied with the NRFC's performance?
Well, again, I'm happy to answer those kind of questions at a headline level, I guess, at this point. I mean, we will have the fund and relevant officials here later on today who'll be able to deal with sort of specific questions. I have, since I was appointed, obviously been very focused on engaging with the fund and with making sure that it is delivering on its mandate for Australia as a very important component of the government's work here. And it is a fund that commenced its operations in the last term and has had to build a substantial investment capability from a standing start. They will be able to describe to you and set out the number of investments that they have made and the scale of those investments, and we'll be able to go to the detail of some of those questions with you, I am sure. But what I have observed is a real increase in the pace and the scale of the National Reconstruction Fund's investments into Australian manufacturing, from blue-collar investments through to important tech sector investments that all go to making sure that where there is an opportunity for the government to co-invest, the fund's job here is not to provide grants but to co-invest with equity or loans or other financial tools, that they are doing that work in a disciplined way. There has been a significant increase in the volume of those investments, and that is commensurate with their growing capability over time. And we're very happy to come back to the detail of that. But I'm very focused on the continued work of the National Reconstruction Fund as an important part of the government's Future Made in Australia plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that we've been referred to 1.1 for some of those questions, but these are directly to you, Minister. Are you satisfied with the level of engagement with the National Reconstruction Fund across government?
Yeah, I'm sure that we are working hard as a government to make sure that the fund, in its priority areas, is working across government. In areas like defence, where there is obviously an alignment between one of the fund's key priority areas and the important work of making sure that startups in defence, or in areas like value-adding agriculture, where the fund is active, engaging in agricultural technology or production related to our agriculture sector. The thing about industry is that, of course, it does engage with different parts of government, and for that matter, it engages, as a lot of our broader work does, with the works of the states and territories as well.
Now, we were told that this statement of expectations was as a result of some funding of the elements of programs. Was any of that, as that was developed, considering the performance of the NRFC?
We'll come back to the... we have made some changes to some elements of the program. For instance, the $5 billion commitment from the government to allocate a significant part of the fund to supporting new energy and energy-related investments by firms offers very substantial scope for the fund to support existing businesses investing in new capital. My recollection, and we'll come back to this in detail, because there's been a number of statement of expectations that I've issued to a number of our agencies that have been important in setting out how the government wants these agencies to work and to collaborate with each other. Is that my recollection is that was largely in response to that change. It wouldn't be unusual for me to consider other important changes as well as that $5 billion change. But my recollection is that in that statement of expectations that I issued, that there was much of that was about that very substantial change in direction or change in emphasis for the fund, but that I would have and do put a very high premium on collaboration across the special investment vehicles and with the government's other agencies that are, that touch upon this important work.
So given the statement of expectations of July 2025, and you've added some additional elements to a new statement of expectations, can you tell us did you communicate your satisfaction or otherwise with the performance of the department against that, or the fund against the first statement of expectations? Has there been any communications in relation to that?
Sorry, just ask that again. I have very regular engagement with the CEO and the board, the chair of the fund, and have met with the board a number of times, and that is what I see as that is a pretty healthy approach. I want to collaborate with the board. I want them to discharge their responsibilities, and I want and have directed that the various elements of the department, engage in a constructive way to deliver upon those objectives. That's what the statement of expectations are designed to do. It's not the only way of engaging. Of course, we engage directly all of the time.
So what I'm trying to understand is, apart from the statement of expectations, other than talking to them, is there any written communications between you and them on their performance against those statements of expectations?
I'll come back to you on notice if we've provided. I mean, I see those statement of expectations as important. And I'm, very aware that that each of these component, like either agencies or funds or different bits of the operation, have operational responsibilities. But I think it's important for me to be as actively engaged as I can be to collaborate around those questions. And I'm very satisfied that the fund understands those objectives and that they are mobilising around them, and that the officers in the fund are very conscious of their responsibility to the government and to the country to deliver on their mandate.
Are there any areas where you believe the NRFC has underperformed or has not met expectations? And have you, when you've done, if that is the case, have you communicated that to them?
No.
no, you don't believe there are any underperformance or areas where they have not met expectations, or no, you haven't communicated with them?
My communication with the fund has been positive. I want everybody to lift. Everybody's lifting and working as hard as they can, in my view. I'm not micromanaging their performance. I am setting expectations. They have to make careful, mandate-based and commercial judgments about the individual investments that they make. They have, out of the overall allocation for the fund of $15 billion, they have made $1.6 billion worth of investments to date. That has been, a very broad suite of investments in Australian capability. They will be able to answer questions in a much more detailed way about those investments. They have been subject to, a level of public scrutiny about those, which I think is very healthy. The strategic environment for Australia keeps changing, or it evolves maybe, and we are, and I am determined to make sure that those statement of expectations are a pretty good measure of what the government thinks about how the fund should be developing its mandate, consistent with those expectations, and that is. That's how we manage their work.
Do you have a schedule for review of that performance of the NRFC?
Well, they have regular reporting.
Yeah,
they have regular reporting requirements that you get to see as well, they are regularly engaged with us in a way that you would expect.
Thank you.
About 14 minutes. Do you want to rotate and come back?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep. Okay, Senator Pocock. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your time this morning. From what I can see, there was no new funding allocated in the budget for the AI Safety Institute. Is that correct?
Senator, we can answer in the corporate section sort of the high level on budget measures and savings. The AI Safety Institute questions, the officers will be at outcome 1.2, able to talk through that in detail.
So that's the AI Safety Institute is not high level enough to talk.
Well,
about
no. So we can talk through kind of the budget and the measures in there. At a high level in corporate, but the officers who have more detail are at outcome 1.2.
I've got some high-level questions. Is on the funding. No additional funding in the budget?
The initial funding for the Safety Institute was made at the portfolio additional estimates period in December. Page 21 of that estimate statement has the profiling for the AI Safety Institute, which stretches over the forward estimates.
So how much was announced in PFO?
Back in December, funding, the initial funding for 25-26 was 3.5 million, 10.5 in 26-27, 7.7 million 27-28, and 7.9 in 28-29.
Thank you. And how's the institute being set up? Is it just a section of the department? Is it standalone? What's the structure?
So, Senator, the implementation of that, the officers will be able to talk that through in outcome 1.2.
Okay.
We can answer at a very high level now.
Yeah, just a high level.
Senator, they are part of the Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
Okay. And I saw the announcement last week that Dr. Kate Conroy has been chosen as the inaugural General Manager of the AI Safety Institute. What was the process for appointing Dr. Conroy?
Dr. Conroy undertook a merit selection process under the Public Service Act, consistent with the way we would recruit normally senior executives into the public service.
And which pathway under the appointments process?
Senator, it's an appointment made by the Secretary's delegate, so it's a senior executive ongoing position within the Australian Public Service.
It's not a ministerial.
It's not a ministerial.
And is this a full-time role?
Yes.
How will Dr. Conroy divide her time between her role as the AI Safety Institute CEO and her ongoing role as the lead responsible for AI at the Australian Air Force?
So, Senator, it might be best if we're going to talk about specifics around the Safety Institute as the Secretary's picked up, to pick that up in 1.2.
Sure.
Yep.
But at a high level, you just said it's a full-time role, but she's also doing this other work. So how do you fit both things into a full-time role?
Senator, I'll double-check this, but Dr. Conroy is reservist for the Defence, and as we would, consistent with the way in which we support all of our public servants who do Defence reservist activity, manage the requests for reservist activity consistent with our operational requirements within the department.
And is your understanding that they'll be paid by the Air Force as well?
Senator, I can talk generally about how reservists are paid. I think in terms of the specifics around Dr. Conroy's role, as I mentioned before, we can either pick that up in 1.2.
And we can also, we'll just pick up some of the recruitment questions here with my colleague, Mr. Ryder, noting that kind of a level of detail would need to be put through to 1.2, but at a high level we can answer some questions here.
I guess my question is, like, this is a really important and I assume incredibly busy role, and so just interested, like, how do you do both things, and is there payment from the Air Force as well?
So, Senator Simon Ryder, Acting Deputy Secretary for Science and Technology Group. Dr. Conroy will be a full-time employee of the department, but she's also, as Mr. Mason said, a Defence Force reservist working with the RAAF. The arrangements for that are in accordance with the standard arrangements for all reserve
Can I ask, what are the standard arrangements? That's what I'm asking. Is she being paid by the Air Force as well?
Well, yes. I mean, reservists are paid by the Air Force for the work that they do for the Air Force.
And so how does it work with a full-time role when there's clearly other commitments that are also incredibly important? You know, this sort of advice to the Air Force is also critical.
We have arrangements through our standard SES employment determinations made by the Secretary that permit leave to be taken for the purpose of undertaking reserve duties.
How much leave?
Well, it depends on the arrangement that exists for the particular reservist. I'd need to take that on notice.
This particular reservist?
Yeah, I'd need to take it on notice, Senator. I can't.
Could you maybe find that, and I'll come back to it in outcome, did you say 2, I think?
1.2.
1.2?
Yep.
What powers will Dr. Conroy have to keep Australians safe from AI?
Well, Senator, we'll come back to these issues in detail at outcome 1.2, where we can discuss these matters. But the AI Safety Institute is a part of the department. It's not set up as a statutory body, nor does it administer or enforce any legislation.
But Senator, as you mentioned, if we come back to this in outcome 1.2, we're happy to sort of step out the plans and the focus areas for the AI Safety Institute then.
Sure. Mr. Why has the government decided just to put this in the department rather than, like most countries, actually have a standalone, well-resourced AI Safety Institute? It seems to me that the Albanese government is really out of step with most Australians when it comes to AI, and I think very valid concerns, the impact on democracy, on society, on jobs.
The AI Safety Institute is a key part of the national plan that we announced late last year. It set the direction for Australia's approach on artificial intelligence policy. You will be able to engage directly with Kate Conroy and the team about the substance of the work, very early work, but the substance of the work and the work program that they have in front of them. And really want them to be able to set that out for you, because there are, this is an important aspect of the government's work here. We have established the AI Safety Institute. It is well into the process of recruiting expert staff. Its shape will evolve over time. It will engage. With our partner safety institutes around the world. It will do that work. We have a well-funded and comprehensive AI Safety Institute in place and building its capacity. And very high expectations about the kind of work that they will do, keeping Australians safe and working across government to make sure that where there are challenges that are, for example, online, that they're engaging with the regulators and the departments who have responsibility for those questions. If there are security challenges, making sure that we're building our capability of working across those agencies and defence as well. That's their job, and I'm looking forward to that discussion then. She is an expert, and I'm sure she'll be delighted to have the discussion with you.
Did the Minister's office put out a press release for her appointment?
No, Senator.
Why not? We've just heard how important it is.
Well,
does this not even warrant
the official has been appointed for 3 weeks. It is now we have confirmed, of course, publicly, because we were asked. The kind of announcements that you make about these things are a matter of timing for government. We don't time it to line up with Senate estimates. We are happy to answer your questions. Officials will be here. We're not holding that back in order to wait for a sort of flashy announcement. Press releases were the province of the previous government. We are carefully and deliberately making sure that capability is set up much like the UK and Canadian safety institutes, which are set up within their relevant departments. That work's happening at departmental level, and we're looking forward to engaging later on in the day about the detail.
So, Minister, but I just don't understand this. Surely the press release goes out when you actually appoint someone. That seems to me the standard way of operating. And so maybe
she's a public servant, not a ministerial appointment.
Be that as it may, you've just talked about how important this is. So surely the head of the AI Safety Institute warrants at least, hey, Australians, this is the head of the AI Safety Institute, this thing that you are so worried about and concerned about online, in jobs. This is the person who's heading it up. Nothing from government.
Well,
how is that so?
You might be big on press releases, and Senator McDonald might be big on publishing transcripts. We are big on substantive action.
Well, clearly not on transparency, though.
And on transparency, we have, and I think you'll see in public statements over coming days. This is not a secret. It was in an announcement that the government made. Confirmed in discussions with any journalist who wanted to ask, and present here for Senate estimates. It's not like, it's not like, an episode of Columbo where you discover, at the end of the episode that there's an AI Safety Institute and someone's been appointed. It's in the newspaper multiple times. It's predictable because it's in an announcement that we made last year. There has been, we have been focused on that programmatic, deliberate appointment of good people into good positions run by the department. That Safety Institute will continue to do its work, and it will evolve over time because it's an important capability for government. It's not the only capability for government that matters here in this area. Every part of government's going to have some responsibility on these questions.
But Minister, don't you see how what you're just saying goes to the heart of Australians' concerns that we aren't taking AI safety seriously, where we see other comparable countries set up well-resourced, separate, independent AI safety institutes to be able to just tell it how it is and say to government, hey, this is concerning, this is what's coming. The Australian government, after a lot of pressure, says, okay, well, we will set up an AI safety institute, but it's actually just going to be in the department. And so it's at the whims of whatever the government of the day wants to do, shuffling things around, budgets, etc. But then it's not even important enough for the government to put out a press release saying, hey, this is your head of the AI Safety Institute. And you might say, well, you know, who cares about press releases? Who cares about actually putting up transcripts up? But for me, that goes to transparency, and a government that is transparent in the way it operates, and at the same time goes to the lack of value placed on the AI Safety Institute, where we don't even hear from your office. And sure, they turn up Senate estimates, as they have to do, but surely if this was something so important to your government, your office would have fired out a press release saying, hey, AI Safety Institute, here's who's in charge.
I don't think even you're going to be able to pull that off as a social media post. Like, honestly, we have established the AI... Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. We have established the AI Safety Institute. We announced that we're establishing it. See, interrupting me again. It's like compulsive. We have established the AI Safety Institute. We've indicated that that is our priority for the government as one of the 3 elements of our national plan. It is well resourced. It has very common features to, for example, the UK and Canadian institutes. We have very high expectations of the kind of calibre of staff and the work that they will do as technical experts in this area advising government. I have no apprehensions about the capacity of this department to provide me and the government with frank and fearless advice about these questions. Never doubted that. This capability will evolve over time. And it will meet the challenges that Australia needs it to meet. And the fact that we have held this out, the Safety Institute, as one of the 3 elements of this strategy, should give Australians some confidence about how seriously the government takes these safety issues.
Thank you, Minister. You pointed to the similarities with the UK Safety Institute. The UK Safety Institute's annual budget is £66 million. That's over 120 million Australian dollars. Are you seriously saying that the AI Safety Institute within the department, who the budget for the first year is $2.5 million odd, is in any way comparable to an independent safety institute in the UK who has a £66 million budget?
Well, yes. It is a substantial investment over the forwards from the government in building this capability. It has very comparable features. We are learning from the efforts of partner economies, who have similar, middle power economies who are engaged in this work. Last week, the Assistant Minister in this area signed an important MOU with the UK AI Safety Institute that represents the importance of developing joint approaches across jurisdictions on some of these safety questions. Now, it's a new capability. It's fair to ask them questions about what work they've done, what work they plan to do. They are beginning their work, and they're going to get stronger and better over time.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Minister.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got some questions about roundtables that Dr Charlton has held with startups, worried about the productivity impacts of the government's broken tax promises since the budget. How many roundtables has Dr Charlton held?
Well, I'm happy to take that question on notice. I mean, I don't know how many. It's not something that I'm not sure that the department would be engaged in that work. These are tax changes that and a budget that provides very substantial benefits for small business.
My question is how many roundtables, Minister, and the department will absolutely know. The department will have been in on those roundtables, or they should be.
I'll wait until you've finished interrupting my answer.
No, Minister. My question was very specific. How many roundtables were held by Dr Charlton? And the department would absolutely have that information.
We'll
so
see if they do, but I'll finish answering the question. This budget offers very substantial benefits for small business.
This is not an option. No.
Answer the question as he sees. He said he's going to get to your question about.
I don't believe he will, Chair.
This is and then we'll see.
All right, this is the last time, though, because otherwise we will have to discuss it.
Point of order, Chair. You gave 3 very clear signals about the way in which this should proceed, which was respectful, and I think if we just go respect.
Do we need to have a
clearly,
private
that
meeting
is.
to discuss this?
If we need to have private meeting, I think perhaps we should, because talking over the minister is not going to be satisfactory as we go forward.
The minister does need to answer the questions.
You can't answer if you're speaking over.
Chewing up the time is not okay.
That's a reflection. Chair, point of order, that is a reflection on the minister, and those snide comments are not at all respectful. So if we need to have a private meeting, so be it, but I am calling a point of order, and I will do that every time Senator McDonald speaks over any witness.
All right.
What about
you, Senator O'Neill?
When Senator O'Neill talks over me, would that count as well?
Well, you're talking over me now, but how about we have from this point onwards, no one talks over anyone. So let's have Senator Ayres, if you can finish answering your question, including the point Senator McDonald has made around the number of roundtables, and then we'll go back to Senator McDonald.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll come back to you on notice about the number of meetings. Should that we've indicated that the Treasurer is leading a process against the backdrop of a budget that is providing very substantial benefits to small business. There's a set of questions that the Treasurer is leading engagement. I expect ministers like the Assistant Minister and other ministers who will be engaged in various parts of the business community, including the parts that we have indicated, particularly that startup sector. But this is a budget that delivers loss carryback for 85,000 businesses. It makes the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent. There's new loss refundability arrangements for startups to boost their cash flow. Like this is, we are going to work through that set of details that the Treasurer signalled on budget night in a careful way, in the way that you would expect a cabinet-style government to do that. I expect ministers like Assistant Minister Charlton to be engaged with to be engaged with that work. But we'll see if there's anything more we can provide to assist you.
As an Assistant Minister, Dr Charlton holding roundtable consultations, as you've indicated, Minister.
I said we'd come back to you on that question. I don't know whether he's held 0 or 5 or, I don't know.
Yeah.
So I think Minister's answered the question 3 times. On that point, he's going to come back to you on the numbers.
So, to the department, were department note takers present
Senator,
at these roundtables?
The Minister's taken on notice both the number and nature of the roundtables. From the department's perspective, we obviously engage closely with Treasury. There are, to my knowledge, no note takers who have attended a roundtable since budget to do with these changes.
Right, so that's none by Dr Charlton.
So Senator, the Minister and I have now taken on notice getting some more information on that. From the department's perspective, I am not aware of any note takers attending a roundtable subsequent to budget with Minister Charlton.
Okay. Is it possible that he's conducting these roundtables outside his authority as a minister, if there aren't department note takers with him?
So, Senator, it's in the course of sort of normal business. We sometimes have departmental note takers at events, and sometimes we don't. So that's a sort of a matter of kind of process there. But as you'd expect, the department's engaged with Treasury, including around some other changes that were made in budget to do with RDTI and the venture capital work. So we can take on notice any further information we have from a departmental perspective.
Yes, so specifically I'm trying to understand what engagement the department is having with Dr Charlton with these roundtables. Has the department received any feedback from Dr Charlton or his office on the outcomes of these roundtables?
So, Senator, I've taken on notice coming back to you with any further information we have on that.
Oh, I'm sorry, the question you took on notice from me was whether or not the department was involved in any minute-taking or note-taking. I'm now asking you if you've received feedback from Dr Charlton or his office on the roundtables that he has held.
Senator, I'd need to take that on notice as well.
Okay, that is a separate matter, so thank you. If we could just be clear, that is 2 different items. I'm looking for what actions arose from those meetings. It sounds like we'll have to ask Dr Charlton.
And Senator, more broadly, obviously in the budget process, Treasury follows us in terms of the estimate schedule, so I'm conscious that they would probably be better able to talk to sort of the budget processes more generally, including the consultation post-budget.
But Dr Charlton is your assistant
Absolutely,
minister.
I've taken on notice the questions you've asked. What Treasury, they will say, well, Dr Charlton is not the assistant minister to this department. So that's what I'm trying to clarify. So then do you have any knowledge of whether the attendees at the roundtables were peak bodies or directly with businesses? Senator, I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Minister, how many small business owners and founders have you met with directly since the budget, and were department note takers present?
This is a process that is being led by the Treasurer. We've undertaken to get back to you on notice about the extent to which Assistant Minister Charlton has been engaging with that sector. I would be utterly unsurprised if that was the case. There is a process, as I said, being led by the Treasurer that will inform a cabinet deliberation on these questions, and for that reason, you can expect that Treasury will be in a good position to answer questions about activity across the government, but it is being led by the Treasurer and the Treasury.
So,
I mean, this is a very good budget for small business. It's a very good budget for small business.
I was just about to ask a question. Thank you. Right? Thank you. So my question was what meetings you have held. My question is, Minister, so you don't know whether or not you've met with any small business owners or startups in your capacity as the Minister for Industry and Innovation about the impacts of the business? Or have you not met with them?
Well, of course, I engage with small businesses and startups in the normal course of my work, including ones that we've provided substantial funding to and are recipients of
impacts of the budget
all of the supports that the government has delivered here for small business. You can expect that that each of the ministers in the government will in their own way be doing that work. I am focused on my work. The Treasurer is focused on his work. I expect and I'm confident that the Treasurer is leading that effort. He will reach out for views across the Cabinet. There is a narrow scope of discussions that the Treasurer is leading here about the implementation of some aspects of this work. The government has set out, and the coalition will have an opportunity to vote against tax cuts in the House of Representatives this week, and no doubt you will again. No doubt your colleagues will again. You want to vote against tax cuts, be our guest, but we are focused on delivering a budget that is all about opportunities for small business and is about fixing long-term problems in the housing market for young Australians. We are about changing that situation. You want to oppose it, be our guest.
So, Minister, you just said that the Treasurer will be asking for feedback across the Cabinet table.
I didn't say that.
You actually did.
I didn't use those words. Don't put words in my mouth. I said
the Treasurer would be seeking feedback.
I said he will ask for people's advice.
So on that, Minister...
And that is the normal Cabinet process.
Excellent. Can you name one business, small business or startup that you have met with in the last 2 weeks since the budget that you'll be able to provide advice and feedback?
I meet with businesses all of the time.
In the last 2 weeks?
And I don't intend... I don't intend to engage in a kind of name and shame exercise with businesses that I meet with. I am focused on discharging the responsibilities that I have, and that is fundamentally about manufacturing in Australia and industry in Australia and science and technology in Australia. And there are very significant benefits in this budget being delivered through my department in cooperation with the Treasury, in particular those changes to the research and development tax incentive, those loss carryback measures, the instant asset write-off measures that are all about delivering for business. And now I'm about getting on with the job, understanding that there is a very narrow set of questions that the Treasurer has publicly said on budget night. It's not a secret. It's probably in his transcripts on his website that he will be engaged in.
Minister, can you provide your diary for the last month since the budget on notice?
Well, I'll take that. I'll take that on notice and give it some.
If you're
give it the usual consideration.
If you're worried about embarrassing, naming and shaming businesses that you've consulted with,
I'm not worried about it. I just choose not to. I just think that there is a kind of...
You've just interrupted me asking a question, Minister.
There's been a little bit of interruption going in both directions, and I've enabled the conversation. It's been a bit of a conversation, so if we want to be really strict with it, we should be strict in both directions.
So, my question to you, Minister. is, can you provide then the businesses that you have consulted with since the election by sector and region if you're worried about naming and shaming them?
I'll take it on notice and give it some consideration.
Have you met a business that is supportive of these budget changes that you can identify, Minister?
It's an extraordinary question, really. We have unlocked $400 million more in research and development spending at young firms by targeting their RDTI credits.
Excuse me, Chair, by no stretch of the imagination is this an answer to the question I just asked.
I mean, these are the changes.
This is the context.
Well, Chair, I think...
Let him continue and we'll see how he goes.
The listeners will judge whether or not this is in any way close to the question that I just asked, which is not an unreasonable question. Can you name one business that is supportive of the budget changes?
I get all sorts of feedback from all sorts of places. I can tell you...
what a positive one.
That there is strong support and interest from the business community in our research and development tax incentive measures that deliver for young firms and small firms, as well as lifting the threshold so that there is increased research and development activity, where it counts. Expanded tax incentives for venture capital firms, expanding loss refundability for startups. Now, the tax system's a complex system. There will, of course, be mixed views. If you want to ask questions about the tax system, well, Treasury and whoever's representing the Treasurer at that particular point in time, whether it's me or Senator Gallagher, will be able to answer. Those questions in more detail. These are tax questions for Treasury. There will be opportunities to ask the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries questions about agriculture, forestry and fisheries. We have some measures we are engaged in here. We're engaged in a process that the Treasurer is leading. If you've got questions about it, ask the Treasurer.
Minister, have you met a business that is supportive of these changes, and can you name one?
Well, I don't intend to go through the conversations that I have on the telephone or in the street or in workshops or in boardrooms or on factory floors where businesses talk to me about what they think about their operating environment and the tax system. My experience is very mixed views from businesses about the tax system, just the same as you do from ordinary people. We have had one consistent message from people, though. They want to see change in the property market. They want to see young Australians getting a crack. And that's what we're setting about doing.
Okay. It seems that the Minister can't name one business that's supportive of the budgetary changes. And so I will leave my questions there, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Little.
Yes. Given you've said you won't talk about individual conversations that you've had with those businesses, I'm interested, given that we've heard a bit of talk from the government about carve-outs, if there's been any references to things that people have given you feedback about what shouldn't be or will have an adverse effect on businesses, not about housing, on businesses?
I'm going to leave those questions for my colleagues in Treasury where they can appropriately be answered. I mean, the way that you've characterised it's not the way that I understand it. There's a narrow set of questions there. The Treasurer is leading that consultation. It's part of a cabinet process. We'll leave that work. We'll leave that work. The fundamental question here goes to, the shape of whether or not young Australians are getting a fair crack in the property market. That we're focused on that. The Treasurer will continue doing that work. And if you've got questions about that, I think Treasury estimates are tomorrow.
Okay, well, I'll turn my questions to the department. Thank you. Ms Pickworth, did the department provide any input into the impact analysis of the government's broken promises to CGT and negative gearing that was contained in Budget Paper 1, particularly as it regards to innovation, startups and business growth?
Senator, as part of the budget process, and noting this was led by Treasury, we, at a departmental level, are engaged throughout such processes in the normal course of kind of cabinet processes and those sorts of things. Of course, it was a cabinet process. We'd need to take on notice any further information we can provide, but I think we'll be limited in what we can provide, given it's a cabinet process and a budget process.
Budget Paper 1, I can't identify much in relation to the to innovation, startups and business growth in terms of the impact of the budget. Can you tell me where that information might be?
So,
Budget
Senator,
papers?
those questions are best directed to Treasury. Budget Paper 1, certainly we can talk to to some of the RDTI and venture capital implementation, given that's part of our responsibilities, but otherwise all those questions should be directed to Treasury.
Okay. Did DISR provide any input into the Select Committee on the operations of the capital gains tax discount, either as evidence or as input to the Treasury's evidence?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Did DISR conduct any work on either of those policies that was not used by Treasury in assessing its impact?
So, Senator, as I mentioned, this is all part of a budget process, and we're limited in terms of how we can answer that question in terms of cabinet confidentiality.
Okay. I'm asking whether you conducted any analysis of either of those products that was not used by Treasury or the Senate Committee.
Senator, those questions go to the budget process, and that's not something that we're able to talk to.
Thank you. Did DISR utilise its BLADE dataset to conduct any analysis of the potential impact of the CGT changes on innovation, business behaviour or economic dynamism?
Senator, again, I refer you to Treasury and to the budget process there.
Mm-hmm. So, to summarise what you're telling me is all of those questions should be referred to Treasury and on the impact of these tax changes. And
noting that in line with usual processes, cabinet confidentiality and requirements mean that we won't be able to. I can't imagine that we'd be able to talk in any level of specificity about that. That's it. We work across government on a range of fronts, but we're limited in terms of what we can talk to in terms of the budget process.
Right, because my questions are actually in relation not necessarily to the impact of those changes in terms of what's been done. It's actually the impact on businesses that will rely on that for productivity, growth, innovation.
The impact analysis is a public document.
So, Senator, I've taken on notice what I can provide in terms of input into the Senate committee, in terms of questions around analysis underpinning the budget measures. That is not something that we would be able to reveal given cabinet confidentiality.
Can I just follow on from you, Senator Little? The question is, was the department asked to provide input into the regulatory impact analysis? Did you have input into those publicly available pieces of work?
So, Senator, I have to take that on notice. I don't have that information with me here. And
this would have been a significant body of work. I assume that the department would have had to put serious resources behind.
Senator, I've taken it on notice. I don't have any further detail with me.
Chair, one of the processes of estimates is that if the department officials do have information, they do have to provide them. So this is a significant body of work that has been done on a publicly available piece of piece of policy, and I am surprised that you would come to estimates without having any idea of what input was provided to this impact analysis, which has underpinned such a significant part of the budget.
Chair, the Acting Secretary has offered to take those questions on notice and appropriately lowered expectations about what information would be required, would be provided, I should say, in what is the preparation of our budget. You know, Chair, Senator McDonald knows, I know, everybody in the room knows that is as a pretty generous position. If there is material that can be provided that sits outside of that cabinet confidentiality requirement that can usefully be provided, I'm sure that the department will, but it's very unlikely, as you know. And it's not a novel position for government to take. It's a position that every government has ever taken in relation to the preparation of a budget or other cabinet deliberations.
So I understand your comments around the budget preparation, but this regulatory impact analysis is in the budget. So to be clear, is your evidence, Ms Pickworth, that you cannot speak to anything in the budget papers? Because if that was the case, we would obviously not bother with estimates.
So, Senator, obviously able to talk through what is in the budget papers in terms of implementation, in terms of certainly able to talk to, particularly in outcome 1.1, about the changes to the R&D tax incentive, to venture capital, those sorts of things. But there is a limit to what I can talk to in terms of the preparation of the budget papers and the process that sits behind those.
Okay. Chair, I'll hand back to Senator Little, but just to be clear, my questions are specifically around the impact analysis, a publicly available document. I'm seeking to know whether or not this department had input into that process. I would have thought that that question was relatively simple as to a yes-no, and then for the amount of effort and time and department resources, that is a part that I'd be happy to take on notice. But I am frankly surprised and shocked that you can't answer whether or not this department had any input into the preparation of the impact analysis, a publicly available document that impacts so significantly on this department's work.
Senator, risk of... Yeah, I won't repeat. Thank you.
Senator Little.
Right. I think I'm just looking at budget paper 1 now, a better tax system for business, and just trying to unpack what you've said in this commentary. So you're able to talk about what's actually physically in the public budget papers, but not what your contributions were to that, because they would have gone through a cabinet process. Is that what you're telling us?
So, Senator, the budget obviously is a whole of government process in terms of how it's pulled together, which is a cabinet process. It is led by Treasury, and there is obviously a limit to how much we can talk to in terms of the cabinet processes that underpin the budget. We can talk through implementation of measures that sit in our portfolio, but I have taken on notice if there's anything further I can provide.
Did you want to go to that?
Thank you. I've got some questions on contacts that the Business Information Contact Centre has had since the budget.
So, Senator, I'm presuming you're referring to the contact centre and business.gov.au and the single business service?
Yes.
I think we would be best placed to answer that in outcome 1.1, but I'll just check if we can answer at a high level.
Thank you.
It would be outcome 1.1, Senator.
All right, terrific. I have one more question in this block. Ms Pickworth, for the Minister's June 2025 visit to Mount Isa, how many departmental officials travelled in support?
Senator, I'm going to go on my recollection here, and if it is the trip that I'm thinking of, there were 2 departmental officers there, but I will, I'll make sure that the team confirms that, and we'll have the relevant officers here at Outcome 1.1 to confirm that.
Thank you. What was the total departmental cost of supporting that visit? So the officials' travel, accommodation, ground transport, connecting flights.
Senator, we'll see if we've got that information that we can provide in Outcome 1.1, and otherwise we will take that on notice.
So corporate wouldn't be the right place to be asking questions of budget
I'll
and travel?
check with Mr Mason on whether he's got that breakdown.
I've got lots of total spends on travel and details of such nature, but specific trips, you imagine we do quite a number of those over the course of a year, so we can probably quickly come back to you through the course of today on it. Yep.
Terrific. All right. So you should, through somebody would be recording that I've asked how many department officials and the total cost of supporting that visit. How does the department determine and approve the number of departmental officials who would accompany a minister on a visit of this kind? Is there a guidance or a limit on the size or the cost of a travelling party?
Senator, we'll make a judgment on that on the basis of the activity that's being undertaken, the requests and the needs of the minister and his office, and as you imagine, each case and trip will look different and feel different based on what stakeholders and activities being undertaken, and the resource effort required will then be adjusted to meet that.
And
Thank
Senator,
you.
we obviously have processes inside the department looking at approvals for all travel and travel expenses, so that goes through our normal departmental processes as well.
That's in advance of the
Yes.
trip. Was that, or did the minister travel to Mount Isa in June 2025 in connection with the copper smelter?
If it's the trip that I'm thinking of, yes, but the officers who are best placed to talk about Mount Isa work will be here at Outcome 1.1, so we can confirm the purpose of that trip, and also confirm what I mentioned before in terms of my recollection.
Was that travel undertaken on a special purposed aircraft? Perhaps I should direct that to the minister because he would have been on the aircraft.
I think I've been to Mount Isa a number of times. My recollection, and we'll come back to you, is that one of those trips required a special purpose aircraft.
All right. So if you could confirm.
Yeah. So I'll come back. I just really. It is the intervention that has been jointly undertaken by the Commonwealth Government and the Queensland Government here is a very significant intervention. I'm very happy to go to the details of all of that. But all of my trips to Mount Isa have in some way been related to that smelter and all of the associated industry in Mount Isa and Townsville and in between that relate to that copper smelter and all of the associated industry.
Thank you. How many people travelled with you, Minister, on that visit?
We'll see if we can come back to you about that on notice.
Senator, the relevant officials for the Mount Isa work will be joining us at Outcome 1.1, so we can see what information we can provide at the start of 1.1 that answers some of these questions.
Okay, I just to clarify, it was always my understanding that corporate housed
Absolutely, yes.
HR, travel,
on those travel questions, we will come back to you on notice. On the substantial questions around the smelter, there'll be plenty of people able to able to deal with that. I've heard your questions on the travel.
Yes.
we will take those on notice.
Terrific, thank you. So was it a special purpose aircraft? How many people
And we'll just
travelled?
make sure we're talking about the same trip, because there's been a number of trips to Mount Isa.
Terrific, thank you. Perhaps all of the trips for Mount Isa then we can capture in this.
Sure.
Of the total number of people who travelled with the Minister, how many were the Minister's personal MOPS Act staff? How many were departmental officers? And were there any travellers who were neither of those?
So, Senator, we've taken on notice the nature of the trips and who attended and those sorts of things, so we can add that to our question
Thank
that we've
you.
taken on notice.
I'd like to know what was the roles of those staff and what was the operational need for each on a one-day trip. I would like to ask how many of those staff were responsible for communications-related roles, including communications, media and social media. I'd like to ask why some of those tasks couldn't be completed remotely rather than travelling with the Minister. I'd like to understand what is the typical size for the Minister's travelling party on a domestic visit to a site like Mount Isa. Okay, the Mount Isa show was on June the 20th. While you're in town, Minister, did you or your staff attend?
Yeah, we had like 20 minutes, I think, from recollection, and it wasn't. I think the show is broken up into different bits. I do recall we had a very short amount of time, and my recollection is that the Mayor was present, Minister Dale Last from the. My recollection is that Mr. Last was there. I mean, this intervention in Mount Isa is, you know, for that community, not some abstract question. And we had important work to do on that day, and it reflected some months of very close work between the Queensland and Commonwealth governments. Now, if you spend any time talking to people who represent that community, or to people who represent workers or industry in that community, and I know that you do, Senator, I know that you are. You know, that you have been engaged in some of that work. You know how important that intervention is for that business, for the associated businesses in Mount Isa, but also for the Phosphate Hill fertiliser facility and a range of other, you know, important industrial operations. If you're in town, I met with the local member, federal and state as well on that day. Met with representatives of Glencore, of course. Met with workers and trade unions in the town. It was a very busy day. It was a very busy day.
Thank you, Minister. Can I ask, what was the total cost to taxpayers of staff travel for this visit, combining the Minister's personal MOP staff and the department officials who travelled, including airfares, accommodation, ground transport allowances and any other relevant costs, please, Mr Mason?
We'll come back to you on notice about what we can provide on all of that. But I think the record
So
will
on
show
notice
that. Yeah, we'll come back to you with what we can provide.
You'll be able to provide all of that information, I would have thought. That would be certainly
maybe.
Public information publicly.
Senator, the only reason I'm pausing is you referenced to MOP staff, and so those staff, I just need to check whether we have that detail or whether that's a Department of Finance set of data that we would need to obtain. So I'll just...
And
yep.
And Senator, can I just correct my previous answer? There was one departmental staff member on that June trip. I was conflating another trip with that trip, so there was one departmental staff.
Terrific, thank you. Well, given that we're going to do all the Mount Isa trips, then if we have that allocation by trip, that will be terrific.
We'll get working on it.
Thank you. Chair, that's it for me. Thank you.
Chair, is it worth me coming back to the previous question on notice around the transcript now?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
At risk of...
Yes, please.
Yep. Thank you. So I can confirm, Senator, the transcript was provided to us by the office. I understand it was a ABC transcript from TV, and that may be the reason why the Q&A wasn't there. Sometimes TV cuts transcripts at the point of the Q&A, but what we received from the office was what we posted.
Right, okay. Perhaps if you could just clarify that that is the reason why, because obviously I have that transcript from the ABC interview, so still just wondering why it didn't quite make it to the website. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've concluded all questions for corporate. So if representatives of Department of Industry, Science and Resources for Program 1.1, Growing Innovative and Competitive Business, Industry and Regions are here, we might ask them to the table and begin a little early. Yep, okay, let's do that. So we'll just break for a minute until they join the table.
They'll come in from the background.
And Resources for Program 1.1, Growing Innovative and Competitive Businesses, Industries and Regions. And I'm handing to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to those new officials at the table. I want to ask you about a document, Industrial Facilities at Risk, a table that was provided to Minister Ayres in June 2025 and subsequently released via OPD. Has that been updated since June 2025?
Senator, we'll just bring some colleagues to the table, but just while they're coming, from memory, that was very much a point in time document, and we've provided regular briefing through to the Minister about a range of, obviously, about a range of industrial facilities, and that it's not necessarily in the same form as that document. But I will pass to my colleague, Ms. Oliver, just to step out how we've been working through facilities over the last year or so.
Thank you, Senator. Tara Oliver, Head of Division. Would you mind just restating that question for me?
No problems. So my question is that the department provided a table to the Minister in June of 2025 entitled Industrial Facilities at Risk. It was subsequently released by OPD, and I'm asking whether or not that table has been updated since then.
Senator, it certainly was released, as you said, under an OPD following an earlier FOI on this matter, and from memory it was relating to a brief put to our Minister around the Glencore copper smelter in particular. I do, from memory, consider that it was perhaps updated a further time in the context of similar briefings. But it's not something that we are keeping up to date since around that time, and I think that that reflects that the work around the smelters in particular has continued to evolve, as you would have seen through various government announcements. And so there are different ways in which we're documenting that information and briefing the Minister.
Terrific, thank you.
I think my recollection, Senator, is that this document formed part of the incoming government brief. It was released in response to an OPD with some appropriate redactions. It's, of course, we have been engaged in work, the department and I, in relation to a number of these facilities that has informed some cabinet decisions and joint decisions of the Commonwealth and states and territories in relation to a number of these facilities.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Oliver, what is the department's working definition of at risk?
Senator, we have a range of officials at the table who can talk to interventions across industrial facilities. That document was a point in time, and it set out, was it June 2025, a range of facilities at that point. Since then, I think fair to say the sort of level of engagement with particular facilities means that we've kind of matured that work. We are able to talk to kind of where we're at in particular industrial facilities. From my knowledge, we don't have a kind of a master sheet of here are all the facilities that are a risk, but we are engaged and working through the challenges that the industrial kind of landscape presents.
I understand, and I guess that's where I'm getting to, is that you obviously would have a list of facilities around Australia, and what I'm trying to identify is that previously the language was at risk, but now what are the inputs or the challenges that would lead the department to seek to brief the Minister, because you've identified that there are these specific challenges that are making it more difficult for these facilities to be successful?
So, Senator, obviously, as you've alluded to, so the department works closely with relevant jurisdictions and companies. We give regard to national interest, to economic security, to understand the impacts on supply chains, those sorts of things. And as we work through those factors, we certainly provide analysis and advice through to the government on that. It's always in partnership with the relevant jurisdiction. So what might be, I'm just trying to think, what we could certainly work through some of the facilities that we're engaged with, but the kinds of things that we consider are the national interest, the economic security, the supply chains, industrial capability, in terms of facilities that we're engaging with and briefing the Minister on.
With the economic security, I think was the language you used?
Yeah, yep.
Economic security. So you'd be looking at the competitiveness of facilities in Australia, whether or not they can remain financially viable and competitive in the world market.
So, Senator, I might ask my colleagues to sort of step through some of the things that we're considering, but certainly we do look at the nation's economic resilience and security. We look at future demand. We look at supply chains and the ability to kind of go both upstream and downstream in that. I'll just check whether Troy or Louise wants to sort of unpack maybe how we approach our consideration of industrial capability and facilities in particular.
Yep. I might start and then throw to Louise. Troy Sloan, Head of Wireless Steelworks Task Force and the Industrial Transition Response Team. Senator, the question you raised around, commercial ability and of the facility, certainly that is something we take into consideration. We have advisors employed to make sure that where governments are talking about investing with co-owners to support that sovereign capability that that the Secretary was talking about, certainly we want to make sure that they're commercially viable facilities. So in relation to that specific question, I wanted to start with that, and maybe if I throw to Ms Talbot to talk more broadly about the things that we consider as we look at those facilities.
Thank you. Louise Talbot, Acting Head of Division, Industrial Transition Response Team. There are definitely challenges for some of those facilities that you've identified. In terms of the considerations, we are very much looking to the longer term economic viability. But I guess that one of the other challenges that I probably should mention is that a number of the assets are quite old assets. So, it's not a simple process to sort of get to that future economic viability. And also the broader supply chain is important, as well as the broader regional picture.
Thank you. On economics, would you consider the inputs like cost of energy, cost of electricity, whether or not these facilities are competitive in the world market with the increased cost of electricity and energy in Australia more recently?
It's certainly, I might just jump in on that question. It's certainly, for example, in the intervention that again, another intervention in your home state, Senator, in Queensland, where we have, the intervention in the Boyne smelter. Fundamentally is about using the scale of that facility to deliver an outcome that delivers competitive electricity prices through new wind and solar and transmission in Queensland. Because, 10 years of doing nothing in the electricity system has consequences in terms of electricity price. We traverse these issues at length, of course, in DQ estimates about the impact of a decade of no investment. So that intervention to secure a competitive electricity power purchasing agreements based on new generation in Queensland is absolutely fundamental to that facility's future competitiveness. Our intervention in gas as a government, the decision that we have made to reserve 20% of our exports to provide for a modest oversupply of gas into the Australian market is about dealing with that other energy competitiveness challenge for Australia. And that has already, albeit that there is still a 7 or 8 week process to go, already led to some encouraging developments in smelters and associated facilities around the country. We take those energy competitiveness questions seriously.
So what about the safeguards mechanism? Would that new tax be an economic impost on these Australian facilities which then require taxpayer funds to subsidise those?
Well, it's not a new tax, Senator. You know it's not a new tax. I don't know what you're talking about.
The rate of the safeguards mechanism under this government, would that be an impost on the competitiveness of these industrial facilities?
Well, what it allows for is a sustained and knowable pathway for new investment and for technological change in a range of these facilities.
No, the question was about economic impact on those facilities, Minister.
What I can tell you is that, for example, in that facility that we just talked about,
which one were you specifically
the Boyne
talking to?
smelter in central Queensland, just near Gladstone. The fundamental question for the future of that facility is competitive electricity prices. That's why $1 billion commitment from the Albanese government, $1 billion commitment from the Crisafulli government has delivered $7.5 billion in additional investment from Rio Tinto, not in trying to fix up falling down coal-fired power stations, but in new generation in Queensland. And the outcome of that will be a more competitive Queensland economy. Like, not just for Rio Tinto and the associated industries in Gladstone, but a more competitive because of new wind and solar generation that will be brought forward. I know this stuff bores you, Senator.
No, it doesn't bore me, Minister. It's not the question that I seek to ask.
It's sort of imported talking points
He's reflecting on me
that you guys want to.
Bored. It's not helpful.
Well.
Let's go one at a time.
I think you were
Let's not get personal.
you were deliberately conveying that impression, and that's you know, if you want to continue to take that approach.
No, I have specific questions, Minister,
and
you're waving off into other areas.
That's why the coalition is becoming less and less relevant to the concerns of industrial firms and industrial Australia. You're just drifting off course.
No, you're drifting
and have been
off
for some time. Becoming less and less relevant to fixing the real problems and doing the real work.
Not the question, Chair.
In industrial Australia.
Go back to the question.
Thank you. Is there a single internal document held by the department that is the current equivalent of the June 2025 list? I'm seeking to understand what mechanism do you use to advise the Minister on the state of industrial distress in real time?
Well, as the Acting Secretary indicated earlier, our work on these facilities has deepened and evolved, and we are in the business of detailed work. The work that was reflected in that document was a summary document in the incoming government brief. If there's anything in addition that we can provide that goes to a single summary document, we'll take that question on notice. But in my observation and work with the department on these questions, you know, we are deep into doing in a careful way in a very turbulent global trading environment where you know, there is in some areas, like in copper, market concentration in areas like smelting, taking action to support Australian industrial capability.
I just want to run through quickly. Since 2025, since June 2025, Liberty Bell Bay, Australia's only manganese smelter, entered voluntary administration on the 23rd of March 2026. Approximately 175 of 216 workers were made redundant. Albemarle's Kemerton lithium hydroxide refinery idled on the 11th of February 2026, 3 months before the budget, affecting approximately 250 direct jobs. The Nearstar joint package expired on the 1st of May 2026 without a new agreement. More than 1,400 jobs across Port Pirie and Hobart remain at risk. both the Liberty Bell Bay and Kemerton fall in the smelter refinery category that the department's June 2025 brief identified as a focus of active monitoring. Ms Pickworth, I'm seeking to understand what mechanism does the department use to advise the Minister on the state of industrial distress in real time?
I get regular advice from the department in relation to all of those facilities.
Individually, Minister, or in a package?
I get regular and appropriate advice about industrial facilities that goes to the kind of work that the government has, it's publicly observable, been doing in relation to a relation of these in relation to a range of these facilities. It's important work for Australia's future industrial capability, when we've got announcements to make about particular issues, we make them. But fundamentally, we're doing the work.
So, the June 2025 brief expressly states that DISA actively monitors facilities at financial risk of closure, particularly smelters. The op-ed release table listed 6 facilities by name with the main pressures. But in the S1 225 on notice, the department responded that it does not maintain a list of all facilities in all industries at risk. How does the department reconcile that response from S1 225 with the existence of the OPD released June 2025 list and the active monitoring activity described in its own brief?
Well, I get advice in a variety of forms, Senator, and that as I outlined to you, and I think the evidence that's been given today and previously in relation to the document that you refer to, is that document was provided to me in June 2025 as part of the incoming government brief and was used as a backdrop to a series of discussions with the department, but that work has deepened and moved on. I expect, if one day I'm replaced by another Minister for Industry, that minister will get a very similar summary that will be appropriate for the time. I get advice on these facilities in a variety of forms, and I will continue to engage with the department. This is important work for Australia. Securing our industrial capacity after a decade of neglect.
How many facilities are currently on whatever internal list, table, briefing notes the department uses to advise the Minister on industrial distress?
Well, as I said, I get advice about a range of facilities in a range of forms. We're not flat-footed about this. We are very actively engaged.
Senator McDonald, are you right if we break now and you can keep coming back? All right, so we will suspend for a short break now and return at 11:15. Thank you. We will continue with program outcome 1, program 1.1.
Thank you very much, Chair. If we could return to the facilities at risk that we were discussing earlier. Were Liberty Bell Bay and Kemerton on the June 2025 list? I'm not sure who to direct that question at, Ms Pickworth.
I think my colleague, Ms Oliver, will have the information about the June 2025 list. It was obviously, as we've mentioned, a point of time,
yes.
The June, July kind of briefing in of the Minister at that point. So we can certainly answer questions about that point in time list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. From memory, Liberty Bell Bay was included, but I may in fact check if my colleague, Ms Talbot, has a copy of that list from 2025.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I do, yes, I do. Liberty Bell Bay was definitely on that list. And what was the other company that you mentioned? Pardon?
Kemerton.
No, that was not on that list.
Okay, thank you. So what action did the department take between June 2025 and February 2026, March 2026 for Liberty Bell Bay? What action was taken in that time, please?
Senator, I think we stayed in constant discussions with our Tasmanian colleagues. We spoke to, we briefed the Minister. We've talked about the rapid review or the rapid assessment. We certainly spoke to people like White Oak, who was had the security over the shares, and we kept in constant updating what was happening at the facility.
When was Kemerton added to the department's monitoring?
So, Senator, just on the, as we've talked about earlier, so that kind of the June list was a point in time, and we routinely provide advice to the Minister about a range of facilities that across Australia, and so as you recognised, it's in partnership with the relevant states, it's with the relevant companies, and we provide briefing kind of as needed on facilities across Australia.
So when was Kemerton identified as an organisation or as a facility that should be monitored, and then when did you brief the Minister on that?
Senator, perhaps I might add that, as you'd be aware, Albemarle is a major lithium hydroxide processing plant, and so it really goes to the points that have been made, is that a range of facilities might be considered at any point in time, and that might span the entirety of our portfolio, including the resources side of the portfolio. And in relation to Albemarle then, I recall this was raised in an earlier Senate estimates, and our Mining and Resources Division colleagues will also be here later today, perhaps to speak in more depth about Kemerton with you.
So we've talked already that the elements that would make a facility of interest to the department to monitor was national interest, supply chains, industrial capacity and economic security. I don't think I've missed any, but please feel free to add if I've missed any that would be considered by the department to get a facility onto a watching brief. And so whilst the Resources Department has clear views on these matters, I am more interested at this moment of the DISE's interest in it for economic support, for government subsidies to assist these organisations and the jobs they support stay open. So can you then tell me when Kemerton made it to a briefing list and when the Minister was briefed on that project?
Senator, in line with what we've talked about across the table, so we provide briefing to the Minister on a range of different facilities. We give regard to the kinds of issues that you've just stepped out there. It's in partnership with the relevant state and with the company, and I'm happy to take on notice what further advice I can provide on that. But just to sort of step out that's our sort of way of working, and we regularly brief the Minister about a range of the facilities and where they're up to in our discussions, including with states and territories.
All right. Then on notice, can you please tell me when you added Kemerton to that at-risk list, and when you briefed the Minister in that regard? And then what other facilities you've added to that list since June 2025, that point in time, as we've already discussed? What additional facilities have been added since then, and when you briefed the Minister on each of those, please?
We'll take that question on notice,
That's
Senator.
what I
Thank
asked.
you.
Thank you, Minister.
And just indicate that I get a range of advice from the department in a variety of forms over time. That advice informs not only the work that we do, but also a series of Cabinet and ERC decisions about how we approach these facilities. And it's also, as you know, we don't intervene in these facilities without a common approach between us and the states and territories. So it goes to a range of those issues as well. And in addition, some of these questions, of course, intersect with my other portfolio minister here in this department, the Minister for Resources. So within those constraints, we will come back to you on notice about what we can provide.
Yes, I'm smiling, Minister, because surely you wouldn't propose that any brief could end up informing a Cabinet brief and subsequently, or a Cabinet submission and subsequently.
Yeah, we'll make it. But there are serious issues here in terms of the decision making that Cabinet makes, and the way that we engage with our colleagues in the states and territories. And we'll just make sure we, carefully acquit that when we come back to you on notice in due course.
Thank you, Minister. In S1 226, the Department was asked the current quantum of funds being sought from the Commonwealth by industry facilities. The Department responded only that it was aware of a number of industry facilities reporting that they are seeking government assistance. As of June 2026, what is the current quantum of funds being sought from the Commonwealth by industry facilities?
Would you like me to take that question?
Certainly.
So I think we have answered this question previously, Senator, which is that there's not, I can't give you an answer of this is the exact amount, because for some facilities we have got announced and in place support packages with a quantum of funding attached. For some other facilities, we are still in active discussions and engagement with those. And then, potentially there are others out there who may come in the future. So there is not one sort of specific overall quantum of ask of government for industrial facilities. That number doesn't exist.
Thank you.
And it would be a pretty extraordinary thing if we were to, wander around telling people what it was that we proposed to do in the future. Like there are ERC and Cabinet deliberations on these questions. There's engagements with the states. There's commercial damage that could be caused to firms here that are operating in an environment where, for many of them, like understand the story that, you know, Mr Taylor and others want to tell the country that Australian manufacturing is uncompetitive. I mean, Lord knows he spent all of his pre-parliamentary life telling Australian firms to move offshore,
Minister?
particularly in the aluminium
Do you
sector.
think it is uncompetitive?
No, I don't. No,
That's
so let me answer the question.
Okay.
Mr Taylor, as a slick consultant, spent his whole consultancy life telling Australian manufacturing to move offshore.
Chair, where is that relevant?
Now we are operating in an environment. We are operating in an environment where there is market concentration, unfair trading practices overseas. We are in the business of making sure that Australia has that foundational industrial capability that it needs to be safer and have a stronger economy, particularly in our regions in the future. We are not doing what the previous government did, which was to cry crocodile tears every time it forced somebody to relocate their manufacturing offshore. And now to pretend, like Mr Hastie did just a few months ago, standing out the front of that facility that you just named, pretending a sudden interest in Australian industry.
I think you're reflecting now, Chair. I think that's...
he was pretending.
To defend himself.
I don't think that's helpful. Minister, what are the unfair trading practices overseas that you refer to that make Australian industrial facilities?
Well, there's a range of subsidies in other economies.
Could you name one for me, please?
Well, there's of course a range of subsidies in other economies. There are, as you've seen, responses from major economies to those developments, including the announcements that the US administration made in April of last year and the series of decisions. A very volatile trading environment where, you know, we have seen impediments put in front of Australian trade in China. We have seen responses from economies around the world, and this government is working hard. I'll be answering questions, I think, on behalf of my colleague Senator Farrell about some of the trade questions on Friday.
Specifically in China, Minister?
All of those questions we have in Australia to make sure that in what is a contested and challenging environment, where sometimes trade isn't fair, we stand up for Australian industry. And that's the approach that we've taken. 43% increase in exports from this government, 43% increase in exports. So we're active on a range of fronts, and you know, look. If you do, I see that you want me to sort of go into this in a little bit more detail, Senator.
No, Minister, I actually don't. It's quite the reverse.
You're indicating more. You wanted more detail.
I'm saying
you were saying
too long. Too long.
European Union free trade agreement, UAE free trade agreement, UK free trade agreement. A range of these propositions and a range of interventions from us to secure foundational manufacturing capability, critical minerals agreements with partners like the United States. We are in this for Australian industry and Australian manufacturing. We do more in a week than the Abbott and Turnbull and Morrison governments did over that decade of low performance.
Minister, can I just ask that you keep your questions confined? I understand you're providing some context, but if you could keep them to the theme of the questions that
I was being encouraged to give a longer answer by Senator McDonald, I thought.
I'll demonstrate other hand signals later, Minister, if we'd like to clarify what they all mean.
I'm doing my best.
Thank you for your assistance. I understand from the department you can't provide an aggregate figure of funds being sought from the Commonwealth, but can the department confirm whether there are any facilities currently seeking $100 million or more in Commonwealth assistance?
We'll take that question on notice too. on the same basis, just refer back to my previous answer and we'll take it on notice.
How many facilities are seeking $50 million or more?
Same answer, Senator.
Remembering that if the department is aware of the answer...
Yeah, and that's why I indicated we'll take it on notice, because there may be information that we have that we can help you with, but we will be constrained by what is within those Cabinet and ERC decision-making frameworks, what is engaged in very close work that we're doing with the states and territories, and also with an eye on properly within the constraints of estimates on commercial damage that might occur to Australian businesses. So with those three constraints in mind, we'll see if we can help you.
Well, you're not helping me, you're helping the Australian Senate, Minister.
Well, we're about helping Australian industry here, blue-collar jobs in regional areas.
You understand the Senate process, though.
We have delivered hand over fist.
It is our job to make inquiries of the budget, and that is entirely legitimate.
And as I said, within the legitimate constraints, where we want to make sure that what we do doesn't put anybody out of work.
Yes.
Like that's the key. We don't want to put anybody out of work, and we don't want to undermine the proper cabinet processes, because we're trying to run a disciplined show here, and we're trying to intervene for Australian industry.
Of the 6 facilities on the OPD released in June 2025 list, how many have now received Commonwealth assistance through the 26-27 budget measures?
So through the current budget?
Yes.
There will be... So through the current budget, I believe it is Liberty Bell Bay and Glencore, potentially. Glencore Mount Isa copper smelter.
So of the 6, 2 have.
Correct. Noting that Near Star facilities had an existing support package of 135 million in them previously, I believe, in MyEFO.
Of those that have received assistance, are any of them still on the current at-risk list?
Senator, as per my previous answers, that list was a point in time.
Okay.
We don't have an existing...
I hear you, Ms Pickworth. Of those that have received assistance, are any of them still considered by the department to be at risk?
So, Senator, of the ones that my colleague just mentioned, so there's as part of the intervention, for example, in Glencore, there's work underway, including around a transformation study and looking at that whole region. So I just wanted to convey that there's a level of ongoing work attached to most of the interventions, so we're happy to give you a kind of status update on particular interventions, if that's useful.
Well, I'm seeking to understand if any of the facilities are still considered to be at risk.
I think the answer is really there's a range of facilities that we're engaged in. In addition to that, of course, there is a war on in the Middle East, and that has, of course, meant that there's a range of supply chain efforts that the government's engaged in.
So the question remains, regardless of the reason,
yeah, we'll
any of those
indicated. We'll take it on notice. We're engaged. We don't stop engaging with these. But we don't stop engaging with these facilities once the support is announced.
Terrific.
Like there are deliverables
wonderful.
and timetables that we are obviously focused on. Again, you might find that boring.
I don't find it boring, Minister. I'm just trying to get through questions.
Well,
And you're taking a very long time and providing a lot of additional information that's not helpful.
That's what estimates is all about.
No, it's not actually. It's about answering questions.
Us providing answers and context. And we don't stop once the Commonwealth and the state have written out an announcement. We keep on with the work.
Senator, can I just correct the record? My error, sorry. I believe that Glencore was my EFO, not budget.
Thank you for clarifying that. All right, I'll ask this one and then we'll pass. Has the department assessed whether Commonwealth assistance has improved the financial viability of the recipient facilities, or whether further intervention is likely to be needed?
Well, I can just say, let's take the Boyne smelter in Gladstone. Right, what that intervention has delivered.
No, just remembering what my question is.
Yeah, it's about intervention in these facilities and an assessment of their future competitiveness. And is further investment going to be required? Well, I can tell you in relation to that smelter, $1 billion from each of the governments, $7.5 billion underwriting wind and solar projects all over regional Queensland, delivering for blue-collar jobs, means lower cost electricity, more industrial development, sits alongside our investment in Alpha HPA in Gladstone, which will be the world's largest high-purity alumina facility. Those power purchasing agreements that, as a result of our intervention, have been struck, go for 25 years. The commitment from Rio Tinto into that facility goes until 2040. The result of that is investment in blue-collar jobs and engineering and industrial production in central Queensland for as far as the eye can see. As far as the eye can see. Hundreds and hundreds of apprentices will get jobs that would otherwise not have got jobs because of that intervention. So yes, the answer is we are lifting competitiveness, we are lifting performance and making sure that we sustain these industries for the future.
May I draw you back to the question, Minister? The question is, because obviously you mustn't have heard my question the first time, the question is, has the department assessed whether Commonwealth assistance has improved the financial viability of the recipient facilities, or whether further intervention is likely to be needed? You provided a whole lot of information about why you provided the assistance and what benefit you believe there will be in the future, and that's terrific. But what I'm asking is a completely different question.
Well, I understand you're not interested in the substance of these questions.
No, that's a reflection, Minister. That's not fair. Chair, come on. That's not okay. Come on.
We have made, for example, in that facility, an investment that has delivered increased competitiveness, and I don't anticipate...
Assessment. Have you assessed it? Do you think you'll have to provide more money?
Well, we will keep working with all of these businesses to make sure they deliver on the commitments they have made. In that instance, it's a good example, plenty more. In that instance, they have made a commitment to keep operating until 2040. But in addition to that, the power purchasing agreements that sit underneath that go for 25 years and will bring forward substantial investment in wind and solar and transmission that will make the Queensland grid stronger and more competitive and support every Queensland household and businesses' household bills.
Minister, can you answer the question of whether or not an assessment... No, he has not. I'm sorry, Chair. I don't mean to be assertive, question, but that's not... He answered a completely different question.
Well, I answered it in particular in relation to one of those facilities that is a very good example of the impact of these interventions on the ongoing sustainability of these businesses. Now, that's the case in a variety of forms for all of the businesses that we've been engaged in. If you want to ask a specific...
Minister, specifically, have you assessed if it has improved the financial viability?
Well, it doesn't make it weaker. Like, honestly.
So you've assessed that? Do you know it hasn't made it weaker?
Well, of course, that all of these businesses make...
You've got an answer.
All of these businesses make contributions themselves.
You've assessed...
We are very closely engaged. We are very closely engaged with all of these businesses, I can tell you.
So is it okay then, Minister, if I read your answer as Yes, you have provided an assessment of whether the Commonwealth assistance has improved the financial viability of the recipient facilities.
I said what I said.
I'm going to have to rotate the call. Senator Walker has some questions, and then we'll come to you, Senator Little.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions about the Australian metals processing sector. Got the right officials up?
Yes, you do.
Okay, good. Just like to check. Can you tell me a little bit about the role of the metals processing sector, the role that it plays in regional Australia? I'm talking local employment, skills, and the wider regional economy.
Absolutely. We might start with aluminium and sort of go through from there. And just while my colleagues are anchoring there, there's obviously in aluminium a rare opportunity in terms of Australia being involved from end to end in the supply chain there, and a sector with increasing global demand over coming years. So I'll just pass to my colleagues.
I might go first and Ms Talbot can add. In aggregate, our smelters contribute $2 billion in direct GDP impact and $4 billion in indirect impact. That was the estimate in 23-24. Support 10,000 direct jobs and up to 70,000 upstream and downstream jobs in the year 23-24. And represent 7.5% of our export share at a value of $39.9 billion in the year 2023-24.
And if I can just add to that, because I think some of your question went to the regional aspects. Most of Australia's 16 metal smelters sustain key regional communities and support thousands of jobs in those communities as well. In terms of aluminium, which was an example, we have 4 aluminium smelters in Australia, one in Gladstone, one in the Hunter Valley in New South Wales, one in Bell Bay, Tasmania, and one in Portland, Victoria. They're all regional communities, and I can get you the exact number of jobs, but that is a substantial number of jobs and activity. And I think, as Ms Pickworth noted, in terms of the importance of the sector, Australia is one of the few countries in the world that has an end-to-end secure supply chain for producing finished aluminium because we mine bauxite. Also in regional areas, I believe Western Australia and Queensland, we refine that bauxite into alumina. I think we are in actual fact the second largest exporter of alumina in the world, and then we use that alumina onshore as well to produce finished goods aluminium.
And so from a more broader perspective, can you explain the importance of the sector for economic resilience, value-adding exports and securing domestic supply chains?
Yes, so we can. I don't necessarily have the numbers exactly in front of me, but we have, in terms of aluminium export revenue generated in 2024-25, that was $5.9 billion. Copper refined was $5.6 billion. This is not, of course, every single metal, but zinc refined was $1.8 billion, and lead was $2.3 billion. So a substantial contribution in terms of export revenue. I think your question also went to the broader economic resilience piece, which is, I guess, in terms of, this is one of the things we were talking about a little earlier, in terms of supply chains. In general, there's a sort of, quite a foundational industrial capability, like metal smelting does produce byproducts, for example, sulfuric acid, which are then used in, the production of other products like fertilizer. So there is it is quite important in terms of that fundamental sort of industrial capability for the nation, and of course to Australia being a resources-rich nation has, significant resources or supplies for the smelters as well.
And just to add to what Ms Talbot was saying, the global demand forecasts for zinc, copper and aluminium are all expected to rise. Zinc's used to galvanise steel for construction and automotive industries. There's potential future growth in zinc-based batteries. The global demand for copper, we're seeing that rising use of clean energy technology, electrification and artificial intelligence. And aluminium, there's rising global demand there for energy efficient cars, for technologies attached to a range of different uses. And so that's one of the things that we're very alive to, is that increasing global demand and the importance of these sectors for a range of uses, including defence.
And Senator, sorry, if I could just, I have the employment figures that Ms Talbot was talking about. So Tomago, in the aluminium smelting world, Tomago is 1,000 direct jobs and 1,200 total, so 200 indirect jobs. Bell Bay Aluminium is 530 jobs. Boyne is 1,050 jobs, and Portland is 590 direct jobs.
And of course, what we know is that the direct jobs is only a small proportion of what the kind of jobs are across that full supply chain and in that region. So the amplification into the local job market is high for these smelters.
Thanks. As you'd be aware, the government has announced several investments and support packages to secure key metal processing facilities. Can you just talk us through the packages that have been announced since May 2025?
Yes. So I think the Minister has already spoken at length about the Boyne aluminium smelter package, so I won't go into additional details on that. In terms of Nearstar's facilities, there are two, one in Port Pirie and one in Hobart. There has been announced $135 million package of support for those facilities. Very important to note, as has already been outlined, that this support is very much in partnership with each of the jurisdictional governments where the facilities sit. And then in terms of the Glencore Mount Isa copper smelter, there has been an announced package of $600 million joint with Queensland Government, I believe, over 3 years.
And also, Senator, the government has committed $1.9 billion to transform Whyalla to a lower emissions port-to-pit sovereign steelmaker. On top of that's in addition to funding of the administration to keep the facility supplying steel into the supply chains that the Secretary talked about. And we also committed with the Tasmanian Government $9.6 million to support wages at Liberty Bell Bay while Liberty Bell Bay is in administration and the administrators move to the second creditors meeting and sale of that facility to a new owner.
Thank you. And just to go to Boyne specifically, how much private investment has been unlocked by the government's support?
So there's at least a commitment to invest at least $7.5 billion in new renewable energy generation in Queensland by the company.
Thanks. Just my final question to the Minister. How does the Albanese Labor government's approach to securing industrial capacity contrast with that of previous governments?
Well, the Morrison and Turnbull and Abbott governments were relentlessly hostile to Australian industry. They put, high-vis vests on over the top of their city suits and had slogans, but their failure on the energy side, their incapacity to intervene in the interests of Australian industry meant that Australian industry became less competitive and they didn't have a practical answer. Aside from that, the deliberate decision of that government to forego the substantial productivity advantages and substantial economic growth advantages of having an automotive sector in Australia and to drive that industry offshore in a way that I think Australians found utterly shocking. Mr Hockey and Mr Abbott basically saying, get lost was the message. To the automotive sector. Well, they did get lost, and 40,000 out of suburban and regional blue-collar jobs went with it. Now, this is what passes for an alternative government. The the One Nation, National Party, Liberal Party are big on slogans, but their record, it's so bad that it can't be run from. We are absolutely focused on our responsibility for Australians to rebuild industrial capability, and we're very serious about getting on with that job.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Little?
Well, moving on from that monologue of your version of the past, I'm wanting to talk about the future, particularly in my home state of South Australia and Whyalla, which is our largest population centre outside of Adelaide. The question is, the $1.9 billion transformation funding is conditional on Whyalla moving to green iron production. Green iron at commercial scale requires commercial scale green hydrogen. Witnesses have said it is too early to tell whether the 2030 hydrogen target will be met with current production at 0.2% of target. Does the department accept that the Whyalla transformation is committed against an input that the government itself cannot guarantee will arrive?
Senator, I would say, I'd answer it this way of saying the negotiations with the bidders to introduce a direct reduction plant to make iron, which is the proven technology to move to greener iron, decarbonised iron, the bidders are proposing to put in DRPs that are interoperable. I think everyone accepts there will be a transition using gas in the short term and moving to hydrogen as that becomes competitive. So we are focusing on ensuring the technology that goes in there can move to hydrogen as hydrogen becomes price competitive.
But your current green hydrogen production is 1,100 tonnes. It's only 0.2% of your target.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about
That's requiring a 450% increase.
I think what Mr Sloan's been careful to set out, I mean, what we don't want is Whyalla to be in a technological cul-de-sac. There are efforts by steelmakers around the world to go to lower carbon and lower cost production processes. There are substantial advantages from moving from the current processes to gas-fired, essentially gas-fired DRI, but of course the engagement between the administrators and the governments and prospective buyers is, about ensuring that there is a long-term future for that business. The idea that you sort of go backwards in technological terms and set the business up for another set of challenges in a decade rather than giving them the optimal amount of choices is not the approach that the government's taking.
So if that supply does not arrive at scale by 2030, what happens to the $1.9 billion transformation commitment, given that the people of Whyalla have been waiting for a hydrogen plant, which is stalled or no longer happening?
We're working to the timetable that we set out. There's commercial negotiations that are engaged between the two governments and the proponents. We'll make announcements in due course about the shape of the final outcome. You'll have seen that we made announcements last week between the two governments about the shape of that. I mean, we're taking a very different approach to what happened last time. There's a change of ownership where the previous government was a sort of cheer squad for an investor who people had great hopes about in Whyalla. But who has let that community and has let Australia down.
They were also told about a $600 million hydrogen plant.
And well, we are making prudent investments and setting that, not just that community up, but Australian steel and the Australian iron ore industry up for a stronger future. We are shaping a better industrial future for the country, and Whyalla is a core part of that operation.
Does the government continue to fund Whyalla indefinitely against a hydrogen supply that the department has said it can't guarantee?
No.
No?
Oh, well, we have announced a timetable. We're working very hard to meet that timetable. The answer for Whyalla is new commercial owners who have the best interests of that business at heart. Now, we have set up a joint process with the state government. It's a very dramatic intervention. I think it was interesting when that decision was announced. I think I was in the Hunter Valley on the day that was announced, and the amount of national pride that blue-collar workers who I was spending that day with felt that the government had stood up for the Australian steel sector and taken that business off somebody who was driving it into the ground was palpable. Now, there's hard work that has been undertaken, much of it led by Mr Sloan. We are working hard in a disciplined way to meet that timetable and to deliver a commercial ownership for that facility and that pit to port future. But it's hard work, and it is going to take concentrated effort over a very long period of time.
So if the time period for the transformation lapses, who absorbs the loss? Is that the Commonwealth?
Maybe if I answer it this way, Senator, and noting we are in negotiations with two parties, as the Minister said, once we have a buyer in Whyalla, there will be contracts and milestones. They will get paid on milestones. So the risk to the Commonwealth Commonwealth will only pay for those milestones as they're met.
Right. So I want to ask you about modelling. Have you modelled the cost per tonne of CO2 abated through the Whyalla transformation funding?
I might just throw to my colleague after I say this. Because we don't know, again, we're in commercial negotiations with two parties, and they have, I've got to be a bit careful here, they have slightly different solutions, and until you know what they are going to build, it's very hard to model the impact of that technology. As the Minister said, we don't want to, we don't want to dictate one technology. It's a technology that is, can reduce emissions in a commercial way, and that will be up to the new owner of Whyalla. But I don't think we've modelled anything because of that.
And Senator, if I can just add to what Mr Sloan was saying, as he mentioned, we are obviously in commercial negotiations and in partnership with the state government. So some of the we're constrained in terms of some of the level of detail we can go to at this point in the process. We have a timetable. We are working through it steadily and with the level of discipline that you would expect. But just conscious of where we're at in that process, there is a little bit of a limit to how much we can go to, given those state and commercial negotiations that are in play.
But your intention is to test the modelling that they're proposing as part of their commercial proposition?
I mean, these are deep and engaged commercial negotiations that involve, the two governments and the proponents and the administrator. The focus of that work is on making sure there is an industrial pathway. It is a complex industrial puzzle, securing that pit-to-port operation. These aren't just a sort of commercial negotiation, it's about securing an industrial outcome, and as I said before, with some interest in making sure that the proponents have got viable plans for the future that offer, competitive approaches to steel making that's more efficient, more productive, and of course having a lower emissions footprint, because that is the key to their future competitiveness.
Minister, thank you. I would agree with you. This is deeply important, but I go back to the question. which is your intention to test the modelling being proposed by those people who are seeking
yes, Senator, it is. We have brought Macquarie Capital on as our financial advisors, and that's a big part of their role, on top of many other things, but a part is to look at what the transformation plans of the bidders are and whether they are credible or not.
Okay. Are you able to table any part of that you would deem to not be commercially sensitive in terms of the modelling? What type of modelling is being done?
That is all that is the information that people are giving us, bidders are giving us of their plans. I think that's highly commercial, and I don't think I can provide that.
We're happy to take. I mean, we're happy to take on notice, Senator, if there's anything that we can provide, noting what Mr. Sloan has said around the kind of commercial and other sensitivities attached to state government relationships, those sorts of things. But absolutely, if there's anything that we can provide, we can also. My colleagues here can also just, if it's useful, step through the process to date, but also what we're planning to do over the coming months, if that's useful.
Thank you, Ms Pickworth. And what about cost-benefit analysis? That will be part of that assessment?
So, Senator, the task force that's working through this, and it is a joint task force with South Australia, I can assure you it is a very robust and thorough process in terms of providing advice through to both of the governments and working with the administrators. There's a limit to what more we'd be able to share at this point in the process, but it's a very disciplined and thorough process, joint with the state government and with the commercial parties.
Okay. I've got a question about whether the department is seeking for taxpayers to fund that transformation built on Chinese import dependency for the energy and on a hydrogen supply the government cannot deliver.
Senator, as per our answers, we are bringing a level of analysis to this work, including around ensuring the viability of this industrial capability for Australia. I'll refer to my previous answer around there's limits to how much we can share at this point in the process, given both the commercial sensitivities, including for the bidders, but also the work with the South Australian Government.
Okay. This series of questions refers to page 327 of Budget Paper 1. There's I think, a couple of paragraphs in relation to Whyalla. What is the total Commonwealth-only commitment to Whyalla across all 4 streams?
When you say all 4 streams, Senator...
Well, you're talking about a number of... you're talking about funding, 2.4 billion joint package, including up to 1.9 billion for transformation. It's exactly as it appears in there. I'm interested in you telling me what's the Commonwealth-only commitment across those 4 streams?
So maybe if I just talk through the numbers. The 500 million of green investment iron fund goes into the 1.9. And of that 1.9, 1.5 is the Australian government's contribution. And of that 2.4, which was the original announcement in February 2025, the remainder is made up of $100 million of on-the-ground support, for Whyalla, such as a creditors' assistance scheme that partially paid back some of the debts owed by GFG to local and state-based creditors, and then 400 million. So the difference, so 100 million for that, and the difference for 400 of 2.4 was the initial $400 million to fund KordaMentha to run the administration.
Right.
And that 400 was on a 50-50 basis, so 200 each. Mr. Rutherford might have the breakdown of the 100 million because that wasn't totally 50-50 if my memory... It was close, but it wasn't quite.
That's right. So Lucas Rutherford, General Manager of the Whyalla Steelworks Task Force. So that original number that was outlined in the Prime Minister and the Premier's release in February 2025 of $100 million on the ground support included a $50 million creditor assistance program, of which the Commonwealth contributed up to $18 million. It referenced around $32.5 million of infrastructure upgrades, of which around $16.2 million was from the Commonwealth. It also included a jobs matching and skills hub that was provided by South Australia.
Well, thank you for that breakdown, but can you explain why that breakdown is not included in these budget papers? The Commonwealth commitment to that? It's a $2.4 billion commitment.
The 400 million and the our share of the 100 million that Mr Rutherford just talked about, that was put in the 25-26 budget on, and I do have the page number here, page 63 of budget paper 2 in the 25-26 budget had the initial funding for Whyalla in that. In the Commonwealth Administration funding, which we talked about. It also had, I think, did it have the Green Iron Investment Fund on the same page? It was in that budget. Was it?
I think it was captured in MyEFO, the previous MyEFO.
Yeah, so right. Captured in the previous MyEFO. So you've got to go back through a series of budget papers for when decisions were made to put those numbers into the budget.
Okay, going across a series of budget papers, was there any intent, was it intentional to not publish that breakdown of that funding that's committed from the Commonwealth in this budget paper?
It's not
26, 27.
It's not usual practice to go back and outline old decisions, Senator. You make the decision, put it in that budget, and then it just tracks through.
Okay.
And any new decisions have been put in those MyEFOs and budgets at the appropriate time.
Okay. South Australians and people of Whyalla have been waiting a while for some sort of certainty. If no sale is completed or no arrangements are completed by the August 2026, does the $1.9 billion transformation funding flow lapse, or does it convert to direct Commonwealth investment?
I think I'll answer like the Minister said. We are working to the outcome to get a new buyer and get those supports in place.
Has the department actually modelled the fiscal exposure under each of those scenarios?
Senator, as per my previous answer, there's a great deal of focused effort across the Commonwealth around this process, and I assure you that consideration around viability, about shoring up this industrial capability, about the roles of the governments and the bidders is all part of that process. There's just a limit to what we can provide in terms of detail, given the negotiations are underway at the moment.
Okay.
As you can see, it's I mean where we make future decisions, we'll provide more information. At the moment, the priority is on securing a sale of the Whyalla business. When the announcement was made in February of last year about this intervention, we set out a timetable. It's an ambitious timetable with a real and substantial commitment from this government and from the Malinowskis government in South Australia. There is a very significant body of work that's been undertaken, including by the Administrator, who's been doing important work in cooperation with the two governments. We in previous budget papers and MyEFO papers, we've set out those commitments. They are real and substantial. We'll make future announcements when that's when we've reached a conclusion, and you can expect that they'll be properly accounted for, just the way the other ones were.
Now, the department's own Freedom of Information request talking points describe this as a special agreement, and I make reference to BlueScope appointed by Quartermentha as steelmaking advisor and simultaneously also sitting as in the bidder consortium with Nippon Steel, JSW Steel and POSCO. BlueScope holds a right of refusal, as you know. Did the Commonwealth approve this dual role before BlueScope was taken on as an advisor?
Senator, I think I answered this at the last estimates where Quartermentha, who, as you rightly said, entered into the agreement with BlueScope to help them stabilise the steelworks, particularly around safety, because as we've heard many times, I think that it had been run down for a lack of investment. So Quartermentha felt that they needed to get on site really quickly, expertise in steel making, particularly in the blast furnace BOS world, which BlueScope has at Port Kembla. So having them coming quickly was really important, and therefore they made the decision to make that appointment, and we informed them that it was a decision that they needed to make. They had responsibilities under their operational Corporations Act, etc., and that we effectively noted the decision, if you like. I think that was the word that I said to, I think it was Senator Colbeck last time. But it was a decision of KM. Sorry.
Sorry. Troy, you finished. No. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just one important correction for the question, not your answer, Mr. Sloan. It's that what the administrator has provided is a right of last offer, not a right of refusal. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not even a bush lawyer, really, Senator Little. But it seems to me that they had two different propositions. Okay. So just wanted to correct that in case anybody's actually listening out there. I just have to say, the way that Mr. Sloan has set it out is exactly right. Should just say, I'm very grateful for the work that BlueScope have done here with the administrator. Like, really, securing the operations of the steelworks has been a very complex engineering and commercial and logistical task. It has been, all hands to the tiller for Australian Steel. So I'm very grateful for that work. It's actually Australians pulling together for the Australian steel sector, and I can't fault that commitment and that work. BlueScope retained that position that they've negotiated with the administrator. I'm very comfortable with that.
And sorry, Senator, can I also add a bit more clarity? So it is with the administrator on the sale process that they are running. We are running a separate but related process around government funding. So the right of last offer, Rolo, as the Minister says, does not apply to that process. Okay. Does not apply to the government funding process.
So I'm going to ask, you did a probity assessment, I'm assuming. Did a probity assessment on this special arrangement?
Well,
yes.
We've got a probity advisor in, and probity certainly they.
Okay, but there was an assessment done. There's an assessment of it. That advisor's job, their scope of work was to do an assessment on that.
Sorry,
special arrangement.
Well, again, I'd go back. It's a services agreement, not a special agreement. I think that was language used by.
This was in the talking points from the department.
But from a point of view, I would go back to what I said earlier. Each party in this process has their own legal responsibilities, and it was a decision for KM whether they felt appointing that BlueScope in that special advisor's role, because it was an advisor role, was consistent with their responsibilities under all their acts that they've got to meet, but particularly the Corporations Act, where they have to act in the best interest of the creditors.
Okay, so I'm trying to distinguish between the advisor and their role in probity assessment and an assessment being done. Is there and I don't think I've got an answer about whether an actual assessment has been done as opposed to somebody keeping an eye on it. And it goes to the next question, which is there an ongoing assessment, and whose role is that? Is that the advisor's role to do an ongoing assessment around probity, around how these negotiations are proceeding?
So, and I might throw to Mr Rutherford in a second for more details, but I would say, so I would go back again. We have been very, very clear in making sure each party is responsible for their own responsibilities, for lack of a better set of words. So, in the case of the appointment of the blue scope and the offering of the Rolo, I would go back again and say that was a decision for KordaMentha, and they had to make their own decisions on that it was meeting their Corporations Acts. So we did not do a probity assessment on that because it was not our decision to make. As for probity more generally, we have a probity advisor, and we are in regular contact, and he looks at our products and gives us advice, and through the decision-making processes that we go, we use him constantly.
So the probity advisor is not. That's an independent.
That is an independent,
right.
Yes,
okay.
an independent outside person who is an expert in probity.
Right. Did you want to add anything, Mr Rutherford?
No, I was just to back it in. We do obviously seek probity advice on an ongoing basis where it relates to the government process and where there are decisions that we need to make on behalf of the government. But as Mr Sloan said, the particular decision on the entering into that agreement was one for KordaMentha.
So other than the independent assessment through this advisor, were Finance or the ACCC, did they provide a probity assessment at all? Were they involved in doing a separate assessment? Was there any interest in doing a separate probity assessment?
I wouldn't want to talk for the ACCC.
Sorry?
Or I wouldn't want to talk for the ACCC, but
you're not aware of it?
I would go back and say that KordaMentha has corporate responsibilities, and they made that decision.
Right. Okay.
If you want to keep going, or
do you want to go to
Yep.
Sorry, Senator.
That's right.
Thank you. I've got some questions on critical minerals. Should we do that now, or should we stay in the...
The critical minerals team will be here for outcome 1.3, which is tomorrow morning, where there's intersection across and where obviously metals processing and the relationship into critical minerals, we can certainly kind of...
Well, my questions were around the IEA's latest investment report and supporting. Leave that for 1.3?
1.3 would be best for that.
Okay. Don't leave me, Chair. I've got more. Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the government's strategy to ensure Australia's bauxite and alumina sector doesn't face a similar outcome to nickel. What happens... Well, what is the government's strategy around that, please?
So what we can talk to in outcome 1.1 was we are very alive to the fact that Australia has end-to-end supply chain into aluminium, and that kind of the metals processing part of that. We can cover that in 1.1, but I think your questions probably are better placed into 1.3, but I might just check with my colleague Mr Talbot about whether there's anything we want to add from a kind of aluminium perspective versus the bauxite perspective.
No, I don't think
so. That would be better directed to 1.3.
All right. Okay, let me try the Anti-Dumping Commissioner.
That is absolutely 1.1.
Terrific. Thank you. Good morning. I want to ask you, what is the threshold for the Anti-Dumping Commission to examine market distortion of a product?
The David Latina, Anti-Dumping Commissioner. The provisions under the Anti-Dumping Commission, under the Customs Act 1901, is the threshold is that essentially that there's been the dumping is taking place, that the dumping is having an impact, an injury on local industry, that injury is material in nature, impacting on local industry, and that there's causation between that material injury and the dumping that's taking place. So those 4 elements need to be in place as a threshold in order for the Anti-Dumping Commissioner to make a recommendation to the Minister that measures be introduced.
Would a 20% market distortion occurring from product being dumped theoretically be something then that the Anti-Dumping Commissioner would investigate?
Can you just clarify what you mean by a 20% distortion?
Well, I'm looking at the 20% domestic gas reservation recently. It has proposed to push prices below the cost of production for particularly those businesses in Victoria and the domestic producers. So that's the framework that I'm asking. So if the policy pushes price below the cost of production, would that be something that the Anti-Dumping Commissioner would be interested in?
Sorry, no.
Senator, the work that...
is this an independent role? I'm sorry, the Anti-Dumping Commissioner?
Which is what I was just about to insist upon.
Yes, all right. So
right, which is what... No, let me conclude my answer. Mr Latina's responsibility as the Commissioner is to discharge the statutory responsibilities here, which are evidence-based, and perfectly entitled to ask him questions about that. He's not in a position where he can, and they are about dumping that happens into Australia. He can't answer questions or offer an opinion about government policy more broadly. And frankly, I am astonished that you would run talking points for particular interests in the way that you just did, in a way that, in my view, undermines the Australian interest here. Absolutely shocked that you would do that. I just ask you to have a think about what that kind of line of questioning encourages.
Minister, do you seek to stop me asking questions of the Anti-Dumping Commissioner? Just to clarify.
I just want you to ask questions as if you cared about the Australian interest. That's what I want you to do.
Minister, do you seek to stop me asking questions of the Anti-Dumping Commissioner?
Ask away, but I'm astonished that you would ask that question. You've got enormous privileges coming in here as a senator. And rights that go with it too, but asking an official to answer that question in the way that you did is utterly shocking. Utterly shocking.
Thank you for your advice,
I thought you guys
Minister.
were for Australia, not against it.
Wow.
Utterly shocking.
I think that's an opinion, isn't it? Mr Latino, then can I turn back to asking questions of you, please? My question is that if we were seeing gas dumped by another jurisdiction, another country, into Australia in this way, rather than the Australian government, would it be worthy of investigation?
If you want to drive Australian manufacturing offshore, just keep it up. Just keep it up. That is an irresponsible and un-Australian proposition
to stop me asking
that he
questions
can't
of the
possibly
Independent
answer. He can't possibly answer that question because it's offering an opinion about government policy.
It was absolutely not an opinion.
Number two, It absolutely is one. Number two,
how
I'm
is it an
shocked that you would
opinion?
ask it. And
How
number
is that an
three,
opinion?
we've got a government here that is acting in the Australian interest to secure Australian gas for Australian manufacturing. If you want a sort of semaphore overseas to encourage people overseas to take a particular position, I think people will hold a very dim view of that. You ought to be using Senate estimates for Australia, not for other interests.
Mr Latina, if there was a product being pushed into the Australian market by another jurisdiction that would push prices to below the cost of production, would the Anti-Dumping Commission take an interest?
The framework that we operate under the Customs Act relates to where you need to have a local manufacturer, and the nature of dumping and the definition of dumping is where a business is exporting their product into the Australian market at a lower price than what is their the normal value of the product that they sell it in their home market.
In their home market. So what I was seeking to ask of you before I was given some free advice previously is whether or not this policy would fall into your scope of remit.
Sorry, I'm not sure what policy that you're referring to.
The domestic gas reservation.
I don't think I'm competent in terms of the domestic gas reservation to see in terms of how that applies to the anti-dumping.
That's what I'm seeking to ask you. Do you think it's within your scope or not? I mean, it's not a trick question. I'm just trying to clarify it so that we can.
I think with any case or application, we need to see the merits of that application that would come to me, and we'd consider it on its merits as we would with any other application.
Right, okay. So if the ACCC raises an issue, a concern with you, that would be worth. I'm just trying to understand, do people come to you and say, here's an issue we want you to examine? Do you read about it in the newspaper? Do you have a domestic producer say, we've got a problem, we're going out of business?
Almost invariably, they're local manufacturers that come to the Anti-Dumping Commission either for an initial conversation. In some cases, they have a pre-application assessment with us, and so in order to enable us to better understand their concerns before they put in their application. In some cases, if they're more familiar with the anti-dumping system, will put in an application directly with us, and then we'll consider that. And then I've got under the legislation, I've got to consider. And I've got some time to consider in terms of whether I initiate an investigation, depending on whether I consider that the key elements of the application meet the requirements of the Act in order to initiate an investigation.
Terrific. Thank you. Minister, the stated aim of the domestic gas reservation is to ensure more Australian gas is supplied to the domestic market, helping to make energy more affordable to families, protecting businesses from international shocks, and keeping our heavy industries competitive. Is the aim of the DGR to ensure more Australian gas is developed for future manufacturing, like Narrabri, the Otway and the Beetaloo?
Well, we want to see Australian gas reserved for Australian industry.
Sorry, my specific question was around.
Yeah, I understand your specific question, but it went with a fair bit of preamble, and I'm going to deal with the whole question.
Well, that was, yeah, sure. Let's go.
The purpose of the policy is, like every other major gas exporter in the world, to make sure that we are securing Australian gas at the lowest possible price for Australian households and for Australian industry. We are working through the final details of that policy with industry over the coming 7 or 8 weeks, if I recall the timetable properly. I think I said 8 weeks last week, so I suppose it's 7 weeks this week. And we have made some commitments about the scale that is 20% of exports, and about the principles that are involved, in particular respecting existing contracts, and we'll work through the detail with our colleagues in industry over the coming weeks.
Thank you, Minister. Specifically, is the aim of the domestic gas reservation to ensure more Australian gas is developed onshore in Australia for future manufacturing, like Narrabri, like the Otway and like the Beetaloo?
Well, I want to see development in Australia, and I want to see our 20% of our exports reserved for Australian industry at the lowest possible cost. I want to see future gas and prices in Australia as a source of future competitiveness, not a drag on Australian manufacturing competitiveness. We have, this is not a political observation because there's a range of governments over the course of the last 25 or so years. But we have not set this market up at the outset in Australia's interest. And this intervention is important, respects our existing contracts, it goes to our future energy security. Firms will make commercial judgments about investments into the future. Some of those, you know, they are not the only future investments and future prospective fields that are there, and you'll have plenty of opportunities in resources estimates, of course, to ask questions about where licences have been granted and the progress of approvals and all those sort of questions. But fundamentally, this is about delivering future energy competitiveness for Australia.
Just to clarify, what exactly is the government's position on developing new and additional domestic gas? We want to see more development. Gas is a really important product for Australian competitiveness. Right. And ever since gas prices have risen, for a range of reasons, including Australian manufacturers being exposed to world gas prices, that has damaged Australian industry. We are seeking to reset that market in a substantial but considered way, and that is all about securing the lowest possible prices for Australian industry. All right. Now, great news that you support the development of future gas fields.
I think I've been pretty consistent on these questions over a long period of time, Senator McDonald. I want to see.
Sorry, I hadn't quite got to a question there, but
I thought you were.
I think we're in agreement.
I think we're in agreement about how important gas is for industry, and it's going to continue to play an important role.
So, is your position to ensure more Australian gas is supplied about developing new gas supply projects, or about diverting Queensland export gas to New South Wales customers like BlueScope?
Well, I want to see right across Australian industry.
Quite narrow, that question.
Well, I'll answer it how I choose to answer it, Senator. When we announced prior to Christmas the decision-making parameters that the Cabinet was considering around gas reservation, and really drew a line in the sand so that the industry understood that contracts prior to that announcement would be respected. There has been a lot of positive feedback, including from Queensland industry, not exclusively Queensland, but including from Queensland industry, gas-reliant industry, about what a reservation scheme would mean for them. We made further announcements about the final design parameters and what the implementation consultation process would do, and that work is, as you know, been undertaken now. It is not a universally, popular proposition, reservation of gas. It does engage a lot of interests, and we've got to be respectful of those interests but have an eye on what the national interest here is. And the national interest is in having secure supply, energy resilience, energy security and the lowest possible price.
We understand that last week your department and DQ confirmed on a consultation call that companies would have to sell below their cost of supply if there were no buyers at a higher price. Can you confirm if that is correct and your position?
I think this consultation would have been, and I'll just check in a moment, but you probably make more progress on that when you come to resources estimates. I mean, we're engaged in it. My position is I want to see the lowest possible price. I want to see contracts respected. That's an important part of Australia's energy security. And I want to see the lowest possible price for Australian heavy industry because that is where our economic resilience lies. That's how we make the country stronger for the future. That's where the overwhelming number of Australians in industry are employed. And I want to see, not picking favourites here on the east coast of Australia or in terms of, Senator Little was asking about, future gas and other related production in Whyalla Steel. I want to see the lowest possible gas prices being a source of future competitiveness and driving investment decisions in Australian manufacturing into the future. That has not been a feature of the Australian economy for some time. Low gas prices, and I want to see the lowest possible gas prices for industry.
If companies have to sell below their cost of supply, this would make new investment in new supply impossible, wouldn't it?
Well, the government is engaged with industry about the final design of the scheme. I want to see the lowest possible prices. We have an eye on future investment decisions that are in the national interest. We're working carefully with industry and we'll make announcements about that following the Cabinet's final decision after that consultation process has been engaged. I want to be respectful of those processes, the consultation and the Cabinet decision-making process, not preempt the final outcome. But we're having a good, respectful dialogue with every element of the industry, including manufacturing.
So,
minutes. Do you want to rotate or?
Oh, I'd just like to finish this line, please, Chair. So I'm just trying to understand, then, if you are directing companies to sell below their cost of production, if forcing them to sell into the market if there's no buyers at a higher price, and new investment into new supply then stops because obviously those projects would be uneconomic, is it then the government's position that it doesn't want new gas supply? It's the case that it simply wants to divert Queensland gas to New South Wales and Victoria, and that it isn't interested in developing new gas projects in those places?
Well, we're for Australia.
But that would be the logical result of the policy?
We're for Australia and Australian industry. Queensland industry, Queensland heavy industry, that has suffered because of high gas prices, needs to see the most competitive, lowest possible cost gas for heavy industry. That's what Queensland industry needs to see.
The crux of the problem
we don't try and pit Australians against each other or blame one group of Australians when something goes wrong.
I'm not seeking to do that,
we're for reserving
Minister.
Australian gas for Australian industry.
I'm just trying to understand this wicked problem of if you force price, if you force sales into the market, and industry and gas producers have to sell gas at below what it costs them to produce it, then instead of producing more gas in the places where it's needed, like Victoria specifically, like New South Wales, even like Beetaloo, that investment in producing and drilling more wells in those places won't go ahead, and then we won't have new gas. We will just divert the existing gas that we have back into those markets, and that wouldn't be a win for Australia developing its own resources?
Look, when the Western Australian government announced its gas reservation strategy, many of those arguments were made. But what we've actually seen in Western Australia is competitive gas prices onshore, and we've seen not just facilities able to continue their operations because they've had access to competitive gas, but what we've seen is future investments being made. Very significant urea facility, for example, opening up next year. That is based upon a gas reservation strategy. Now, I understand that there are people going to make all the same arguments that were made.
It's a different policy, though, Minister.
But we will focus on a good design.
Because that one doesn't force you to supply into the market.
Well, a gas reservation means that
it's a different construct in Western Australia.
That in order to get an export approval, and these are very profitable industries, that there's a requirement to reserve gas. Now, I'm struck by, while there's not universal agreement, and obviously some people would prefer that everything stayed as it was. There actually is an acceptance across industry and in the Australian community that reserving Australian gas for Australian industry is the right thing to do.
But
now, we are not going to. We are going to do good design, not bad design.
Can we just?
We are going to do good design, not bad design.
I get this.
And those questions about future investment decisions by our gas producers will obviously be in mind. It is not the only consideration, but it is one of the considerations.
So, Minister, is the government's aim to regulate domestic gas prices to help BlueScope investment in DRI, replace blast furnace technology? Because if BlueScope uses 2 PJs a year now, but it's going to need 40 PJs a year to invest in DRI, what gas price should it have to pay according to the government?
Well, as I said, a minute ago you were worried about dumping gas, now it's about diverting gas. I want a gas market that works for Australia. And I'm ambitious for our onshore production here, whether it's steel, whether it's cement, whether it's alumina. I want to see more investment in fertiliser production here. Like we are for.
Furious agreement, Minister.
But agreeing ain't enough.
But we need more supply domestically in the places where it's needed.
Now we're going to have 20%.
And in Western Australia, you're not forcing gas into the market and forcing them to sell at a price below the cost of production.
I'm going to respect the consultation process and the cabinet decision making. We have got an eye on making the right decisions here and balancing those interests carefully. But I just want to be very clear. This is about reserving Australian gas for Australian industry at the lowest possible price. I understand some people want a higher price. Well, I understand people want a higher price because it's in their interest to have a higher price. We need to make careful judgments about that in the Australian interest. I've heard all these arguments before.
So I'm old enough. Then I'll finish.
Old enough to have been around when people said that gas reservation in Western Australia was a bad idea. It turns out, very good idea for Western Australia. Want to deliver the same outcome for Australia.
So, Minister, do you want more gas supply competition in the market, or would you be happy just to divert developed gas from Queensland exporters to the domestic market and hope low emissions technologies phase gas out in the mid-2030s?
I mean, you're telling a story about a future shape of Australian industry that I don't support.
Which part? Could you just explain that?
Well, there will be... There is heavy industry where gas is going to play a crucial role, and we need more of it at the lowest possible price. And at the moment, our gas market settings, offshore Australian manufacturing. That's the truth of it.
But it's $9 a petajoule
it's not a sufficient argument. I mean, if you want to defend that position and argue for higher prices,
it's the market,
go
Minister.
for your life.
The market is currently operating at $9 a petajoule.
We are for
today.
Australia for long-term,
That's not
lowest
an export
possible
price.
cost contracts for Australian industry and certainty about the future shape of energy prices in Australia. We're working hard on the electricity side to deliver the maximum level of generation investment and transmission investment, despite all of the sort of mad campaigning led by Senator Canavan and others on these questions. We're for a modern electricity system. We're for reserving Australian gas for Australian industry so that gas too is a source of future competitive advantage for Australia. There is some parts of industry where you do want to see electrification of Australian industry because it's, of course, there's an emissions advantage, but it's a lower cost option for industry and makes them more competitive. But for much of our heavy industry, that is not an option today.
So who will invest in new gas, though? If we force the price below the cost of production, who will invest in new gas in Australia? Won't we just run down the existing fields, particularly in Queensland, and we'll interfere both with our trading partners and with future supply, which will mean that domestic industry, whilst they might get a sugar hit now, will see no new gas come to market and sooner or later they'll be cut off.
Well, as I said...
Let the Minister answer and then I'm going to have to rotate the call.
As I said, we're respecting existing contracts. It's a very important design feature. The design process that we're finalising now, careful consultation with industry, will go to some of the issues that you've set out. But our focus is on delivering the lowest possible cost for Australia, and we are going to be, very determined about that question because we are for Australian industry and Australian manufacturing.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator O'Neill, and if you could keep it to 9 minutes, we will break at 1 o'clock. Otherwise, we have to come back.
Well, there's plenty of questions here and we could continue after the break. So my questions are really relating to supply chains. Have we got the right people here at the table?
We'll just swap some people over.
Excellent.
Yes, we've got the right people
while
in the
they're
room.
swapping over, I just note that I am proud to be the duty senator for the seats of Farrer, Riverina, Calare, Hume, Parkes and Lyne, which is pretty well most of rural New South Wales. And I note that the Minister himself is a proud son of the New England region. So lots of people are talking to us about supply chains and the impact on them and their businesses in regional New South Wales, and we're listening. So I just want to get some facts on the record and shift away from hypotheticals into what we can actually do to assist farming communities right now. Thank you. So I understand that the fertiliser supply chains have been very significantly disrupted by the war in the Middle East. Just for the record, because other Australians who don't live in regional Australia care about this too, let's get it clear. What are the main fertilisers used in Australia, firstly? And secondly, to what extent is Australia reliant on imports for each of those types of fertiliser?
And Senator, we have a range of people at the table, so we'll answer this in combination because we've all got parts of that expertise here. Mr. Chang, start.
Thanks, Senator, for your question. Carl Chang, Acting Deputy Secretary for the
Sorry, I can't hear Mr. Chang.
No, you bring your mic down.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Much better, thank you.
Thank you. I thought it might be useful just to start by saying the Department is monitoring closely the risks associated with disruption through the Straits of Hormuz and the impact on supply chains in Australia. That has impacted fuel, petrochemicals and other products, which has had an impact throughout. So we are working closely, taking sort of more detailed analysis, working with industry, working across government to look at what the response needs to be overall. In particular with the PMC Security Task Force, as well as other parts of government as well. In particular, that focus has been regarding to industrial, mining and resource industries. and then into the downstream manufacturing sectors, in particularly around food and groceries, plastics and fertilisers.
Okay.
With respect to fertilisers, I might ask my colleagues to go into more detail just regarding fertilisers in your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. There are a range
Ms.
of
Oliver, yep.
Yes, Ms. Oliver, Head of Division. I think your question was about the different types of fertiliser.
Yeah, what are the main fertilisers, right? People hear about fertilisers. If you're not on the land, you don't always understand. What are the main fertilisers?
Absolutely. Well, there are a range of fertilisers, and perhaps I won't go to all of them, but to give you a sense of the main fertilisers that Australia does rely on, urea is a significant fertiliser for Australia. It is the predominant fertiliser. It's a nitrogen fertiliser, and it's the world's most widely used fertiliser. It reflects that it's suitable for all crop segments, and it can be blended with most products and trace elements. It's tended to be applied at planting and also critically as in-season top dressing. So this Middle East conflict has actually arisen at a very critical time for our farmers and at a time when urea is of particular importance. Australia is fully dependent on imports of urea, and a significant portion of those.
So that's the second part of my question.
Yes.
But what other types of fertiliser do we have?
So other types of fertiliser that are significant for Australia are monoammonium phosphate, which is a starter fertiliser for early root development and uniform crop establishment. It's used in a range of crops, including canola, due to its lower seed burn, as well as wheat, barley, canola, lentils, chickpeas, and the list goes on, but I perhaps might stop there. Another major fertiliser for Australia is diammonium phosphate. It's also a starter fertiliser that provides both phosphorus for early root development and high nitrogen for early biomass production. So they are a number of the key fertilisers. I might just check with my colleague, Ms. Watchick, if I've missed
Are there any
any
other major categories?
I was just going to say potassium as well, to support water regulation and disease resilience and crop quality as well.
Okay. So given that's the top four of the list, you commenced by letting me know that urea, in answer to my question of how reliant are we on imports, you indicated, if I heard you correctly, that with urea, the most popular one, the most used for all crop segments, is fully dependent on international supply, so imports. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Can we go then to the monoammonium phosphates? What's the situation with them?
So for monoammonium phosphate, I might pass to my colleague.
Yeah, so we do have some domestic production as well. It is seasonal, so we do our Phosphate Hill facility up out Mount Isa. It can change depending in terms of its percentage of domestic production. Depending how much it's producing, and some will go to the domestic market. That can vary. I'll need to just go to specifics at the moment of what it's producing, but it can go between 17 and 60%, and it also exports some as well.
Okay, so we are not completely reliant on the international market.
No, not from Appender.
Senator, if it's okay, I might pass to Mr. Tim Wong, who runs our Office of Supply Chain Resilience, and he can just quickly touch on a couple of facts there as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, g'day Senator. Tim Wong, General Manager of the Office of Supply Chain Resilience. I'm happy to provide some facts on urea as well, just on sort of the degree of import dependence. So we are fully import dependent. In 2025, Australia imported $2.3 billion worth of urea. It is the most commonly used form of nitrogen fertiliser, as my colleagues referred to. So the source is actually predominantly from UAE, so the United Arab Emirates, and that's valued at over $500 million. So that's 24% of imports, and other sources include Saudi Arabia, so that's 16%, Qatar, that's 15%, Brunei, that's 11%. So the disruption through the Strait of Hormuz actually happened at a very sort of a tough time for farmers, mainly because 2/3 of Australia's urea imports were sourced from countries that were adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz, and during this period, which is winter cropping, which is March, April, May, June and July, we import the vast majority of our sort of urea supplies, both for planting, as my colleague pointed to, and also for top dressing as well, so very important. The other sort of challenge that's out there is that the top global exporters around the globe, so there's a market concentration issue where Russia has 16% of global exports, and the other sort of major players are all sort of through the Middle East. And if we're talking about sort of the importance of the Strait of Hormuz for the global market, roughly 1/3 of global urea exports are sourced from countries adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. And the other thing just to mention, just to sort of point to sort of the point that you made, Senator, about what is being felt by farmers. Price increases have been quite significant since the onset of the conflict. Global prices are 39% higher, and domestic prices are 65% higher than the 27th of February, which was when the conflict commenced. And just to elaborate on sort of the point that was made about import dependence, there is a domestic plant that is coming online in the second quarter of 2027. So between...
Well, I'm all ears, and I'd love to hear more, but I think we have to go to a break.
Yeah, so the committee will now suspend for lunch and we will return at 2 o'clock.
I'll have more questions.
And if we could clear the room, because committee needs to have a private meeting, please. Thank you. Great. we'll go to Senator McDonald. So the committee now continues with officers from Industries Program 1.1, Growing Innovative and Competitive Businesses, Industries and Regions, and we'll go to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to come back to that critical minerals space and wanted to ask you about what the government is doing to ensure Australia maintains an adequate supply of sulphuric acid as a critical import to fertiliser production and mineral processing. Everybody seems to be looking at you, Mr. Wong. No?
No, certainly, Senator. I was just going to say, I think we might start with Mr. Wong from the Office of Supply Chain Resilience, and then we'll go from there.
G'day, Senator. Just on sulphuric acid, it's probably just worth setting the context a little bit on the fact base. So Australia does have domestic production of sulphuric acid. It's predominantly a byproduct of metal smelting, and hence the symbiosis of the two sectors is really important, and it's about sort of 53% of our of Australia's supply. It is also supplemented by the burning of crude sulphur to make sulphuric acid, because it depends on seasonal factors. But in terms of the second part of that sort of pathway for making sulphuric acid, which is the burning of crude sulphur, Australia is very heavily reliant on imported sulphur prills. Just to give you a sense of sort of values as well, Australia imported $230 million worth of sulphur and sulphuric acid in 2025.
Can you put that into tonnages?
Tonnages. So it should be... I might have to get back to you on that one, if that's okay.
I'm not familiar with the price of sulphuric acid.
Yeah. So. That shouldn't take too long for me to get a team member to dig up. I'll get back to you on it today. Canada is the source of 93% of Australia's sulphur and sulphuric acid imports, and the rest is coming from China, which is a relatively small percentage. So by quantity, so I'll make sure I get back to you on quantity. So the largest category of imports is crude element sulphur, and sulphuric acid is the other sort of large category. Just in terms of where this sits compared to the rest of the globe, there is a fair amount of market concentration happening. The largest producer of sulphur is China, and that has about 23%, so 1/4 of global production, followed by the US, Russia, and Canada. Maybe to put a Middle East lens on it as well, countries that are adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz produce 24%, so about 1/4 of the global sulphur supply, and the main players there are Saudi Arabia, Iran, Qatar, and the UAE, so United Arab Emirates. From what we've seen, sulphur prices have increased quite sort of dramatically since the beginning of the conflict. The beginning of the conflict being the 28th of February, we've seen sulphur prices double. It's quite significant. To your question of whether sort of Australia has enough sort of supplies and whether it's sufficient, Australia, as I said before, produces half of its sulphur as a byproduct of metal smelting, and most of the rest is sourced from burning imported crude sulphur from Canada. We've been sort of monitoring that quite closely, and prices have doubled. We've been sort of monitoring the month to month, and March imports totaled around sort of 75 tonnes compared to 25 tonnes in March 2025. So the figure for March 2026 is 75 tonnes, and the March 2025 figure is 25 tonnes.
So we have learned through this process that sulphuric acid is manufactured at Mount Isa. Mr. Wong, there was a question mark, sorry, Mount Isa?
Yes, that's right. There's a number of domestic producers.
Right. On notice, would you give me the domestic producers, please?
Yeah, sure. Mount Isa definitely has production. There's also the Olympic Dam is a producer as well. I understand there's sulfuric acid produced because it's typically co-located with refineries as well. I understand there's production in Victoria as well, and I also understand it's adjacent to some metal smelting facilities in WA.
So on notice, if you'd provide that list, that would be terrific. And I just want to understand how much of our sulfuric acid do we export? On notice.
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice.
On notice. Thank you. I want to ask you if any consideration has been given to the strategic value of a rail link between Alice Springs and Mount Isa, given joining North Queensland's industrial and mining areas to the growing minerals mining and processing areas of the Northern Territory, South Australia and Victoria.
The only thing I can say about that is we are engaged in this transformation study in Mount Isa. You can imagine around that there are very enthusiastic proponents about infrastructure investment in that region. I can just say I was engaged in some informal, at the beginning of that process in Mount Isa before it formally started, and I do recall. It was a very broad group that included Queensland Rail and all sorts of players in the region, and it's that and other infrastructure questions were definitely on the list of things that people wanted to talk about.
Would that be, would that sort of project development sit with Infrastructure Australia?
Would sit with the Minister for Transport at the very least, in terms of what the prioritisation process for future projects like that is. I'm very reluctant to express a view about infrastructure prioritisation, and just say that it's definitely making sure that region's got the right infrastructure for the future. Of course, is something that people will be canvassing in that process and outside of it.
All right. I mean, I would venture that it's an urgent matter for the sustainability of the Mount Isa industrial precinct, the opening of Northern Australia, critical minerals production, processing, and other key aspects of both the Northern Australia development agenda, critical minerals agenda, the defence priorities, and of course the future Made in Australia policies. So perhaps I could persuade you as to the importance of that development, Minister, and we can have a united front on developing the rail between Mount Isa and the Northern Territory.
I've gone about as far as I can go on that question. I think I'm very anxious that the Minister for Transport is in charge of this, and of course there's a discussion between the states and the Commonwealth about infrastructure priorities.
Fair enough. Has the government assessed the strategic opportunities for sustainable and economically viable mining and processing of minerals and inputs such as fuel and related byproducts?
Senator, yes. So the department is engaged extensively in all parts of the department relevant to the fuel security situation. Your particular question around sort of mining and mining impacts attached to that, our officials at outcome 1.3 will be able to talk that through in some detail. What we have at the table here is the sort of the broader kind of cross-cutting supply chains work that we can talk to now. But yes, we are engaged as a department in that body of work.
Well, then what work is underway to improve domestic logistics and supply arrangements linking sulfuric acid producers, for example, Mount Isa, Townsville, Olympic Dam, with fertiliser manufacturers and downstream processors, including in Western Australia, to improve Australia's self-sufficiency and resilience?
So your question, Senator, goes to a few different aspects of the work that we are doing. Certainly as part of our supply chains work, we're looking at imports as well as how goods move around Australia. And so we've got, and including in the budget, additional funding for the CSIRO transit model work there, including around how goods and logistics move around Australia. Your more specific points around sulphuric acid and the intersection in with mining, we are alive to that. And I think looking at the table, I think that we might need to take on notice providing you with some more information about that. Unless others have.
Perhaps, Senator, just to note one particular example, which is Phosphate Hill up in Mount Isa, and which has a symbiotic relationship with the Glencore copper smelter. In fact, Phosphate Hill embodies Australia's only producer of monoammonium phosphate fertiliser and diammonium phosphate fertiliser, and there is also a sulphuric acid capability within that sort of broader arrangement of those facilities. So that's just to give you an example that these things can perhaps sometimes be co-located. And when we look at these facilities, there's a layering of industrial inputs that are important to our economy, from the fertiliser piece and then also sulphuric acid and how it underpins critical minerals and mining.
Yeah. Point well made, and I would agree with you that that is something that's now come into sharp relief, hasn't it, with what's happening in Mount Isa. All right. The budget papers show mining investment is forecast to grow by 0.5% in 25-26, 1% in 26-27, and then sharply drop to 0 in 27-28. The government is consulting on whether startups should be carved out from the capital gains tax changes announced in the budget. Noting there is not yet a confirmed policy on this, is there a policy rationale for why high-risk, early-stage mining exploration would not be given a comparable treatment to startups, particularly in light of the abolition of the junior minerals exploration incentive?
Sorry.
I was just going to say, Senator, in terms of your questions around the mining sector and levels of mining investment, that is best directed to outcome 1.3.
You don't think that this is supporting resources?
So where in terms of outcome 1.1, kind of industry and commercialisation, and then 1.3 is around resources, so that's tomorrow morning. And so they'd be better placed to talk about the sort of mining and resources sectors. And so that's sort of the group that is here now is more in the industry and commercialisation perspective, and so wouldn't be able to talk to the Jamie measure that you're talking to.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but given that this is a very alarming number of statistics, 0.5%, 1%, and then 0 investment in 27-28, then I would have thought that, whether it be for Australia's economic prosperity, for jobs, for regional communities, that this would be a priority for this part of the department to be examining. And I'm wondering if you're aware of any government programs or measures aimed to reverse this trend.
Senator, we do work, obviously, across the portfolio and across with other colleagues in government around levels of investment, about kind of the industry and regional base that is across Australia, but those questions are best directed to our colleagues in 1.3.
You can't commercialise 0% investment, though. This is the point that I'm trying to make. There must be something that this part of the department is doing to encourage, enhance, promote further investment in the resources sector in Australia, given that the budget paper shows 0% investment by 27-28.
So certainly in this outcome, we can talk to some of the commercialisation measures. We can talk to the R&D tax incentive and the venture capital changes. But in terms of the team that's best able to talk about resources and mining, that's 1.3. So it's just around where we're best able to answer your questions, and I would suggest that's 1.3.
I suspect that 1.3 is going to tell me that they're only interested in, the nuts and bolts of exploration and other functional parts of mining, and I think this is the part of the department that's, the section is titled Developing Resources, Supporting the Resources Sector, and given that we've got 0.5% investment next year at 25-26, 1% in 26-27 and then 0% in 27-28, I am suggesting that if it's not this part of the department, then who is it?
So Senator, outcome 1 is sort of our whole, and so the supporting resources sector. So we're in program 1.1, which is growing innovative and competitive businesses, industries and regions. So the supporting resources sector, we're best answering those questions. Like, we would best answer your questions in outcome 1.3.
Okay.
I mean, certainly, that Acting Secretary is absolutely right. I mean, there is work that we do in this part of the portfolio that goes to, the transformation study in Mount Isa, for example, is directed towards, understanding the relationship between current and prospective mining investment, including critical minerals investment. Our work at the Port Pirie lead smelter is fundamentally linked to antimony production at that facility. Of course, we engage with colleagues across the department in relation to the development of the critical mineral strategic reserve, which, given the structure of these international markets, establishing priorities for, where the government is basically going to be establishing a floor price. It's quite a significant intervention to support mining development and production. There are a range of ways that we interact with that, but in terms of the figures that you've pointed to from the budget papers, I mean, they are Treasury figures. So in the macro group and Treasury, they will be able to describe those to you, and no doubt in resources, they will be able to talk to those figures as well. We can point to the engagement that we have at the production end, but we're not doubling up the accountabilities here. We're not doing work different to, in addition to the work that's going on in those areas.
No, I guess I was hoping, though, what you'd tell me is that, we'd stop working in silos. We wouldn't have Treasury admiring the problem and, this part of the department trying to encourage innovation and regional communities and then resources saying, well, we're getting this feedback over here, but not a coordinated response, given that we know that, the resources sector is, I like to say pays the bills. It's the one that's generating the most taxes and employing the highest wage payers and wage receivers and innovating around mining around the world. So I am seeking to understand what policies or programs are in place to try and address this $0 investment by 27-28, and I don't think that pointing to another department is kind of providing assurance to anybody who's listening.
Well, it's a question about resources, and the R in this DISA outfit is the resources bit, and like they can go squarely to those issues. There is work that we do in the value add, and I pointed to some of that work, but it is not. It doesn't go to the question that you're asking, which goes to what are the forecasts of future investment here, and I'm sure they'd be very happy to engage with you about that.
Okay. I won't labour the point, but I would have thought that for Australia, the collapsing investment in resources in this country should be a matter for alarm bells, and the fact that there's not clear engagement and strategies across portfolios, across departments, means I'm very concerned about what the future prosperity of Australia looks like.
Well, as I indicated, and I think labouring the point's my job, the critical mineral strategic reserve is one example of the kind of policy development that the government's doing here in conjunction with some of our international partners too.
Okay. Has the government, minister or department heard from stakeholders concerned that junior resource exploration companies can be reliant on capital raised through ASX listings and subsequent capital raisings from shareholders?
Senator, in terms of your questions, including around the junior miners and their feedback, I think at a high level, I will just loop back to that the team best able to talk to that is at outcome 1.3. We absolutely across the whole portfolio and across government are alive to the kind of how do you create an environment that encourages investment and commercialisation, and those are the kind of things that this portfolio looks at. But the question you're referring to, those are best answered in outcome 1.3.
All right. I will come back to those in outcome 3. Thank you. And I will ask those questions in outcome 3 as well. So we'll turn back to about 20 minutes. Yeah. So should we share the call, and I still have more questions for outcome 1.
Yeah, okay. Do you have questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. These questions relate to the Future Made in Australia Act and the program that follows that. It relates to the National Interest Framework supporting paper that was published in May 2024. I've got some questions in relation to what's happened since. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine.
They're just coming in from.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And Senator, I might get you just to repeat the.
Yeah, there wasn't actually a question. It was just bringing it.
Oh, yeah, you're
the
just
right
flagging
officials to the
where
table.
we're going in the lines of questions. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. That report specifically refers to private investment and that Australia's renewable transition will rely on Chinese solar PV imports. Does the department accept the supporting paper explicitly anticipates Australia's renewables transition will rely on Chinese manufactured solar and clean energy technology?
Senator, what might be useful is we just, if I just sort of step back and so the national interest framework and the sector assessment process, the framework structured under those two streams, the economic resilience security stream, net zero transformation stream. I will say that the part of that work and part of what we've been doing in the Future Made in Australia is absolutely looking at kind of how do we build economic resilience and security in a net zero transforming world. The specifics of your question, I'm just going to check, but the paper that you're referring to, there is kind of one part of the Future Made in Australia Act that remains with Treasury around sector assessment processes and things like that. So I'm just going to note that, just in terms of not getting outside of where we are. But we can certainly talk to some of the things that we're giving regard to as part of the Future Made in Australia agenda. And I'll just check whether any of my colleagues have anything that they wanted to add to that. Or
No, we might. Just, the question related to the reliance on Chinese manufactured solar and energy technology.
So Senator, when the Future Made in Australia Act was established, and as part of that work was around trying to ensure that we've got in Australia the sort of domestic capability and increasing domestic capability in order to deliver on what we need as a country for economic resilience and security and the net zero transformation. And I think the paper that you're referring to in particular was at a point in time, and I think from memory, led by Treasury. And so I think we're probably at the limits of what I can add at this point.
Right. So you think we should refer questions about that to Treasury?
Yeah, so that was a Treasury paper. Yep.
Okay. So this question relates to the branding. We've heard branding of that particular act as building Australians' industrial capability. That's been the political branding of it's made in Australia. But there is a significant reliance on Chinese imports. How does the department reconcile those two things?
Well, I think it's a pretty political question, so I might just give you an answer. Okay. There is solar capability in particular, which you've asked us to respond to. I mean, this is largely technology that was invented in Australia, largely at the university down the road, the University of New South Wales. It has been, as a matter of record, that production of that has largely concentrated in China, and there are, of course, efforts largely in Mr. Bowen's department, DQ, working with us on supporting the local manufacturers like Tindo in your state and other manufacturers who, in the scale of what's happened in Australia in solar energy, are small in scale compared to the imports. It's certainly the case. And Australia has the largest rate of solar uptake for households, and that has underpinned much of the that has been a success story for Australia. Solar is the lowest cost energy source that we have. It's the lowest cost energy source. Can't power the grid with solar alone. Wind is critical too, but solar is the lowest cost. Dramatic reductions in the price of batteries, some of which we're assembling here, some of which are imported, some are household, some are industrial scale. But there will be a mix of imported and locally produced components of our energy sources. And if you talk to Australian industry, what they want is the lowest possible cost electricity. They don't want nuclear because it's too expensive.
They're not getting it, are they?
They don't want coal because it's too expensive. We've had some success recently as the falling cost of batteries and in particular the household and community battery and industrial battery installations have started to mean that it's not gas leading the price of electricity but battery storage, driving the cost of electricity down. And I think what you'll see from industry is they want the lowest possible cost. And that means there is substantial interest in solar. I'd like to see more Australian solar production, and I think that we will see more Australian solar production, but we will see significant imports as well.
And Senator, I should just add to my previous answer, there's the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund as well as the NRFC funds, and their purpose goes to some of these points around how do we onshore and do more domestic manufacturing in these in the priority sectors.
Okay. About the supporting paper, has that actually been updated since the date of 14th of May 2024? Given some of the challenges and changes that we've seen.
That paper itself, to my knowledge, has not been updated, but certainly the work has progressed and matured through the FMA agenda since that paper's publishing of that paper.
Right. So I want to go to the industrial bailout packages for Whyalla, Tomago, Boyne, Glencore and Nearstar, which total more than $4 billion in confirmed Commonwealth commitments. Have any of those been designated as a future Made in Australia support under the Act?
Senator Bridget Gannon, Head of Division, Whole of Industry Division. No, they haven't been designated under the Future Made in Australia Act.
No, they haven't? Okay. Has a Future Made in Australia plan been published for any of them?
So, Senator, what we can do is step out kind of where the implementation of the Future Made in Australia agenda is up to. There's a range of different elements to that agenda, and what might be useful is just a sort of a sense of where we're up to with some of that, both the support but also in terms of some of the priority areas. I'll just check who is best placed to do that. John, did you want to give a sense where we're up to on that?
My electronic system has decided to confound me a little bit. So the excuse me.
Just while I think my colleagues just bringing up some information at the moment, but just at a high level, you said there's the legislation, the Act, the National Interest Framework. There's been the establishment of the Investor Front Door. There's the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, the $1.5 billion there. The legislation of the Critical Minerals Production Tax Incentive. We've mentioned earlier today, and presumably come back to it, the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation and some of the sub-funds under there. And so one of the things with the Future Made in Australia is, it's a long-term strategy, and there's elements that have been implemented and being implemented as we go. In terms of when we've talked about the industrial facilities, the kind of underpinning focus of the Future Made in Australia, including around economic resilience and security, and having an eye to the transition globally, means that those sort of industrial facilities are completely aligned with the agenda that the Future Made in Australia sets out. So I'm not sure if others have anything to add, but that element of like the kind of anchoring and the direction of travel of the Future Made in Australia agenda is absolutely being implemented. Those packages align with some of the priorities that are set out in the Act, and we are in train in fleshing out and accelerating some of the architecture under that Future Made in Australia Act.
So if you could just give me a yes or no, because I'm going to go to another question that relates to what you've just said. Have community benefit principles been formally applied to those?
Senator, the department undertook consultation on the community benefits principles in December through February this year, and that consultation is designed to inform the development of the Future Made in Australia rule under the Future Made in Australia Act. The rule would have the community benefits principles would be applied in two different ways. One is through the rule, and so Section 11 of the Act requires recipients of an FMA support to have an FMA plan in place that meets requirements under the legislation. But Section 10 of the Act requires decision makers for FMA supports to have regard to the CBPs when making decisions. What we're seeing is that in addition to the FMA supports that are specified in the legislation, we are starting to see guidelines for other programs refer to the community benefits principles, and so they are starting to be applied through the system.
But the short answer, Senator, on terms of those packages that you've referred to, I've got to say I sort of resist the bailout pejorative. Like, honestly, these facilities are important facilities for Australia that have got fantastic workforces and great management doing their best in an environment that's very challenging.
On your policies.
Sorry?
You're still rescuing them.
Rescuing
They're
them. See, this is the kind of loser narrative.
They're in significant economic distress. I'm not sure whether you've noticed that.
This is the kind of loser story that Mr. Taylor and Mr. Hastie and others want to tell themselves and tell the Australian people. These are facilities we should be proud of. We should be proud of. And what they are facing is a hostile and difficult global market conditions and the legacy of a decade of sitting on your hands on energy policy. Now,
worse since 2022.
Actually, things have got a lot better since 2022.
Oh, really?
We've seen increased employment, increased manufacturing firm formation. We've seen increased investment in manufacturing.
Millions of dollars of government
and in these particular foundational firms, you want to call them bailouts? Every time you say that, you get further and further away from those people because they don't like it because you're talking them down.
It's reality. That's not talking them down. Being in the real
community
world.
benefit
The real world of
principles
business.
are not being applied to those facility packages. They are focused on the clues in the title, the Future Made in Australia packages, production credits, production tax credits, all those sort of arrangements, and that work is well and trained.
So the Boyne smelter deal, your government has described that as exactly, in quotes, what Future Made in Australia is all about, but it's not got an MIA support. It has no plan. It has no community benefit principles applied as yet. In what sense is that, therefore, making that project a Future Made in Australia?
Well, it's all about the future. It's all made in Australia. It's in Australia and central Queensland. We support it. It means $7.5 billion worth of additional electricity generation and transmission. It means dragging investment in Queensland forward in new electricity generation, which means investment, an agreement with that firm, jointly with Queensland, no politics involved here, just actually doing the right thing for Australia. That means that that facility's future is secured until 2040, but I would argue that those 25-year-long power purchasing agreements mean there is investment as far as the eye can see. We are very proud of the contribution that we have made collectively here with the Queensland Government to the future of Queensland industry. We know that it makes Queensland more competitive. We know that it makes Australia more competitive. Bringing forward wind and solar and storage and transmission in that state is going to mean that that we'll see more investment in Queensland and a more productive economy and more good jobs. Well, we're very proud of it. It absolutely, you can't secure a future made in Australia unless we make sure that we're, doing the very best that we can with current industrial capability, and the Boyne smelter deal is something that we're very proud to be part of.
So we've seen billions of dollars committed to specific industries without any published sector assessment. Does the government accept that the Act's decision-making framework has not been followed in this?
No, Senator, we just say that we've done the right thing for Australia here. Those principles, the principles that underpin the Future Made in Australia legislation, those two principles sitting in the National Interest Framework, future competitive advantage and national economic resilience, animate everything that we do. Everything that we do. Now, are they packages that are delivered through that framework, no. But we are all about future competitive advantage and economic resilience driving a stronger economy into the future. That's what we're about. And we're not ashamed of intervening on behalf of Australian industry where it's required. We're tough-minded and disciplined about the approach that we take. But that deal in Boyne is an economic slam dunk for Australia and for Queensland. And it secures a future capability there that will mean many thousands of people continue to have good jobs. Many hundreds and hundreds of apprentices continue to have opportunities to work in and around that facility. It's a very good arrangement for Queensland.
So will you publish the industry sector plan under the National Interest Framework?
Which one?
This is the industry sector plan for any of them. Well, any of those sectors that fall under the
in
Made
due
in Australia.
course, when we reach a conclusion on all these questions, I mean, they're not secret documents when they're finalised.
Is that is that your answer, or is that just a conversation?
Well, just referring to the. You jump in if you can.
I was just going to check, Senator. When you say industry sector plans, you're talking about there's under the net zero. There was an industry net zero sector plan. Is that what you're referring to? So that has been published. The industry sector plan for the under the net zero plans, if that's the one you're referring to, and we are able to talk to that if that is of use.
You're almost at 20 minutes.
Okay. I might go to... Okay, I'll just go to one more question and we'll move on. So in Budget Paper 1 and Budget Paper 2, the government refers to cutting $1.3 billion from Battery Breakthrough, Solar Sunshot and Hydrogen Head Start Round 2-3 programs. The government describes as flagship, FMIA, net zero initiatives, and Budget 2, Paper 2 explicitly states the savings flow to the department portfolio. Were any of these cuts subject to a sector assessment before the decision was made?
Well, we've made pragmatic choices about investments and investment priorities that make sense given the budget context in 2026. That initiative has been terminated, but 2 investments under that program have been announced and there are others in the final stage of approval. We'll honour the investment commitments that we've made. I think it's not right to confuse or to conflate, I should say, the sector plans that have been delivered to guide investment decision making in particular sectors, that have supported, for example, the establishment of the Net Zero Fund in the National Reconstruction Fund, with budget decisions that the government will make in the normal way. We have had very disciplined approach to this budget, and that means some areas of expenditure and future investment have been trimmed in order to meet our budget objectives.
Minister, you said that you've made pragmatic choices. Were those pragmatic choices in line and in reference to the framework that is supposed to determine the net zero priorities?
Well, these are budget decisions that are made in the normal budget processes. That's how any government, not just ours, would approach these. Solar Sunshot and Hydrogen Head Start are, of course, not programs that this department administers. Battery Breakthrough is. And, of course, there's a wide swathe of measures across government, not least of which the $5 billion allocated for these purposes in the National Reconstruction Fund. So we've made a pragmatic budget decision, and it's made in the budget context and was explained by the Treasurer on budget night, and that's the call we've made. It wouldn't be normal to apply a sector plan that's designed to support and guide the decision making the National Reconstruction Fund and others to a budget process, that we make those calls and take responsibility for them as a government.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Senator McDonald or Brockman? Who's next?
Well, if you don't mind, Chair.
Please.
Because mine is probably just a clarification. I suspect this is for the corporation, but I just wanted to check. I didn't need to ask the department. I don't want the corporation saying I should have asked this to the department. So the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation's Economic Resilience Program, in particular the interest-free loan program, is there any input from the department into that program, how it was designed, structured, or is that fully questions I need to ask the corporation?
Yeah.
So in terms of program design, that absolutely the department can speak to that. Absolutely the department can speak to program design. So if that's the nature of your question, in terms of implementation and progress to date, that's better directed to the corporation.
Well, then I might just quickly...
Please.
It shouldn't take long at all.
That's okay.
So I've been in contact with someone who wanted to apply through the program. Through the corporation, these are actually loans generated by individual financial institutions, is my understanding. Is that correct? They thought the loan application period was months long. It ended up closing with one particular institution after 2 days. Now, do you know why it closed? Well, first of all, is that your understanding of what happened? And if so, why did it close so quickly?
Senator, what we might do is we'll just sketch out our kind of knowledge of how it's been implemented. I think this will be where we can be helpful from the department perspective and then make sure that the NRFC, which is on next, is able to answer sort of the rest of your question.
Yeah. Thanks, Senator. So the Economic Resilience Program is intended to support manufacturing and logistics businesses in specific economic sectors, being freight, fuel, fertiliser, plastics and other critical supply chains that have been materially impacted by market disruptions related to the conflict in the Middle East. The support's being provided, as you note, in the form of zero interest loans, and a portion of those loans are being administered directly through participating banks for companies who are seeking a loan of up to $5 million that fall within an NRF published list of eligible ANZIC codes. Now, different banks have handled the applications they've received differently. NRFC is probably in a position to be able to talk to you about where banks are up to with accepting applications and the consideration of those applications.
I mean, but surely there must have been some conversation either with yourselves or with the corporation from the banks about how they handle this process, because, and this again, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm being told that information given out to businesses was that these loan applications were going to be open for a considerable period. One particular institution has closed its application process after 2 days, and this happens to be the institution they have a relationship with. So effectively, they feel like they have been cut out of the process.
So two things on that. Firstly, I think the fund will be in a better position to answer that question because they'll know exactly which institution that you're talking about. I am advised that one bank has been oversubscribed, so that is they have made an allocation and they've had they've hit the... But the fund will be able to give you much better information about that, and they'll be here momentarily. That they will be working with each of those banks in order to make sure that funds are available for businesses who need them. But there is a commercial arrangement with each of the banks because, we want because banks have that existing relationship with their customers, and so there's more speed in terms of the process than if the fund was administering those small loans themselves, up to $5 million loans. It's about $180 million in loans provided thus far. The scheme's been operating for a little bit over 5 weeks, I think. But But secondly, obviously I'm interested in the question. I'll be interested in the fund's answer, and I'd be very happy to pursue that question. It's largely been quite successful, but it's a big scheme to deliver at speed, and I want to make sure if there's been some banks that are oversubscribed, I want to understand exactly what's going on with that particular institution.
So, and I appreciate all that, Minister, but just so I am clear, the nature of the agreement between the bank and the corporation is for the corporation. That wasn't directed from the department or the government.
So the department and government have designed the scheme. So loans up to $5 million, all of that, those parameters. Of course, we've been very engaged to encourage speedy adoption, and there was a very fast adoption by the first group of banks, and grateful for all of their work with the fund to make sure that those those facilities were available as fast as possible. But each allocation is a matter of a commercial discussion between the fund and each financial institution, and I reckon they'll be in a very good position to answer those questions much more authoritatively.
Because the issue that's being raised is basically that a small regional player, when you only have a loan application open for a couple of days, and it might be slightly longer or slightly shorter than that, but they feel that a small regional player has effectively been cut out of the opportunity that larger corporates have got access to.
Largely, I mean, again, the fund will be able to go to this in much more detail. Overwhelmingly, these loans have been small facilities for small players. That's where the bulk of this has gone. The fund will be able to go to that, as I said, in much more detail, and we'll follow this through to its. Let's see how far we go in that discussion. But I'm also keen to follow that issue through, Senator, in a practical kind of way.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. And I might just note that we are due to have the NRF come at 3:15. I think you've still got a few questions, so I might try and, if we rotate 10-minute blocks now, to see if we can assist in keeping to time. So I'll just give people warnings at 10 minutes.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Earlier, we started to discuss Oz industry contacts since the budget, and Ms Pickworth, you directed me to this part of the program, so I'm back. My question is, how many contacts has the Business Information Contact Centre had since the budget?
Senator, so I saw you ask that question earlier today, and the team back in the department have been pulling the data out for you for that. We've got some numbers here, but what I'd like to do is sort of tell you what we've been able to determine today, and then I'll come back and clarify that, perhaps on notice, if there's anything that gets updated as they tidy up the data. So between the 5th of May to today, there's been 4,932 contacts to the contact centre.
Would you just say that again, please?
Since, I think, the 5th of May to today, 4,932 contacts to the contact centre.
And what about to Business Gov ADU?
355,400 or thereabouts contacts on the website.
355,000?
Yes, 400.
How would that compare with normal engagement with that site?
It's on par with normal engagement with both the call centre and the website. But as I said, Senator, we are looking to tidy up those numbers. And I say tidy up, what I mean is we want to make sure there's no duplicates in there. We want to make sure there's no double counting. There's also, for the call centre and the contact centre, some questions that come through for other portfolios, and I want to make sure that the numbers I'm giving you are like, comparing apples and apples. But it is inconsistent with general contact since, for example, the beginning of this financial year.
Okay, so if we were to compare with the week prior and the same week last year, we would have the same sort of numbers?
I did it on a month's basis, but yes.
On a month basis.
I think Ms Gannon's been careful not to, completely declaratively do that. I mean, I would be surprised, I have to say, given the changes on RDTI and a number of these things. Like, there are firms who will have, real questions here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a continued strong engagement for that centre.
Okay. Of these contacts, how many related to the tax changes announced in the budget?
Senator, I don't have those numbers, I'm sorry, but I'm happy to take any questions you have and on notice and see what I can come back with.
Thank you. Has Oz Industry been collating feedback on calls on whether CGT or trust changes are coming up in contacts?
Again, Senator, I'd take that on notice.
Is it usual that you wouldn't collate themes of questions and identify why it is that people are contacting making contact?
We do that, Senator. What we find with the Oz Industry regional managers, for example, is that the issues being raised are very locally specific, and so we often hear from particular regions on particular issues, but it takes us a little bit longer to have a look at the issues being raised across all of the network.
All right. Has the Minister or his office requested that this feedback be collected in a thematic way?
Senator, where we receive or notice patterns in particular, or where there's an issue of note, we provide updates to the Minister's office. But we are more likely to input it into policy advice that's being provided by the department more broadly, so it becomes an input into policy and program design.
And Senator, we do, in our Analysis and Insights Division, pull together both qualitative and quantitative data at regular intervals and sort of look at the themes and thematics that are coming through the various channels, whether that's the regional managers or the contact centres. So we do that as a sort of matter of course and share that across government.
How regular are those intervals?
Monthly.
Dom English, Head of Analysis and Insights and Strategy Division, we provide a monthly update on themes from the regional manager discussions, as well as the sporadic and ongoing input to other policy issues that Ms Gannon mentioned.
Has the Minister or his office asked the department for any briefing on how small businesses are responding to the CGT and trust changes since the budget?
No.
I would think that the primary purpose of those engagements is to assist businesses. Like, it's not a polling exercise. I'm interested. Obviously interested, but the primary purpose of it is to provide a high quality support to businesses, and that's what I expect that group to focus on.
Right. Okay. So the Minister's office, you haven't asked for feedback on what Oz Industry's been hearing.
Well, we seek all sorts of information in all sorts of ways to inform our processes at the moment. I'm very focused on delivering a very high quality budget that provides a lot of supports for business and for the sectors that I've got responsibility for.
I'm just given that you've got a tool, a very comprehensive tool like Oz Industry and the engagement that it has with the community and business across Australia. I'm surprised that you haven't made that inquiry. It sounds like you're not listening to concerns of the community and constituency. Have you asked for any information from Oz Industry on this at all?
Well, the purpose of Oz Industry is to provide support to businesses. It's not a research organisation, it's designed to provide support to businesses, and that's what I wanted to do.
Aren't you fortunate to have such a wonderful organisation that is having all that contact with business and community, and you're not utilising that at all.
It's not a research organisation,
No.
It is a service delivery organisation.
Indeed,
And that's what I expected
and
to
how
do.
wonderful to have that facility available at your fingertips to say, hey, Oz Industry, what are businesses contacting you about? Do they have concerns, or are you not interested in what they're saying?
As I indicated, their job is to provide a service to industry, and I'm very focused on making sure that they continue to deliver that work.
No, I have no questions at all about how fabulous Oz Industry is and what they're doing. My concern is that you don't seem concerned, Minister, by this wonderful organisation that could tell you what the community is seeking to tell government, what their concerns are. I'm interested in the business.gov.au webpage. What does the budget mean for your business? This page is the department's official explainer of the budget for business. Is that right?
Senator, the business.gov.au website is a service that provides information and brings together information from across government for businesses.
Right. So are you aware that the web page does not mention the capital gains tax changes on it at all?
So, Senator, as Ms Gannon was saying, so it is a the role from DISA is that we put up and provide information on there. There's a process for what gets loaded up there and how it gets loaded up there and those sorts of things, which I think we could probably sketch out specifics of what is up there and what we've been asked to put up and all those sorts of things. We provide that service to the whole of government, and our partners in other departments provide information that gets posted onto that website.
Is that an oversight or a decision? Who signed off on what went onto that page?
Well, maybe we could just, I don't know if we've got information here, but just sort of the process of what happens in terms of what goes onto that website. So as I just sketched out, it is a whole of government platform providing information to business. So our colleagues across government provide information that goes onto that website. In terms of DISA's role, we are, we provide that channel, we put the information up there that's provided through from our partners across government, and that's the sort of understanding of the process as I know it.
That's right.
And so that's sort of the extent of what we have within our control in terms of being the kind of owners of business.gov.au.
So the partners across government who would have provided you with the explainers to go on the what does the budget mean for your business page, that would have come from Treasury, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
My understanding too, Senator, but we can come back and correct that if that's not
I think
accurate.
that would be good to know whether or not the Treasury Department or the Treasurer provides that direction to you to what information should go up on that page. Because I'm just trying to understand, thank you, Chair. So the single biggest tax change for the business in this budget, the one business groups like ACCI and COSBOA are publicly asking the government to rethink, doesn't rate a mention on the government's own page telling businesses what the budget means for them.
As I said, Senator, we can certainly come back and confirm the process for how things were approved for going on the website.
Will the department commit to correcting that page today, to asking the Treasury Department or the Treasurer for some guidance on how to manage that oversight?
So, Senator, as we've sketched out, business.gov.au is a platform. We have taken on notice confirming that the input that's on there around the budget has come from Treasury, and that's, we're happy to take on notice confirming that that's the process and that's where the information came from, and come back to you if it wasn't Treasury. We'll confirm today if it wasn't, but I'm fairly sure it's come from Treasury.
Thank you. Minister, your own department's website tells small businesses what's in the budget for them, but leaves out the capital gains tax changes entirely. Have you read that website?
Senator, I think we've established over the course of successive estimates that I don't spend much time, if any, on the department's website. Like, I've got a job to do, the department's got a job to do, communicating with business and others. As I understand it, it's pretty normal to set out, following a budget, the key items that the department has some engagement with that are being delivered for business. There are very substantial benefits in the budget for business. I would be surprised if there wasn't some way for people who are engaging with that page to, sort of click through to see more detail about the budget from our friends at Treasury. I reckon that's probably likely. There is plenty of information out there about the budget. Some of it's real, some of it's fanciful. We're responsible for the real stuff.
Minister, your officials can't tell us whether businesses are calling in worried about these changes because nobody's asked them to look. Is that the level of attention that small business is going to get from you?
Senator, this is a budget that delivers $3.5 billion in new measures for business and for startups, reduces compliance costs by about $540 million a year, reintroduces loss carryback, which will assist about 85,000 small businesses to invest and expand and to grow. A new loss refundability arrangement for startups to boost their cash flow in the first 2 years, and their $20,000 instant asset write-off is permanent now because of this budget. Now, we're proud of what this budget does for business and for small business. We have indicated on budget night and privately and publicly after that there is a process being led by the Treasurer to deal with some of the implementation issues in a very narrow cohort. And we're going through that process in the normal way. What this budget will deliver in substance, beyond those measures for business, is a very substantial change that will mean that we tilt the scales back for young Australians who felt shut out of the property market.
Minister,
now, I understand it's not. I understand it's not universally popular on your side of politics, but we're very proud of what we've done in the business community.
Okay, so Minister, given that on the business.gov.au webpage, what does the budget mean for your business? There's no reference to capital gains tax changes. We are hearing from businesses that they are concerned, not through Oz Industry because they haven't been asked, but anecdotally, that's the feedback that I'm receiving. Minister, will you give a commitment to actually find out what these changes mean for small businesses before the Parliament is asked to vote on them?
Well, I just told you. And if the
You've left out a really
Liberals and
part,
Nationals
though.
and One Nation want to vote against tax cuts again,
no changes on the website.
But
the Minister is not reflecting accurately on my question.
Hang on, one at a time.
My question.
Point of order, Chair. You used 3 words this morning: dignity, courtesy, fairness.
You've pulled up me, have you?
I pulled.
Is that what this is about?
Hang on. I think I don't think that was very courteous, but
no, it was not courteous at all of you.
In order to have a respectful interrogation of the budget, which is a fair and reasonable thing, senators cannot constantly speak over the witnesses, whether they're ministers or members of the public service. I drew your attention to this earlier today, and it's been going reasonably well, but it's got out of control again in the last little while. I draw your attention to it, Chair, and seek your determination on the matter.
I think I'll just remind people to not talk over the top of each other, and I think that has been respected on both sides for most of the day, and let's see if we can continue it that way.
I just if I can just conclude answering that question. The premise of the question is wrong, I'm told. because as I indicated at the outset of my answer, I'm not big on the old reading government websites on the internet. That's a matter for other people. But if you jump on a business.gov.au and the learn more about the budget page, which I think is what you're talking about, you can jump on budget.gov.au, a link straight through. I think they call it a link, and then you're in budget land, and there's a whole lot of stuff there. Tax reform, which lists all the measures, including the changes to capital gains tax. All you have to do is click the link. Like, it's user friendly. It's there for everybody to access. If you've got more questions about the web page, I'm sure the department will be very keen to answer them.
So I've just opened it, Minister, and thank you for drawing our attention to that, because I can confirm there is absolutely nothing on there about CGT changes unless you're directing a busy small business or startup to click through on 1,000 links, but there is nothing on there about the CGT changes on that front page, and so you're directing businesses to guess about what's going on. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah,
Thank
and then
you.
look, I've just done it. Here I am. It was 2 clicks.
No,
Here I am.
but it's not listed on the top.
Well, it's clickety click. You just down the bottom.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 items. CGT doesn't make one of those.
You're in real strife if you're getting internet advice from me. But click on business.gov.au. What does the budget mean for your business?
I have.
Even I can do it. Click at the bottom of the page. There we're on the budget.gov.au page.
If the two of you get together in the break and share screens, I don't think we're going to get a resolution.
No direction on there about CGT.
Nothing.
It remains a mystery to small businesses
I'm staring at it with my own
at
eyes. Stone the crows, Senator. There it is.
Minister, that's outrageous. It's not on the front page.
I'm looking at it.
It's not on the front page.
Thank
not
you
a
very
highlight.
much.
I'm looking at it.
I'm going to go to Senator Little now.
Thank you.
Please don't ask me any questions about the web page anymore.
Let's go back to future Made in Australia accountability. Okay. So the cuts or savings are being redirected to industry, and I refer to Whyalla, Boyne, Glencore, Nyastar, Liberty Bell Bay. Will the department formally acknowledge that the government is funding net zero bailouts by cutting net zero programs?
They're not net zero. I mean, this is the kind of it's like the kind of lazy, Andrew Hastie kind of sloganeering. Like it's not. They are not net zero bailouts. It's just a pejorative.
Now about what
it's just a pejorative political slogan.
Are you asking for
That's all it is.
No, I'm actually asking for, if we're talking about people in the other place, in this where there's no opportunity to defend yourself, I think it's...
Well, it wouldn't hurt if you did some work on these questions.
Well, I'm asking you these questions. Andrew's not asking you these questions.
Doing social media posts and standing next to other people's muscle cars is not hard work.
And I'm particularly interested,
it's posturing.
Given the two towns in South Australia that are specifically affected by this, I'm asking you the question, so please ask.
Well, your side of politics on these questions done nothing.
Well, why don't you just
we have delivered substantial packages that have secured the future of that facility.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Senator Little, do you want to follow up your question?
Yes, we'll go to, again, a question about the cuts, the funding, and what they're doing to manufacturing programs. So the savings or cuts that are flowing to Whyalla, Boyne, Glencore, Tomago, Nyastar, can you tell me the government is cutting those Australian manufacturing investments to pay for the consequences of perhaps energy policy that depends on Chinese imports. Would that be correct?
I think I can confidently say no.
No. Okay.
Perhaps it should be.
Does the department accept that the cannibalisation pattern that is in this budget, taking money from your programs, makes Australia more dependent on Chinese manufactured renewables, not less?
No. Honestly. Anyway.
I think that is the general consensus from Australians.
Funny.
Well, I'm not sure that that's the case. I'm not sure that's the case. But if you want to go around another election again, taking the same position, like, honestly, not good for the country, but not good for you either.
Okay, so has the government effectively conceded Australia will not build a domestic clean energy manufacturing base at scale, and that the renewable transition will be delivered through Chinese imports as a matter of settled policy?
No.
No?
No, I don't think that's the case either.
We should be able to get through this fairly quickly if we just get no answers to all of this. Very efficient.
But I can see the finish line, Senator. That's the thing. I'm doing my best.
I'm sure that people in those towns don't want us to rush through this. Can the department confirm that the substantial new industrial policy payments in the 26-27 budget were directed primarily to facilitate bailouts for Whyalla, Boyne, Glencore, Neastar, Liberty Bell Bay?
No, there's budget and ERC decisions that are made in the normal way.
Okay. So apart from the Green Iron Investment Fund delivery profile, can the department point to any new forward-looking Future Made in Australia program funded as new money in the 26-27 budget?
There's a pre-existing, I want to get the number for the package right, $22.7 billion package. We have made some changes to that in the budget, but it's a very substantial package of measures that is directed towards shaping a future economy that is more industrial than Australia is at the moment. It is a very substantial endeavour. It is in fact the largest pro-industrial, pro-manufacturing policy package in Australian history. We have got a lot of work to do to implement that. We are engaged every day on the challenges of, in a pretty tough global environment where we can't take Australia's future economic security for granted. Getting on with it. That's what we've been doing. That's what we've been delivering. But the job doesn't stop, I can tell you.
So Budget Paper 1, Statement 3, on page 90, confirms that $1.3 billion in savings from hydrogen head start, solar sunshot and battery breakthrough from 25-26 to 35-36, listed as one of 4 structural improvements to the budget. Can the department confirm that those figures are correct?
Well, if they're in the budget papers, they're correct, and this department's responsible for administering one of those programs, and I just refer you to my previous answers about that when we spoke about it a few minutes ago.
So those programs that I just mentioned, they're flagship Future Made in Australia net zero commitments. Reducing them to fund bailouts represents a shift from forward-looking net zero manufacturing investment to backward-looking facility rescue. What advice did the department provide to the government on that particular
the premise of that question is wrong. The premise of that question is wrong.
Which bit?
We have made decisions to secure facilities, including 2 important facilities in South Australia, that your side of politics would have just let close. You know, they just would have let it go and then would have blamed somebody else. Like, that's the form. That's what you did in 2014 and 2015, all the way through to 2021. Just finger pointed at Australians and said that's your fault, not competitive enough, or whatever the rhetoric, whatever the sort of self-serving rhetoric was. Just because 2 refineries were open at the end of your government doesn't mean that. Like, what happened to the other 4? The dates. What happened to the other 4? Did they evaporate?
I think they closed.
Did they dissolve? They closed. They closed.
This is Senator.
Can I go back?
They closed.
Talking over the top of each other.
Can I go back to the actual question, which was, what advice did the department provide to the government on that trade-off? Did you provide?
There was no trade-off.
So, no, I'm not asking about that.
But you're asking them to reflect on something imaginary.
When you made that decision, did you get advice?
You're asking them to reflect on something that you have imagined. There is no trade-off. There is a series of decisions that we have made to secure those facilities. There are a series of budget decisions that we've made in a tough budget context. Now, You know, I know you want to have it both ways. You're spending too much or you're not spending enough in these areas. But we have had to make careful judgments in that budget. The government has made those decisions. There are commitments that we've made on Battery Breakthrough Initiative that we will deliver upon. And if you've got questions about the other programs, last week was the time to ask them.
So I'm assuming from what you've just told me that, because this is what I heard, that you didn't get advice from the department about those trade-offs.
I get advice. The government gets advice all of the time from this department. They are very good at providing it. But the premise of your question is wrong.
Okay. Did the department provide advice on the decision of the government?
It's a decision of government in an ERC and cabinet process, but they can't.
Or gave you advice?
They're not able to answer that question, as you know. It's a budget decision. It's a budget decision. It's not an easy decision, but we take responsibility for making that decision. Now we're in a position where there's 7,500 more manufacturing businesses today than there were in 2020. Manufacturing exports up by $55 billion. That's 43%. Manufacturing share of total exports up by 10%. And investments increasing too by 35%. These are not small things. This is turning the ship around and rebuilding Australian manufacturing. And, you know, we've got a lot more work to do, but at least we're on Australia's side on this question.
Okay. Did you want to go to that now?
Sure. Thank you.
If you're not ready, I've got one more.
Okay, you do one more.
Okay, just last one from me. At what point did the department flag to the minister, if at all, that the original 24-25 commitments to Battery Breakthrough, Solar Sunshot and Hydrogen Head Start Round 2 would not be fully delivered?
Well, I think, as I indicated, the program has been terminated. Right, so we have terminated the program as part of the budget decision. There are 2 investments under BBI that have been announced, and there are some others in the pipeline. So we'll honour our investment commitment to those projects and finalise the work that is nearing approval, and we'll make those announcements in the normal way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. I want to go back to Tomago aluminium smelter. Labor's 26-27 budget or industry's portfolio budget statement does not mention how much it will cost taxpayers to bail out Tomago. Why was this left out of the budget?
There are decisions that will be taken and processes that are underway, and we'll explain those and account for those in the normal way.
But there was nothing in the budget?
Well, it's not appropriate for it to be in the budget. It'll be accounted for in the normal way in future budget and budget-related processes.
Was the omission due to there being no formal arrangement with the New South Wales Government?
Well, this is a very complex arrangement that is very consequential for New South Wales and for Australia. We're engaged very closely in discussions with the Special Purpose Vehicle, with the Tomago Aluminium Company, with the New South Wales Government and across government in here. Those discussions are not finalised, but they are very important. And when they are concluded, we will have more to say, and you can be very confident that they will be accounted for in the normal way.
So what is the timeline for when the funding for Tomago will be announced?
Well, we don't have a timeline,
no timeline.
Senator. We are working diligently on these questions, and the outcome will be very important for not just that aluminium facility and the employment and investment that it supports and Australia's capability here, but will be important for, in the same way that the Queensland decision was important for supporting investment in a more modern electricity system. I was criticised last week for using a pejorative to describe what the electricity system that the government inherited. Try not to use it again, but this is an important opportunity for that facility, but also to drive investment in new electricity generation and transmission.
Minister, you said that the Commonwealth will make decisions in future budgets once we've finalised the package. Will the federal government's funding be included in next year's budget?
Well, I said budget processes. Of course, there are opportunities for that to occur, and it'll happen in the normal way.
Does this mean there has been no money delivered to Tomago since the 12th of December 2025 announcement?
We are in the process of, as I indicated earlier, working with a special purpose vehicle with the New South Wales government, with the company itself and across government here to deliver the best possible result. We'll keep on with that work.
So does that mean no money has been delivered to
Well, of course, you don't distribute money or make all of the other arrangements that are engaged here, power purchasing agreements, all of those kind of propositions until what is a very large, consequential and complex set of arrangements is concluded.
This is a significant bailout estimated to cost between $300 million and $470 million annually, according to media reports. Will this be an additional cost to the budget or a result of reprioritisations?
Well, we'll make decisions about budgets and allocations in the normal way, and I'm not going to front run them here.
In an interview with Sky News on the 15th of May, when asked if Tomago has anything to worry about, the Minister, you, replied, "These things aren't over until they're over." Is there a risk that funding to Tomago won't be delivered or that this deal will fall through?
Did you get that off the website? Was that on the website or somewhere else?
No, that was in your interview on Sky News on the 15th of May.
Just, I don't know whether it was on the transcript or you're up and about watching. Yes.
Very
yes.
clever. No, the question remains, is there a risk that funding to Tomago won't be delivered or that the deal will fall over?
I want to see that deal concluded, and I'm not going to preempt or front run what is going on here. There is a very clear path forward, and I've been very clear about that. We have set the terms of this process, and I want to bring that to a conclusion.
All right, so it's been 6 months since the announcement, no funding, no finalised package. Can you assure the thousands of direct and indirect workers that their jobs will be safe?
I can assure workers at that facility and people in the Hunter Valley and people who are focused on the future of Australian manufacturing. We've set the parameters for what's a successful pathway through here. We have got work to do to make sure that we finalise that set of arrangements, and it will be a very important opportunity, not just for that facility, but for bringing forward electricity investment in New South Wales. It's important that we set that out publicly, and we did that. The one thing that firm has been very, very clear about is that without that kind of intervention to reshape the electricity market, the factors that are driving up electricity prices for them, coal generators that have not been replaced, that should have been replaced a long time ago, transmission that should have been built, that was never built, like there's a consequence for laziness and policy indolence.
So Labor will not go back on their promise? Sorry, I'm just not sure where you finish.
We are going to work. We are going to work these issues through, and we'll make announcements about that when it's appropriate to do that.
So Labor won't go back on their promise of
We've made it very
15th of
clear.
December.
We've made it very clear what the pathway is forward. Made it very
That's a
clear.
maybe. Probably not.
And
Probably they won't go back on it.
We have made it very clear. Now, you can either be for it or you're against it. I mean, what's required here is new generation. Your colleague, Senator Canavan, campaigned against a wind project at Ben Lomond in New England, crucial for the future of Tomago aluminium. Mr Joyce, your colleague, campaigned against the Walker wind farm, crucial for Tomago aluminium. While this government is out there approving projects and using this special purpose vehicle and this Tomago opportunity to drive investment, your colleagues are out there putting sand in the gears of economic progress for Australia.
Minister, the transcript of your interview is not on your website. Is there a reason why your office has decided not to publish this transcript?
As we've indicated, it was on television. It was on television.
Wondering. I don't have any firm commitments from you.
It's not a secret.
That
it's on
you're going
television.
to announce this.
If I was going to do things on the
not
quiet,
everybody watches the telly.
I would avoid the television if I was going to do it. Like if I want to, go and do something on the quiet, I keep it off the big screen.
But we've got no assurances that this will happen. It's been 6 months since the announcement. There's probably, maybe, no commitment that you'll definitely go ahead. The transcript's not on your website. Was it you, your office, or the Prime Minister's office that decided not to publish your transcript and not to put it up?
Well, I'm about the billions of dollars of investment that's required in our electricity system. You're about the transcript processes. I can't help you with that.
But we haven't seen a dollar. We have
been very upfront on the television, on the radio, in lunchrooms with business about what our priorities are here. This is an important piece of work. You're a senator from Queensland. You've seen the impact that the Boyne intervention has had and confidence in industrial investment in central Queensland. We want to make sure that we work with our colleagues in New South Wales and our partners at the Tomago Aluminium Company to deliver a very similar result.
On the 29th of April, Premier Chris Minns told ABC Newcastle regarding the Tomago negotiations, "I don't know how much the federal government's asking for. Why has the federal government not provided New South Wales with a figure?"
Was that on his transcript website, or were you listening to 2HD at the time, or whatever it was? I don't know.
Well, my question is, Minister, why has the federal government not provided New South Wales with a figure?
In my experience, it's pretty normal for there to be, a process to get to agreement. We're working hard on those questions.
You have to start with what you want, I think, is the beginning. And that hasn't happened, according to the Premier.
I'm very confident in the engagements that we've had with New South Wales that we will work in a careful way to deliver the right result for the Hunter Valley and for New South Wales and for Australia.
Rightio. Well, once the Premier knows, that would be handy. Thanks, Chair. On the 20th of May, the Minister said, "It's a reasonable expectation that state governments, smaller ones than New South Wales, are contributing equally here." What does the Minister mean by that?
Well, I mean, we've all got our part to play. I'm very pleased where we have concluded agreements. Whether it's the work that we've done with Premier Rockcliffe in South Australia, Premier Malinauskas and Premier Crisafulli. We've worked, when we've concluded those arrangements, in a very constructive way because they are focused on what they've got to deliver. Now, we have not yet concluded this arrangement, and I look forward to saying very similar things about the progress that we've made.
So, is it the government's position that there should be a 50-50 split with the New South Wales government? Are there disagreements over the split of funding?
Well, you wouldn't expect me, as we're engaged in a complex commercial discussion to front run what the outcomes of those are. There needs to be a shared approach. I've made that point. Said what I've said about that, publicly and privately, been very consistent about that. We're now in the business of working to deliver an outcome for that important region, for the Premier State, and for Australia.
So, on the 18th of May, the Lake Macquarie MP Greg Piper told a local radio station that the New South Wales government won't be able to meet the Commonwealth's commitment to Tomago. He said, if he thinks it was going to be a 50-50 split with the state, then I think the state should have been involved in those discussions first. But I suspect they're going to really struggle to find that kind of money. Mr Piper also said an 80-20 split of costs would be more suitable for New South Wales. Is an 80-20 split a viable option for the Commonwealth when it comes to Tomago?
I haven't followed what Mr Piper said. That is a matter for him. He is a member of Parliament. I think he's the Speaker in the New South Wales Parliament. What I'm engaged in and what the government is engaged in here is a direct discussion with the government of New South Wales, and we'll take responsibility for that and for doing the important work that's required to deliver an important national outcome.
Well, that might explain why your New South Wales counterparts weren't present for the announcement. If the federal government hasn't engaged in discussions with New South Wales about their expectations on funding or a funding split prior to standing up at Tomago on the 12th of December last year, has the Commonwealth engaged in discussions with New South Wales regarding Tomago since Mr Piper made his comments on the 18th of May?
There has been plenty of engagement. I'm not sure when. I haven't followed Mr Piper's intervention. I think I was in Newcastle and met him shortly afterwards, actually. We are just going to keep doing the work that is required here.
With or without the New South Wales government?
Well, this must be a shared approach.
but they're not feeling very included in the discussion. A little bit like the
Senator,
Queensland government didn't know about the reservation scheme before it was announced.
Senator, I'm very happy with the engagement that we've had with the Queensland government. In fact, had discussions with them very early this morning about some of these matters, as you'd expect. There's a lot of work to do there, a lot of work to do in Queensland, a lot of work to do in New South Wales and right around the country.
All right, I'm going to rotate the call. Senator O'Neill, if you want to continue on your last line of questioning, and I'll try and ask people if they could keep their blocks to 10 minutes so that we can move through the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do know the Minister's bona fides in terms of being a country boy, so I'm sure that he'll be very interested in the provision of fertiliser necessary for the continuing success of the sector. So back to my questions, if I could, around fertiliser, so important to feeding the nation, and also making sure that all those businesses out there, small, large and medium, that are invested in bringing crops to market are able to get on with what they need to do. So you just indicated that urea, which is critical for all crop segments, Australia is fully dependent on international provision of that resource, so we import that. I think you'd given me the Mount Isa production of monoammonium phosphates. With the diammonium phosphates, a starter element, what's the situation there, please, Mr Wong?
Yes. G'day, Senator. Tim Wong, General Manager of the Office of Supply Chain Resilience. Monoammonium phosphate, or MAP, and diammonium phosphate, DAP, so they're both made by the same domestic producer at Phosphate Hill. That facility contributes roughly 500 kilotons of DAP annually. We do import some DAP. So in 2025, it was $135 million worth. The major exporter for DAP is actually Morocco. So they're the largest source of DAP importing, we import from them, over $50 million worth. And then the next major sources are China, Saudi Arabia and Oman. Again, sort of with the developments in the Middle East sort of hat on, almost 1/3 of Australia's DAP imports are sourced from countries adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz, predominantly Saudi Arabia and Oman. The disruption to the Strait is quite a significant global event. And sort of just to the Minister's point again about market concentration, Morocco, China and Saudi Arabia are sort of the biggest global players in that field, and the Strait supplies about 1/5 of global DAP exports. We do export some DAP as well, so we're the 7th largest global exporter, but it's quite small by global standards, around 2% of global exports, and a lot of that would depend on seasonality. Phosphorus fertilisers tend to be, so there's 3 macronutrient types, nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, NPK. Phosphorus, which is in monoammonium phosphate and diammonium phosphate, tends to be used at the beginning of the seeding cycle, and then that's followed by urea, which is the lion's share of fertiliser used in March, April, May, June and July.
In the Australian cycle.
In the Australian cycle, yeah, that's right. The winter cropping. And potassium, which we're also import dependent on, tends to be used in much smaller quantities.
Okay, so that was the 4th critical fertiliser that was mentioned, potassium, to help maintain the moisture in the soils, etc. And that one is also, we are completely dependent on international provision of that.
That is correct, Senator. We're fully import dependent, predominantly from Canada. So they're about 1/3 of our import shares, followed by Russia and China. That's global production. We tend to import muriate of potash. That's the main source of potassium for Australian farmers from Canada. So about 2/3 of our potash imports come from Canada. So those are the three key types of nutrients, and urea being the most significant for this period.
So many Australians wouldn't know these things, and I'm sure that many farmers, despite their best efforts, manage for a huge range of variables. But a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is not one that I'd expect was discussed around many kitchen tables anywhere in Australia until it happened. Now, when things go wrong, good people everywhere need help, and as independent, as resourceful as our farmers are, that isn't a problem that you can solve yourself when you're fully importing either urea or potassium, or either MAP or DAP in some quantity. So what level of government support, what measures have been put in place to support this critical provision of Australian fertilisers, given the scale of supply disruption that ensues as a result of the blockage of the Straits of Hormuz?
Thank you for the question. I can speak to the actions that are being taken by government, which are multifaceted, given the situation evolving in the Middle East. First and foremost, the government has taken action to expand fertiliser supply options, with current efforts focusing on securing near-term cargoes, particularly of urea, as part of Export Finance Australia's Fuel and Fertiliser Security Facility, which is a $7.5 billion fuel and fertiliser security facility. This is one key element of the Australian government's focus, and that, of course, also complements matchmaking efforts that Australia has undertaken with our international trade partners. In particular, 250,000 tonnes of agricultural-grade urea has been secured via Indonesia in partnership with Incitec Pivot. Now, just to go back to the EFA's Fuel and Fertiliser Security Facility, I can confirm that there have been 6 shipments secured and over 209,000 tonnes of urea secured through that facility. I should add that the 209,000 tonnes of urea is not over the top of the 250,000 secured from Indonesia. There is some intermingling of those figures, and we can perhaps take on notice to give you the specifics there. Working with the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, there's also been some streamlining of biosecurity measures related to fertiliser. The National Reconstruction Fund Corporation's Economic Resilience Fund is also targeted. There was some discussion earlier today, but certainly that is targeting and available to companies in the fertiliser supply chain that are economically impacted by the unfolding Middle East. We're working very closely with the Department of Agriculture and Export Finance Australia to continue to secure cargoes as required to fill any remaining shortfall in urea. As was pointed out earlier, it is the main fertiliser, and it is significantly important now and in the coming months for our farmers. I might pause there. That's a few strands to put on the table for you.
And before I come to the Minister, I know that this might not be quite in your area, but the plastics, a different cohort of Australians and Australian businesses and the users of the supply. There's a plastic interaction with the farms and the movement of food and its packaging, etc. But there's also other dimensions of plastic. So, how have the global supply chains been affected by the war in the Middle East with regard to plastics generally, and perhaps then more specifically with regard to the agriculture sector as well?
Absolutely, Senator. I'm going to throw back to Mr Wong, who will step through. So plastics as a supply chain is one that we have put a fair bit of focus into. So, Tim?
Thank you, Acting Secretary. Tim Wong, General Manager of the Office of Supply Chain Resilience. Australia is heavily dependent on imports of plastics from Asia. One of the issues that have arisen from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is that the monomer feedstocks that go into Asian manufacturers predominantly come from the Middle East. Just to give you a sense of the scale, in terms of Australia's imports, we roughly import $1.6 billion worth of plastic resins in 2025. We source almost 85% of import resins. About 2/3 are sourced from Asia, where Korea and Taiwan are the largest suppliers. The Strait of Hormuz, around 8% of plastic resins with known suppliers are sourced from the region. Suppliers include Qatar, UAE and Saudi Arabia. The types of plastics that we import the most is something called high-density polyethylene. That's Australia's largest imported plastic resin type, and the volume is 380 million kilotons, 380,000 kilotons with a value of $590 million in 2025. There are 5 other types of base plastics which are imported into Australia. One called low-density polyethylene, that's used to make flexible, lightweight plastic in film, bags, squeezable containers. There's a type of base plastic called polyvinyl chloride, commonly known as PVC. That's a durable type of plastic that's used in construction materials like pipes, cables and medical products. There is a type of base plastic which is actually made in Australia called polypropylene. So that's a lightweight, durable plastic that's used in packaging, textiles, automotive components. There's styrenes, which are commonly sort of recognised as polystyrene. That's used in packaging and consumer goods and packaging peanuts that prevent destruction of and damage of freight in transit. There's another type of plastic called called polyethylene terephthalate, which is PET, which people would think about as their beverage bottle, food container plastics. So the big issue really is around the supply of feedstocks into our Asian plastic supplying partners and their converters and crackers. So their plants are called converters and crackers, which turn plastic monomers into polymers. So the IEA reports that LNG exports that transited through the Strait represented almost 1/5 of global LNG trade, and that LPG supply has been reduced by about 20% due to the conflict. So that's quite significant given that 2/3 of Asia's plastic feedstocks transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So it's very much a high impact event on the global plastics sector. Probably just also worth making an observation about price. So base plastic prices have increased in the order of 25 to 60 odd % since February 2028, and as it is translated into Australia, stakeholder engagement would suggest that price increases have been in the order of 50 to 100%, and that is being felt through the supply chain by our domestic manufacturers, including food and grocery.
So, Minister, if I can just come to you to round this. This is my last question. Thank you very much. To round this out. Clearly, the evidence we've just received reveals how critical it is that we have a resilient supply chain in the national interest. Could I ask you to sort of give me your thoughts on that, and if you can provide an insight into what parts of the community would have been most affected had the government not actually intervened to shield the economy from the disruption of the war in the Middle East in the way that has been described here by the public servants?
I think maybe three quick answers, just aware of the time, Senator O'Neill. I mean, firstly, this has been a giant effort across government to try and provide that shock absorber for the Australian economy, but also work in a careful way in particular supply chains where there's a critical need. And it does, as you say, underscore, secondly, some of those long-term questions that have, built up over many decades. And as Mr. Wong's outlined, the challenges in plastics production, we no longer have resin production apart from polyethylene production associated with the Viva plant in Geelong. We don't have that local capability here, in no small part due to high gas prices that have meant that there's more. I've now got 2 cups of tea. This is so good. This is excellent. Thirdly, I just want to underscore that this is not problem solved. That we are not complacent about what this means. Like in the agricultural community, while it is very good that there's a pathway forward for the Phosphate Hill MAP and DAP facility that's been the subject of some discussion today because of the government's intervention in Mount Isa, that the funding of governments and financial and finance support for the Perdaman facility in Western Australia means we've got stronger prospects of local production of urea and phosphate fertilisers. And the action that the government's taken to secure additional shipments of diesel and urea from our partner economies, farmers are still facing very high prices. And that means, you know, that they are making decisions in a year that was going to be a lower production year for Australia, for many parts of Australian agriculture. Anyway, you know, that does represent challenges. We've undertaken careful work in the plastics area, and while we're not seeing shortages in areas like construction or food packaging, those areas are facing higher prices. And I get very good information from and briefing from Mr. Wong and Ms. Cooper and Mr. Chang and the whole team from DISA, but I tell you, I get a fair bit of unofficial information from my mates in construction too, who tell me about the price rises that they are facing, in particular with PVC piping, which is just so crucial in construction. So we're very focused on continuing that work. We've made important progress, but there's lots more to do, and I'm really pleased with the progress that we've made collectively across the government on these questions.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just ask one really quick follow-up question? I'm hoping for it to be taken on notice.
Sure.
On the fertiliser issue, has the amount the government spent intervening in the fertiliser market been published? I tried to find it a few weeks ago and I couldn't find it.
So there's two kinds of approaches here. Maybe we'll come back to you on notice. Ms. Oliver looks like she's about to jump in on the on fertiliser that we've sourced overseas. That's been reported thus far. And the second, of course...
reported, but has the price been reported?
We can probably... I'll let Ms. Oliver deal with that. I'm just going to say the second part, of course, is the local production component, which we might come back to you on.
And I assume you're not intervening in the price of that market, but
no.
You can tell me if you are. But
no. Well, there has been government support, for example, NAIF funding and other funding for the Perdaman facility.
I'm just wondering if the amount of the purchases, the importation of fertiliser, has been published, because I haven't seen it.
Senator, thank you for the question. So I wanted to indicate that particularly for the 6 cargoes that have been secured under the $7.5 billion fuel and fertiliser security facility, this is administered by Export Finance Australia within the DFAT portfolio, and so they are best able to speak to how that has been presented in the budget. My understanding is that the granular financial impacts of those cargoes have not been published in the budget, and this really, I think, goes to, in particular line items, goes to the kind of financing tools that they use as part of that facility, and that they're underwriting risk rather than, for example, providing subsidies or providing a grant. And so that will turn on each of these agreements that underscore those cargoes. And so those arrangements could be different for each of the 6 cargoes? Well, there'll be consistent arrangements in terms of the criteria and how EFA go about those agreements, but the impact for the Commonwealth will differ depending on the amount in those cargoes, for example. And I will potentially just give you the wrong advice if I perhaps elaborate further.
Should I be asking?
So that will be the DFAT portfolio.
So when Export Finance Australia comes on DFAT, I mean, as a matter of principle, it sort of goes back to Senator O'Neill's question. And that's why I was, really wanted to be clear. People are still facing elevated prices, and some of the principles involved in freeing up supply here and securing additional supply is that if an importer secures a cargo, then they are still securing that cargo at inflated global prices. I would argue that prices in Australia would be higher if we had less fertiliser, right? So it does provide an important, it's not just about supply in the end. There's a market there, and the amount of supply does have an impact on price. But people in the agricultural community are still facing very high prices in both fertiliser, but also, while we've seen improvements in the diesel price and we've made some some decisions there in terms of diesel, they are still elevated prices. So we're not complacent about any of that, but these are important contributions that have made a difference.
So those figures will be published, though, Minister?
Have a talk. So in terms of the way that those arrangements are, often underwriting and providing insurance for these purchases to make sure that Australia's in the front of the queue, like to give those importers an advantage in overseas ports in securing those cargoes. But in terms of the detail of that, you'd be much safer getting the official who's responsible for it to run through it for you.
Thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you. I'm hoping we can get through a few questions around Nearstar and some of the employees in Hobart and Port Pirie. Minister, what's the status of negotiations between the federal government and Nearstar for further funding?
Well, we're working those issues through, and we'll make announcements about that in due course. It's important to say that. So what is actually going on here is a 2-year feasibility study that's been undertaken by Nearstar and their parent company Trafigura in production changes and in particular additional critical minerals production at the Hobart and Port Pirie facility. I've been very pleased with the progress and the milestones that have been met. So, for example, in your home state in South Australia, at the Port Pirie facility, exports from that facility of antimony to customers commenced earlier than we would have predicted, and they are making important progress. We're engaged in discussions with the firm, and I don't want to front run the outcome of those discussions, but I'm very happy with the progress that's been made.
Minister, even Nearstar has said that they've held up their end of the deal in undergoing upgrades. So why is the government delaying outcomes if they've held up their end of the bargain?
Well, I've just said I'm very happy with the progress that workers and management in those facilities have made. We're in ongoing discussions with each of the facilities and their parent company and each of the state governments. I don't want to front run those discussions or announcements, but as I've indicated, important progress has been made, and it's good to see Australian firms investing in critical minerals production.
Minister, you're saying you're working through these issues. There are reports in the media that negotiations have broken down. You wouldn't describe where you're at right now as anything broken down in terms of negotiations?
No.
So, on that basis, can you give them a better timeline than you just working through these things? When can they expect a new package to be announced?
It's in the nature of these
timeline?
kind of discussions that they are ongoing. We of course want to provide certainty here as soon as possible, and we're going to keep working that through.
Do you know how long that Nearstar can go on with this uncertainty before they're actually having to make some cuts? Because those same reports are talking about cuts to workers because of delays.
Well, there's two kinds of uncertainty, I suppose. There's uncertainty without hope, right? Without putting the policy tools in place to drive additional investment, and there's a tough and uncertain environment when you've got partners in the state and Commonwealth government. And for those facilities, and I'm just thinking in particular the Port Pirie facility, but also for the Hobart facility, there is the discussions that you're asking me about, and of course There's our approach more broadly on the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve and a range of other measures, including our critical minerals agreements with the United States in particular, but with other partners around the world. This is a joint effort that we are driving into our domestic economy, but doing it with partners around the world who want to see secure supply chains in these areas. So antimony production, for example, I think this is the discussion that Senator McDonald was taking to us before, that that Premier Malinauskas led in that interview. It is a critical input into defence supply chains, and we want to ensure that not just for Australia but for our strategic partners, that we've got security of supply for that important product. It only really, the most economic way of recovering antimony and turning it into antimony metal is as a byproduct of lead and gold production. And we are fortunate in Australia to have at Port Pirie one of the Western world's few lead smelters. That's an important opportunity for Australia and for Port Pirie, and that's why this work is critical. First commercial load of antimony shipped on the 17th of February from that demonstration plant at what is now a multi-metals facility.
Minister, the General Manager of the Port Pirie smelter has actually indicated that Nyrstar is considering all options, including closure. Can the federal government give assurances to those 1,400 workers whose jobs are at risk that further financial assistance will be part of your response while you are working through those issues?
Look, we are just going to keep working those issues through, and I'm very positive about the discussions that we're having and the progress that this company has made on site in a real practical way, and that those 1,100 or so workers, plus the hundreds of workers in the local economy whose jobs rely upon that facility, the contribution that they have all made together. So I'm positive about that. We'll keep working those issues through, but there's just going to be, like a requirement over every year for more and more work to get to where we need to go on those facilities. The future was very bleak a couple of years ago. We've made important progress, and we're going to keep working on it.
Minister, I acknowledge that you made reference to critical minerals and the fact that this facility is one of the only kind here. Nyrstar has also raised concerns with the government about the impacts of Chinese dumping on their business. What would you say about that? Is that part of your concerns or a commitment to ensuring that this is made in Australia? What are you doing to protect their interests?
So I think it's important on dumping questions to, particularly for me, I'm not saying to you that you shouldn't say this, but particularly for me as a decision maker, when the Anti-Dumping Commission makes decisions and recommendations, that I not speculate, because this is an evidence-based process that the Anti-Dumping Commission has a formal role in. I think where we are on the investments in Port Pirie and Hobart is much more of a focus on security of supply of critical minerals and critical metals production in Australia as a byproduct of the lead and zinc processes. And those two facilities really, while they are a long way away from each other, coexist. And so it's a real innovation that the firm has brought forward to bring that critical minerals opportunity for Australia. They are very internationally engaged. seeking offtake from our international partners. It's a real opportunity for Australia. But, you know, there's a lot of work to go between demonstration plants as we're lifting production you know, I don't want to front run where we get to on this set of negotiations. Just as you would expect, that you get the same response from me on anywhere we're in the mid-step on concluding a proposition.
So, Near has raised issues itself about the impact of foreign countries and product here in Australia. The South Australian Treasurer, Labor Treasurer, and Energy Minister has also made reference and said that Near is under attack and having every aspect of its commerciality undermined by a foreign government. Are you confident and satisfied that your current policies are discouraging or combating dumping by foreign nations?
I think it's just important to distinguish between some of these questions which are about market concentration and supply chain security to the dumping questions, which are quite different and are the subject of these evidence-based processes that the Anti-Dumping Commission leads as part of our overall trade remedies approach, which is consistent with the WTO rules. And so the reason I'm being cautious about making assertions about dumping is because we have a formal legal process that is evidence-based that Mr. Latina at the Anti-Dumping Commission leads. With that group of staff, we've provided additional support to the Anti-Dumping Commission because we're in a more volatile trading environment where you know, we're seeing more evidence of a more contested trading environment with less adherence to the rules. But it's very important that we follow those processes. In terms of the interventions into the two facilities that we're discussing, you know, that is mobilised by, of course, wanting to secure that capacity for Australia, but also supply chain certainty and some of those critical minerals agreements with our partners around the world.
Under your current policy settings, are you confident that Near or a facility like this is able to be competitive with countries like China?
There's lots more work to do, and if we just adopt the old matrix, in order to secure supply chain certainty, governments around the world are stepping in. There is more intervention from not just in Australia but around the world to secure that supply chain certainty. The Critical Mineral Strategic Reserve, of course, of itself is an intervention which says that we are making sure that there's floor prices and other interventions here to deliver certain offtake for investment in these areas. The production tax credits or the production credits is the Albanese government saying we are going to secure these investments and we're going to send a very clear investment signal. It is a government intervention. And so, yes, I want to see those businesses as efficient and productive as they can possibly be, but we're not in a global environment where everything's a level playing field, and we do need to make decisions that are in our national interest and in the interests of our partners and supply chain certainty.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to suspend for a short break and resume at 4:30 p.m. And I think there are still more questions for this area, so if you could hang about, thanks. Hopefully on the home stretch for this area. I am going to go straight to Senator McDonald. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've got some questions on Boyne Island. The deal was announced on the 25th of March 2026 as a $2 billion 10-year partnership. Budget paper number 2 shows the Commonwealth's $1 billion profiled as $50 million in 29-30 plus $950 million from 30-31 to 2039-40. Can you confirm the precise Commonwealth payment schedule across that period, please?
All right, so thank you for the question, Senator. Do you mind just repeating that? Sorry, I was just getting up to the table.
I'm looking for the profiling of the Commonwealth's payment schedule between now and, well,
Right.
39-40, yeah.
Right. So yes, in order for that funding to be finalised, there will be a Federation funding agreement with the Queensland Government that has not yet been finalised or published, but it once it is, that will contain that information.
Do you have a timeline for that agreement?
I am hoping that will be published shortly. I don't have an exact timeline for you, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Is the Commonwealth's $1 billion contingent on annual review points, performance conditions or other contractual triggers, or is it an unconditional commitment once the budget appropriation is made?
So as with all of the agreements for these facilities, as we have explained previously, the exact nature and terms and conditions and commercial terms of those agreements are commercial with the company. So I won't be able to reveal those to you, but the Federation funding agreement will contain much more information around those matters.
Yeah, I guess though in summary it's not unconditional, but it will, the conditions will become public in the Federation funding agreement.
Yes.
What mechanism specifically guarantees the smelter remains operational until 2040? Is it legally enforceable against Rio Tinto?
So can you repeat that question? Sorry.
What mechanism specifically guarantees the smelter remains operational until 2040, and is this legally enforceable against Rio Tinto?
So again, there's the assistance package is subject to commercial terms with the company, and I'm not able to go into the details of those. And just to be clear as well, the Queensland Government is also a party to to the agreement.
And Senator, obviously, while we can't go into the specifics of the agreement, there's obviously as part of the broader approach to this is the negotiations do have conditionality as part of the deal. It's just around our limitations on what we can share. Yep.
All right, terrific. I mean, that's obviously a fairly obvious question about what is the commitments by the company in that time. If Rio Tinto closes the smelter before 2040, whether for commercial reasons, a change of ownership, a force majeure, will the Commonwealth have contractual remedies, i.e. can it recover committed funds?
Senator, I imagine we'll probably be in a bit of a loop here. So the FFA with Queensland will be made public. The nature of the contract or the contractual arrangements and details of the terms with the company will not. But there's obviously strong conditionality put through in all of our negotiations with all of the companies.
Yeah, I mean, again, that would, I would imagine, be a fairly obvious position for the federal government to want to take to ensure that there was that protection for the taxpayer. Rio Tinto has committed to underwrite approximately $7.5 billion in new Queensland renewable energy and storage through PPAs. What is the legally binding nature of that commitment? What are the consequences if Rio Tinto fails to deliver?
Perhaps, Senator, what we could do is, noting that the FFA with Queensland will be made public, we could then take on notice any further information that we can provide that go to those questions.
Thank you, I'd appreciate that. Does agreed to offtake under the Lower Wonga solar project mean construction is legally committed or merely that purchase agreements are in place?
I think can we put that into the same sort of category of we'll take on notice any further information we can provide.
Thank you. Does Rio Tinto's $7.5 billion renewable commitment benefit Boyne's energy costs specifically, or the Queensland grid more broadly?
So again, we will take that on notice, but it is underpinning renewable energy generation in Queensland.
Okay. So you'll come back to me specifically. So on that basis, does the Commonwealth's $1 billion effectively subsidise Rio Tinto's commercial energy strategy?
Well, I think, we'll take, and I think your question, as a matter of principle and in terms of the outcomes here, it's additional electricity generation. It's designed to support the lower electricity costs, but I think your questions go to the FFA and the condition and the conditionality. So we'll come back to you on that. I mean, we're all about energy addition here, that's what this agreement is all about. But in terms of the precise conditions that we can talk to you about now, we'll come back to you on notice.
Okay. Budget Paper 1 says this deal will crowd in almost $7.5 billion in private investment, but Rio Tinto is committing to power purchase agreements for its own facility, capital it needs regardless of the Commonwealth's $1 billion contribution. In what sense is $7.5 billion being crowded in rather than simply spent by Rio on its own energy supply?
Well, it's either... Well, there's two ways that Rio or any other large industrial electricity user can approach these questions. One is to just source PPAs from the existing grid. Another is to apply an approach which is about new generation capability. What this delivers is additional generation capability and transmission that they're investing in as well. It's similar to the approach that we're taking in data centre development as well. Like, that is not just allowing these things to drift on to put additional demand into the grid without underwriting new capacity.
And I think you understand where I'm going, I'm trying to get to, would Rio have spent this money regardless, given it's for its own energy supplies, regardless of the $1 billion Commonwealth support that's being provided? Is there a cost difference between the energy that Boyne currently received under its existing power contract and the renewable energy it will receive under the new arrangement?
Yeah, Rio have been very clear in Queensland and as a part owner of the Tomago aluminium facility that existing power contracts are they are not they're not able to achieve the same price with unreliable coal facilities in the mix. And they have made that judgment and been very clear about it with successive governments at the Commonwealth level and with the two state governments. They've been very clear about that proposition.
So they're going to...
So we're securing the investment here and securing the additional more competitive electricity contracts is what pulls this whole thing together.
So if there is a lesser cost difference, if the cost is less under this new arrangement, who bears that cost difference annually? Rio will bear any cost increase or cost benefit?
Well, each of these agreements will, they have provisions that go to, it's not just about, there are questions about cost and there are questions about what's happening in the aluminium market, so inputs and outputs. And the agreements go to all of those questions, and we'll take on notice what we can provide at this stage, and the FFAs will contain, some of that detail.
Okay, so we expect that the FFA will be released shortly, so all will become much clearer, because that will provide a substantial amount of this detail.
The kind of issues you are going to are precisely the kind of issues that have been contemplated in this. I mean, they are, in Queensland, 10% of Queensland's electricity. In New South Wales, I think it's closer to 12% of New South Wales' electricity. They're very, very substantial exercises, and all of those issues and more were being contemplated in the discussions.
Okay. So my final question, Chair, is that, Minister, you've said this is the biggest industrial investment decision in Queensland's history, but what do taxpayers get back for their $1 billion? I can't see any reference to equity stakes, royalties, no publicly confirmed mechanism to recover the money if Rio Tinto closes before 2040.
So the public benefit here, the public policy benefit here is very strong.
Yeah.
First of all, it is crucial that we maintain that end-to-end aluminium capability in Australia. Secondly, the jobs and investment in central Queensland are crucial for that community. Thirdly, a more efficient, more modern electricity system, a more productive and more competitive Queensland and Australia. These are all outcomes of this arrangement. And the capability that it brings alongside, it just drags in additional investments. The investment that the National Reconstruction Fund made in the largest HPA facility in the world, could not be sustained in an environment where there's not aluminium production in that community. This is about dragging in investment in central Queensland for the long term.
Terrific. So has there been separate modelling done on construction jobs, ongoing operational jobs, indirect regional jobs attributable to this package?
So this package secures that investment. I mean, there will be additional. When you say construction jobs, you mean generation construction jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, there will be plenty of work.
No, I was asking if there'd been modelling and
we'll come back to your notice if there's
done.
any modelling on the generation program. I've lost my words. Projects themselves.
Yeah, that would be terrific, because I think that's an important point. If the investment is to provide a financial and economic base for central Queensland, then for $1 billion, do we get plant upgrades, emissions reduction, efficiency measures, transmission lines, plus construction jobs, operational jobs? What is for the $1 billion, we think there's going to be a 50% return, a 75% return. What modelling has been done on that?
Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That concludes questions for the department at Program 1.1. So thank you very much for your time today, and we will invite the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation to join us, and we'll just suspend for a moment until we get a bit of a change. Alrighty, we might kick off again. So I would welcome representatives from the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Good afternoon, Chairman of the Committee, David Gall, Chief Executive Officer of the NRFC. We won't make an opening statement today.
Okay, thank you. Let's go straight to questions. Senator McDonald?
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask you, I understand that from the NRF there's two types of loans, one administered through the banks and one administered through the NRF. Is that correct?
This is on the ERP program
I'm sorry,
yeah,
yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Thanks, Senator, for the question. Yes, we have an ERP program which is active and open, and that is primarily being administered by the banks. Certain large facilities are being referred directly to the NRF for consideration.
Okay, so the government's released figures for the bank element, but the loans administered through the NRFC, do you have any detail on that you can provide?
Senator, the loans that have been written on the ERP, we've currently done through the bank program. That includes a number of larger facilities which have come to the NRF for review in terms of being in excess of the turnover thresholds that we set for the program, and that has enabled the banks to write those as well. There are other complex facilities, some of which don't meet the guidelines of the ERP and the way that's been set up, that are being considered by the NRF directly. As at this point in time, we haven't written any on the NRF directly, but rather done it via the bank facility that we've set up.
Okay. So I've got a trucking business. Shana, her fuel bill went up by $40,000 in March compared to February. Her bank said she didn't meet the criteria for a loan. She made an inquiry to the NRF on May the 2nd, but hasn't heard back. Would that be a reasonable reflection of how taxpayers are getting engagement with the NRF?
Senator, I don't believe it is a reflection of the experience that, on the whole, applicants have had. And I would like to take that specific example up and ensure that we get back to that individual straight away. Having said that, what we have done with a number, as I said, number of the inquiries that have come straight to us, is found out which bank is their primary bank and worked with that bank in and around them being considered for an application. I think it's fair to say that an applicant should know where they stand, i.e. whether they're going to get approved, or in some instances where it's not appropriate to approve the loan, but they shouldn't be wondering, they should know.
So offline I'll provide you with the details of that business, but given that the facility, I believe, has been created to support businesses during this fuel and fertiliser crisis, this is a real business whose fuel bills are significant, and yeah, I will be very pleased for you to get back to her, because at the moment she's described herself as desperate for a response, and as I said, her bank wouldn't consider her for a loan in this regard. So can you tell me how many businesses have applied for loans? Has there been much interest in the program?
Yes, Senator. I think approximately 650 loan applications have been put in for ERP. Interestingly, Senator, and they're still being progressed. There's certainly been more approvals than there's been rejections of those facilities. There have been some withdrawal of applications, particularly as certain businesses have understood more of the implications of the increase in fuel prices and other impacts to their business, and determine that they don't need the extra funding at this point in time. But 650 applications approximately.
All right. And how many of those have you processed now? I mean, you've already, just to clarify, you did already say that you have not approved any loans through the NRF. You've been able to redirect them back to their banks.
Yes, Senator. So the program has had approximately 180, well, 177 to be precise, but roughly 180 loans approved, totalling a bit over $180 million.
But they've not yet been written, finalised?
No, they have been approved, and I think 150 million, or roughly, of that has been advanced to customers, and we expect the other 30 million to be advanced in the next few days.
And that's through the banks?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, but there's nothing yet directly through the ERF. Okay.
I mean, the reason that we've set it up that way is because the existing customer relationship means that a lot of that due diligence work for those smaller loans can actually, in a legitimate way, be processed more quickly. For those larger propositions, some of which will come to the fund through their banks in any case. They do require a different due diligence process. But we're determined to make sure those smaller loans can get processed really quickly, because banks will just have that existing customer relationship.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Mr. Gould, if you could be in touch with me about specific details of that one that I've raised with you. How many applications has the Net Zero Fund received since opening, and how many have progressed beyond initial screening?
Senator, I'll pass to my CIO around application numbers. What I would say is that obviously the Net Zero Fund has not been open long, but we have a good pipeline of opportunities which we're considering at the moment. Mary.
Thank you. Mary Manning, Chief Investment Officer, National Reconstruction Fund. To date, we have received 33 applications directly for Net Zero Fund. We have also received 20 applications for financing, which could fit either within the Net Zero Fund or within the general portfolio, and we are in the process of working through those 20 applications to see in which fund they would sit.
Sorry, just to clarify, is that 20 included in the 33?
No, so 50 altogether, 53.
53 altogether. Right. So how many of those have progressed but beyond initial screening, or are they all progressing?
So the NRF has a multi-stage investment process. The first stage is screening, where we look at whether it's kind of the can we step, whether it fits with the Act and mandate, and whether it is eligible under the Act and mandate. The second phase is due diligence, and there are 3 separate phases within that. One is called the initial assessment, or phase 0, and then there's phase 1 and phase 2. So a number of those are in the that 53 number that I gave you. Those are ones that are either in the screening stage or in the phase 0, 1 or 2 of due diligence, and they are distributed between those different phases.
Do you have a breakdown by type of those 53? For example, industrial decarbonisation, renewables, low emissions manufacturing, low carbon liquid fuels. Can you classify these applications by sector?
I would have to take that on notice. One comment I can make in terms of the pipeline that we've seen so far is that a number of them, it's sort of like a Venn diagram. They don't fit, a lot of applications don't fit exactly into one of those categories. They may overlap between a number, but we can take that on notice and get the data that we are available to provide.
Okay, and thank you. Previously you were referring to the the investment mandate direction, which was recently updated or in 2026, which requires the NRF to achieve a positive net return on its portfolio over time, and the mandate's aggregate return requirement means that the portfolio as a whole must meet the threshold, but individual streams are not required to independently meet that threshold. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure who I should be directing that question to.
Certainly, but sorry that Mary had the microphone. Look, that is correct. The different sub-funds do have different target returns, and so we're designing portfolios for each of the funds, the general fund and the sub-funds, to go about meeting the return targets in the medium to long term that is targeting, and we've been asked to target for each of the funds.
Okay, so in the budgets, in the government's disclosure in the budget paper, it says that all three sub-funds, being the Economic Resilience Program, the Net Zero Fund and Forestry Growth Fund, will all offer finance at more concessional rates than the NRF general policy. Is that a portfolio, sorry, is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. And the Economic Resilience Program is providing zero interest loans, is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
So, by definition, that's returning a return below the cost of Commonwealth borrowing. That's economically correct, isn't it?
Senator, that whilst that's a correct statement, it doesn't consider all the other benefits to the Australian economy of what that money is actually going to try and support and help.
I acknowledge that. I'm trying to be quite narrow, though, in this this concept of the mandate requiring that you receive a positive net return on its portfolio, but we have some of the sub-funds which will receive a negative return, which is going to be a balancing act for you, I assume. Can you tell me what is the estimated annual financial loss expected from the Economic Resilience Program sub-fund relative to a market rate of return?
Yes, I can, Senator. So I'll just sort of step you through probably the easiest way of calculating that. If it is ultimately a $1 billion portfolio, and it'll take a little bit of time to get there, but the run rate ultimately will be $1 billion. If that's at 0% interest, you can then sort of calculate what that means in terms of interest. If it was a commercial rate, it might be 6 or 7%. So that sort of gives you a bit of a sense.
Okay.
I think there's a difference between that kind of back-of-the-envelope calculation and the cost to government, which is more of a question for DISA, which is a difference between what a different level of concessional finance means in terms of the costs. Like the commercial rate's not actually the right measure, but I think there's material in the budget
because that's the cost of funds, what the lending cost, the borrowing cost, and the zero interest rate means that is the the cost of lending.
Yes, sorry. The way, Senator, the way we have set up the program is that we have effectively funded through the banks a deposit that enables them to then put their loan in place. We're getting a good return on that deposit that we're putting with the banks. So the spread, the difference there is only a few percent.
That's to the banks.
Via the bank
but for
facility.
the government, the cost remains the same. You're just making it more attractive for the banks.
I don't think we're making it attractive for the banks. I actually think in the ERP program, the banks are being very constructive in the way that they've supported our rollout of the program and doing it in what I believe to be a very cost-efficient way.
I don't disagree, but there is a price for what's being proposed. The Net Zero Fund will be more concessional at a target rate of return of the 5-year government bond rate minus 1%. This is in contrast to the NRF's general portfolio target rate of return of the 5-year government bond rate plus 2 to 3%. Can you tell taxpayers what is the estimated annual financial loss expected from the Net Zero Fund?
So the underlying cash balance impact of a zero interest loan isn't the same as the commercial arrangements that are set up by the fund. They're just two kind of quite separate propositions. In terms of the cost to government, it's really about the impact on the underlying cash balance. Now, the department can talk to you about those questions. These are, they are concessional finance arrangements designed in the ERP case to provide small firms, particularly in trucking and logistics, but in other parts of the economy that have been exposed by the energy shock, with access to capital that they need on a very short-term basis, or it's concessional finance with a different purpose in the Net Zero Fund or forestry or whatever that is designed to drive additional investment into those areas. We can come back to you on the underlying cash balance impact. Happy to take that on notice. I think that's a kind of corporate question, but we can take it on notice for you and see if we can come back to you.
Terrific, thank you. So I'd like to get that number for the Net Zero Fund, for the Forestry Growth Fund, and for the Economic Resilience.
Yeah, we'll see what we can come back to you with. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. All right. Does the NRF estimate the concessional element in each project?
Senator, yes, we do. First, we look to understand if it needs to be concessional, and certainly not all facilities need to be concessional. And we also understand and look to try and understand the broader impacts to the economy, to the business, associated with any of our funding, including and particularly any of the concessional funding that we put in place.
Has the role of the Net Zero Fund broadened since its original design, or is it still assessed strictly as a decarbonisation vehicle?
Senator, there are two, I think, key elements to the types of facilities that have been considered in the Net Zero Fund. One is the decarbonisation of industrial facilities, and that's where I'd actually expect the bulk of the $5 billion to be invested. And then there is also low emissions technology and supporting the development and commercialisation and creation through manufacturing of low emissions technology in Australia as well. So that's the other element of the fund.
The only other point I'd make in addition to that is, the concessional rate is the target rate. Some of these propositions are equity propositions where there are different levels of risk attached to those, and the outcome, I guess it's there are some outcomes that will be better than the target rate. Like that, it is an investment mandate that the fund is required to achieve, but that's not the same as each individual different arrangement may have different characteristics.
Okay.
It's not a pro forma, proposition for industry. In the ERP, it is zero interest, but in these other propositions, there's room for equity and other financial arrangements.
Okay.
Instruments, I should say.
What minimum or expected level of private co-investment does the NRF require alongside the Net Zero Fund? What crowd-in ratio does the government regard as a success?
Senator, I can give you my view. I think the question was, what does government regard? So I'll let government answer that question. But from the fund's perspective, I think the best indication is to look at what we're currently achieving, and that's approximately 3 to 1. I think we are also able to, not just through the general fund, but have crowding, that kind of leverage ratio or crowding in ratio in the net zero fund as well. ERP is obviously separate to that because it's a very specific funding and purpose, but 3 to 1 is certainly where we've been achieving. Our plan or budget, if you like, wasn't as high as that. It was 1 to 1. We sort of moved it to 2 to 1, but I'd like us to be really stretching to 3 to 1 as an organisation.
Okay. Minister, do you regard that as a success, 3 to 1?
Yeah, I'm pleased with the progress that we're making, or that the fund is making there. Obviously, we want to see private investment in these projects, and it is a much better way of leveraging the special investment vehicle, in this case the National Reconstruction Fund's capacity. And having the fund in some of these projects, sometimes in even a small way, gives some elements of private capital and the superannuation system the confidence to jump in because the government's part of the proposition.
Okay. When the NRF assesses a manufacturing proposal, how does it distinguish between a project that is genuinely commercially viable and one that only looks viable because taxpayers are being asked to absorb costs that the market will not?
Senator, I might make a couple of comments and then pass to Mary to talk about what we actually do in the investment process. We do a lot of due diligence and work to understand not just how that business is performing today, but clearly pressure testing, stress testing their financials, the assumptions that sit underneath those businesses and business projections going forward. And what we're obviously looking for is what can be achieved sustainably in the long term. We do bring into that a lot of comparator and competitor analysis, understand their ability to compete, not just domestically, but how that fits globally as well. So, I think there's a good, robust process that we go through, analysis that we undertake that helps us understand the sustainability of the business models that we're actually being asked to fund and invest in.
Thank you, David. To build on those points, as I mentioned before, we have a multi-stage investment process. Part of the due diligence is where the investment team would carry out the analysis that you asked. So it's important to note that the NRF can invest across the capital stack. So we have debt investments, we have equity investments, and we have fund investments. And the specific financial analysis that we would do for each of those instruments may vary slightly. But the thing that is consistent across all of them is that we have our own financial model and our own financial projections. So if there's anything in line with your question, that would be put in the financial model. And then, as David mentioned, we do scenario analysis. So you have an upside case, a base case, and a downside case. And then that is reviewed by the Executive Investment Committee and the Board Investment Committee. So there is a lot of discussion and debate around the assumptions about gains and losses in each of the investments that we make.
Are you seeing recurring cost pressures across manufacturing and net zero fund pipelines?
So I can comment on the first part. In terms of the net zero fund pipeline, those are in early stages of analysis, so I'd be reticent to make an overall comment. But we do have an investment review process. So after we have made an investment, roughly at the time of investment, we have an IMP, which is an investment management plan, and that is as the name suggests, how we are going to manage that investment when it's in the portfolio. As part of that, we have some of the key financial metrics that were part of our investment rationale. and then those are reviewed on a quarterly basis. We have just recently finished the quarterly investment review for the previous quarter, and as a general comment, we are not seeing huge amounts of stress in the portfolio companies that we have now. In terms of pipeline, there is stress for companies that have exposure to fuel prices, but overall at a portfolio level, we are not seeing companies that are in distress to the extent we could make a general comment in that regard.
All right, so you're not seeing electricity prices, grid connection delays, network charges, costs of labour, logistics, feedstocks, regulatory compliance, approvals, any of those things as being sticking points for any of the businesses that you're funding?
So I would say that those are certainly commentary that we hear from portfolio companies and from companies that are in the pipeline. But in terms of two other things I can share as feedback. One is that it's not just whether the costs of these things are higher, but the duration with which they stay high. So that is a piece of feedback we've heard from portfolio and pipeline companies, that they are watching prices of the items you mentioned very closely to see how long they stay high. We do have a rating system. It's like a traffic light system for companies that are in the portfolio and how they are tracking versus the investment management plan. And we have not seen a number of them tip into distress because of spikes in some of the things that you have mentioned. However, we are keeping a close eye, and if those prices stay elevated, if they stay elevated, then we will keep a close eye on how they impact the portfolio companies.
All right, so for the Net Zero Fund specifically, what tests does the NRF apply to ensure concessional finance is backing a one-off transition investment that can stand on its own 2 feet, rather than using taxpayer support to prop up projects facing a structurally uncompetitive domestic cost base?
Senator, I don't think there'll be like one test. I think it'll be a combination of all the forces or impact factors affecting a particular proposal. So what I can say is we will, and we are, putting each one of these proposals through our full investment process, and we'll consider all of those factors, including, cash flow analysis, understanding all of those factors as we would any other proposal as well. So we're in the process of doing that for the first few that have been coming through the pipeline in the Net Zero Fund.
Okay. So, we don't have enough data from projects to be able to reflect on whether or not that's an adequate assessment, and I guess that will be next year's estimates to start looking back on projects that have been signed up now and whether or not they have been able to use the funding adequately to transition, or whether or not it was just, the funding papered over some structural issues. That's a comment.
I think it's fair to say, I think that's true, that obviously evaluating these arrangements, you can't evaluate the success of these arrangements on the day that a loan or an equity injection happens. There's $1.6 billion in 28 particular investments occurring against a backdrop where, exports, Australian manufacturing exports have gone up by 43%. Manufacturing investment has increased by 35%. And there are more manufacturing firms in Australia today. And I've watched over the last 30 years as those numbers have got worse and worse and worse, and now they are getting better and better and better. The fund is making its own contribution there. They have to make those judgments about individual investments, and I think Net Zero Fund has been open now for 5 and a bit weeks. And that will that is designed to support businesses making investments in lower cost energy.
So what default rate, impairment rate and write-down rate has the NRF assumed for the Net Zero Fund compared with the general NRF portfolio? I'm just
Yep. As has just been discussed, the Net Zero Fund is only 5 weeks old and we have not yet made an investment, but we certainly are doing some planning in terms of different scenario analyses and how we intend to construct the portfolio. So as Minister Ayres pointed out recently, if the benchmark is the Australian government bond minus 1%, that doesn't mean that every loan in the portfolio is priced there, and certainly we have equity investments. So the type of analysis that we're doing is splitting the portfolio into how many investments we expect to be debt and how many we expect to be equity within debt to develop a portfolio so that the return, there's some concession, but it on a diversified basis, it meets the criteria. And then the analysis you do on the equity side is different. The analysis on the equity side is how many investments are you going to make from an equity perspective? What is the expected return? And then what is the failure rate of the higher risk companies, whether that's earlier stage, first of a kind, high upfront capital costs. There are a number of different areas that are listed in our statement of expectations. What is the failure rate for those? And then you can mathematically put those two together and arrive at a target benchmark return, which is the 5-year Aussie government 5-year minus 1%. So that is the type of portfolio construction analysis we are doing now, and we will continue to revise that as we begin to invest and develop the portfolio.
All right. So minus 1% is the return rate, but what's the default rate or impairment rate that you're working to?
So those are our work in progress in terms of as we're developing the equity portfolio. There is guidance in the investment mandate and in the statement of expectations that there may be higher risk investments, earlier stage, and that the risk profile of the net zero fund is higher than the general portfolio. So in terms of the exact loss rates, those are sensitivities that we're working through right now, and they will be applied as we begin to invest and roll out the NZF.
Okay, will that be made public, that number?
Senator, at an aggregated level, I believe so. That's effectively in the budget statements.
Aggregated across the entire NRF, but
Correct.
not for the sub-funds?
That's the way they're presented in the materials. Yes, okay. Senator.
Will projects supported by the Net Zero Fund also be eligible for other future Made in Australia supports, grants and other concessional finance?
Senator, we work very closely with other agencies, other of the government's investment vehicles. There's certainly not anything precluding an investment that we make in the fund to also be considered for other funds proposals. So that's what I'd say really about that. When you look at the investments that we've done to date, there has been a number that have come through earlier programs like the industry grants program and or a body like ARENA.
How will you prevent subsidy stacking?
Well, in an area like critical minerals, for example, it's quite possible that they will receive a range of supports from the government. And in some of these areas, that's precisely what we want to see. We want to see, and that is what economies around the world are deploying now, particularly in these areas of, higher priority industrial areas. So firms who are eligible may receive support from the government in terms of research and development tax incentive, and the $53 million, I think it was, that we advanced the critical minerals CRC. They may then step through to then get other support in the lead up to capital support, crowding in private investment. And if they're critical minerals companies, they may well get the benefit of the critical mineral strategic reserve. Like that, in some of these priority areas, that is absolutely, I want to see a pipeline of investment in those firms because that will deliver production here that otherwise would have happened somewhere else. And it means that Australia is part of that interconnected web of countries that are supplying each other with a really valuable supply chain security.
All right. So, Minister, before you said the $1.6 billion across 28 investments, which fund was that from?
Well, Mr. Gall can probably provide you with more details about those investments. As I understand it, they are from the general portfolio thus far. The new vehicles, net zero fund, it's very young. It's 5 and a bit weeks, 6 weeks maybe, that the fund has been in operation. You would expect it to take some months, at the very least, before some of these arrangements come to a conclusion.
So the assessment of the effectiveness of the government subsidies, if they are across different programs, will be more difficult to assess.
Senator, I think this is concessional finance.
I'm sorry, I'm using the example where concessional finance, critical minerals incentives, something else over here.
So some of these production credits are production credits that will apply in the future to future investments. It's about dragging that through from early stage production to fully kitted out manufacturing firms. We've talked about other examples where the National Reconstruction Fund isn't yet engaged or isn't engaged over the course of today, where the supports that we're providing, for example, to Nearstar to get to a feasibility study on critical minerals production. Of course, we also envisage that critical mineral strategic reserve will play its role.
All right, so the Net Zero Fund, 5 weeks old, correct?
Yes.
So you
Five
haven't...
or so.
You're right, this is the 6th week, I think.
Right,
Yep.
okay. So to date, it hasn't made any investments yet, and so we're not going to be able to see what return rate or jobs it's created or projected to create yet. I'll hold those over. When's the first investment expected?
Senator, I would expect the first investment to be made within the next couple of months.
Okay. What is the total NRF special account payment budgeted for 26-27, and how much of that is allocated to the Net Zero Fund specifically?
Senator, the Net Zero Fund specifically has as yet nothing drawn in terms of our expected for the next financial year, I think is approximately $600 million.
Just returning to the returns on the Net Zero Fund, we've talked about the arrangement that means that there will be a guaranteed structural loss to taxpayers on every dollar invested from the sub-funds. What's the total projected fiscal cost of the below bond rate arrangement over the life of the $5 billion fund?
Senator, I don't think that's a question for the fund. I think that's a question for government. Our focus will be ensuring that we target the target return for the fund.
I think we did take that question on notice before, Senator, just noting it's something that we, just with the officials who were present in the corporate section, but we'll take it on notice and come back to you on that question. I mean, you know, there are a range of these propositions that you know, we want to see perform as well as possible. and the fund's got responsibilities across the board to deliver a mandate. Like every private fund has its own mandated performance as well. There's no guaranteed structural loss here. We want to see that the best return on public funds that we can. There are concessional rates of finance and there's across the board performance levels that are required. We'll come back to you on notice about what the budget says, particularly on the underlying cash balance impacts of each of these developments.
Yeah, I mean, the budget papers don't appear to disclose a fiscal cost of the net zero fund, the concessional return arrangements.
We'll provide you with what we can on notice. Just as I said, we're sort of into the deep into the day now, and outcome one's the place where that discussion would normally happen.
Senator, just letting you know you're at 40 minutes.
Thank you. Were Treasury and Finance formally consulted on the fiscal implications of adopting a below bond rate return target?
It was a decision that was made in the normal ERC and Cabinet processes, Senator.
Okay. Did they provide any feedback? Did the Treasury provide any feedback on their views on that?
Much as I think I've been hanging around in these processes long enough to confidently assert that the answer to that question, Senator, is that it's a budget and cabinet process, or MyFO, and I think in that context, MyFO. I think that's right. Anyway, ERC and cabinet process that's subject to the usual strictures.
Terrific. Okay. Talked about crowding in. So, given that the net zero fund's providing highly concessional finance, a return below the cost of borrowing isn't a commercial return, it's a subsidy. Is the net zero fund effectively a grant program operating through a loan structure?
No.
Does the below bond rate return target mean that the net zero fund will make an operating loss over its life?
Senator, no, Senator. I would expect the net zero fund to definitely make a profit over its life.
Even though it has a below bond rate return? It's going to be uphill for you, isn't it? Where will you find the returns?
Senator, I think again we'll work through the opportunities that are before us, but within the fund itself, we are targeting, a positive return. The 5-year bond rates, sort of circa 4.5%, 4.8%. We would expect to make a 3.8% return.
Okay. Will that loss appear on the Commonwealth's balance sheet? Will it be separated out by the sub-funds versus the NRF?
Yeah, I think that's one for us to come back to you. It's more appropriately dealt with in Section 1. There are a variety of financial instruments that the fund is deploying across a variety of components of the fund, and of course we want to see the maximum returns because there will be returns to the fund that are then capable of being reinvested in the work of the fund. It's designed to operate like the other special investment vehicles to provide an ongoing recurring funding capability that's not a subsidy, that is an equity or loan or other financial instrument support.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Senator Little.
Thank you. I've got some questions in relation to the mission of the authority, and that is to be a trusted and influential voice to build understanding of and shape policy on the regional net zero transition. Can I ask you how you're actually achieving that mission? Is it through advertising or public campaigns? What's what's happening with that? How are you telling people about that?
Senator, I might just ask where you've got that mission, because that's not a familiar statement to us.
Is it referring to the Net Zero Economy Authority?
Yes, it is. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so they're on later tonight.
Okay. Oh, okay, right. Just make sure I get there. Remind myself I've got a few of those. Okay. Got some questions about the resilience program. Can I do that?
Yes.
All right. How many businesses have applied for the economic resilience program since the applications opened?
I think, Senator, to be fair, we've just gone through each of those propositions. I think, just if it assists, we've dealt with questions about the number of firms that have applied,
right?
The number of firms that have been approved, some of the characteristics of those firms, and the amount that has been approved.
Mm-hmm.
I think Senator Brockman took us to one firm that he believes had not got a satisfactory answer, and we're going to take that offline. Okay. But if there are additional questions, we're very happy to take them.
Okay. Are you aware of any? Senator Brockman gave one example. Are you aware of any others? Do you have a complaints process where people can actually say that they haven't got a service that they expected? From the corporation?
Senator, we have where customers have been unsuccessful and have had a concern around the way that they haven't been able to qualify for a facility. Some have reached out to us. We've gone back to them and with their banks. As I said to Senator Brockman, we're certainly, if there are any specific examples of concerned applicants that don't feel that they've had a response or a timely response, I'm very happy for us to deal with them, and we'll put them in and work through it with their bank.
Been very efficient despite having 40 minutes. I just want to go back to, I think some of the questions that I asked in corporate were referred to here, and it's in relation to the statement of expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Can you give me some insight into the statement of why you understand the government issued a new statement of expectations?
Yes, Senator. We had a statement of expectations issued in April of this year, and it really coincided with the commencement of our new investment memorandum and our what do we call it? The Priority Area Declaration, the PAD. And I think for us it was very useful, so inside the fund, very useful to actually have the direction and explanation from government as to how we best focus the efforts of the establishment of those, in particular those new sub-funds. So when you look through the statement of expectations, it does go into some details around the sub-funds themselves, some detail in and around what the economic resilience program's been really designed to focus in on, and that was I think fundamental then in the setup of the economic resilience program. And in the Net Zero Fund, really highlighting those 2 points that I made before around the focus of that fund being to support industrial firms decarbonise energy-intensive parts of their operation, and the scale-up of domestic manufacturing of low emissions technologies. And it gives some specific examples in there around wind, solar and energy storage solutions, as well as the production of low carbon liquid fuels. So as we've then gone to mobilise the strategy, I think that's been very helpful. There's a number of other elements, obviously, in the statement of expectations too, which has then provided us, I think, very good guidance.
So, Senator, I think there's two. I mean, it's a long statement of expectations that goes to all of the issues that Mr. Gall provided to you. I think there are those questions, and then there's, I think, an effort by the government to align the reporting requirements across the special investment vehicles, and so some of the text goes to the broad approach that the government has to making sure that there's consistent requirements. That's not in any way a reflection on the individual performance of the National Reconstruction Fund on those reporting requirements. It's very early in the day for the fund on those questions. So jointly with the Department of Finance, we'll work with the fund, but also the other special investment vehicles to make sure that we're getting the right information on capital deployment and the outcomes.
So this hopefully may be my last question in relation to this, depending on your answer, but I'm trying to understand the process around how that's actually developed. So what consultations occur between the government and the NRFC board before those statements are issued? And is there any involvement in the drafting of that statement, or does that come directly from
it's really something that the government owns that I communicate to the fund. I mean, of course, I talk to Mr. Gall and the officials from the fund very regularly, but that is really to communicate to the fund the government's approach in this case in relation to those 3 sub-funds, the context in which we developed that decision, but also I did just want to add developing some more consistency across the special investment vehicles on those reporting requirements. So it's not an iterative document that goes backwards and forwards between the fund or a document that the fund initiates itself. It's my and the Minister for Finance's document that reflects the government's decisions.
But based on what you've just said, there's not an expectation through that process, though, that there's any surprises in the statement of expectations. There is a bit of a iterative process.
No, I'm saying we own that. Whether Mr. Gore was surprised or not by that is only something that he can answer. But I don't think it was very clear what the decision of the government was. The statement of expectations really sets that out, gives it a bit more context. But certainly the development of the 3 sub-funds that we've discussed would not have been a surprise to the fund. But the way we communicate it is important for the fund in terms of their operations, but also gives the public and the investment community a bit of insight into what it is that we're trying to achieve.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. That's fine. Okay. You've got one.
We just have somebody else coming into the room.
Are they far away?
For NRF.
Can I just ask another question then? Just because I'm unfamiliar with how this process works in this department, the appointments of the board or the person in charge of the department, are they aligned to that statement of expectation? Is there any alignment between performance and the statement of expectations in relation to who has accountability for the actual deliverable?
If it's useful, Senator, I can just step out the sort of usual process around statements of expectations and then the statement of intent. So using this as an example, so the statement of expectations was updated to reflect the new sub-funds. It did also, as the Minister's picked up, there's some work being done with our Department of Finance colleagues and the Minister for Finance around consistency and standardising of reporting across SIVs. We do, in the department, we did consult with the NRFC just around to ensure it's workable and makes sense, but the government owns the statement of expectations. And then the portfolio entity in this case then responds with a statement of intent back in reply to the statement of expectations, and that's due within 3 months of the statement of expectations. So that's the point in the process that we're up to, is that NRFC will provide back a statement of intent around how they're going to address the statement of expectations. So it's quite a quite a established process around statement of expectations, but it is designed to make sure that that both the government can set its expectations, but then the entities can reply back in terms of how they plan to give effect to that statement of expectations.
And the only thing I would add to that, Senator, is that we do that obviously in conjunction with our board, and that it will be a board-agreed statement of intent which then gets sent back to the ministers.
We'll put that on notice.
Okay, further questions may be placed on notice. So I think we're finishing now with the NRFC, so thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And I think we're now up to the CSIRO. So I call on witnesses, representatives from the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, and we'll just suspend for a moment to enable them to come to the table. Welcome all of you, representatives from the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, and welcome Professor Huntington, Acting Chief Executive. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Chair, I would. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As Australia's national science agency, CSIRO's purpose is to provide research and development to assist local industry, further the interests of the community, and to help meet national objectives. To deliver on this role today and in the decades ahead, we must ensure our research portfolio remains relevant to Australia's needs, capable of delivering maximum impact from our science. And over the past 2 years, we've been sharpening our focus to achieve this. To fulfil our purpose, we must also be sustainable. So we welcome the Australian Government's commitment of an additional $387.4 million over the forward estimates announced in the 2026-27 federal budget. On behalf of CSIRO, including our Chief Executive, Dr. Doug Hilton, who is currently on planned leave, we appreciate the support shown by the government and Minister Tim Ayres at a challenging time of competing national priorities. This funding will allow us to plan and invest with greater certainty, and we take extremely seriously the responsibility and the trust inherent in this budget commitment. This will help us to address the effects of decades of underinvestment in CSIRO's infrastructure, to provide safe and fit-for-purpose sites, as well as the scientific equipment, cyber protection and technology that our researchers and our collaborators need to make significant discoveries and turn them into real-world impact. As this committee is aware, recent years have been difficult for our people. This includes shifts currently underway to our research portfolio, which will result in an estimated reduction of 300 to 350 roles. And I do want to acknowledge the impact that these changes continue to have on our staff and their families. We've now communicated final decisions for the research unit changes that we've been consulting on, providing greater clarity for our staff and marking a significant step in our change process. As we've shared before, these changes are part of a strategic shift to help us maximise the impact of our research for Australia. We're continuing to progress these, and the associated savings will support our long-term sustainability while ensuring we deliver strong value for the nation. The additional funding in the federal budget will provide greater stability for our workforce in the future, which we know will be welcomed by our staff. We're committed to ensuring our portfolio remains strategically focused to deliver impact at scale, now and into the future. To enable this, we will continue to shape our capability to respond to evolving scientific and national needs. This is crucial if we're to utilise our funding with the focus and prudence that the community rightly expects of us. Since we last appeared before this committee, we've also participated in the Senate inquiry into the funding and resourcing of CSIRO, and we thank the inquiry committee for its consideration, as well as all of those across Australia's science ecosystem who provided submissions. This month, we're also marking our centenary, acknowledging the curiosity and persistence of our predecessors over many decades. It's now our responsibility to build on that legacy, ensuring CSIRO remains focused, agile and capable of responding to Australia's needs for the years and decades ahead. I'm joined today by our Chief Operating Officer and Executive Directors from across CSIRO's research portfolio who are here to represent their areas and assist in answering the committee's questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we've got interest from a few senators for CSIRO, so we'll try and stick to 10-minute blocks. And Senator McDonald, I'll start with you.
Thanks very much, Chair, and good evening. CSIRO's current average staffing levels for 2025-26 is 5,300. Is that correct?
Senator, I'll hand to Mr Munyard.
Tom Munyard, Chief Operating Officer. That's correct, and that's the published figure in the portfolio budget statements as well, Senator. That's our estimated ASL for 25-26.
Terrific, thank you. And the average staffing levels for 26-27 is forecast to be 5,100. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
That's a reduction of 200 positions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
These are average staffing level figures, so they represent full-time equivalent ongoing reductions. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the average across that'll be the average across both of those financial years.
Do you know the breakdown as to how many are full-time and how many are part-time positions of that 200?
I don't know. I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, and I don't know if we'll have that, but I'll see if I can get an answer for you on notice.
Can you confirm whether these positions are science and research staff or administrative and corporate roles?
Senator, what I can confirm is that they are reflective of all the announcements that we have made to date. So there are no further, separate to any other reductions. They are reflective of the announcements that we have on the public record already.
So what proportion are in frontline scientific research roles versus corporate support functions?
I have to take that on notice, but what I will say is some of those figures reflect the tail end of the enterprise services corporate reductions that we undertook about 12 to 18 months ago, and some of those flowed through into 25-26, so there'll be a part-year impact in that year. In 25-26, which will have a full year impact in 26-27, and then the remainder will be the research 300 to 350 that Professor Huntington has outlined in the opening statement.
Okay. CSIRO's stated mission is to deliver research and technology needed to address national challenges. Does losing 200 staff in that next year improve or weaken CSIRO's ability to deliver on that mission?
Senator, I might take that one. Dr Hilton has stated on a number of occasions that we face the consequences of multiple decades worth of underinvestment in our infrastructure, and we've when we appeared in the Senate inquiry into the funding and resourcing of CSIRO, we laid out a very frank assessment of where we sat. We will always work with the budget trajectory that is given to us, and the thing that we are very focused on is maximising our impact from the research that we do.
Did CSIRO approach government to request this staffing reduction, or was it directed from the Minister's office?
Senator, our board is the accountable authority for CSIRO, and they have responsibility for a number of things, including the sustainability of the organisation. So as management, we work with board constantly to make sure that we are financially sustainable and prudent managers of the resources entrusted to us by the Parliament.
Was a request made to increase funding in order to avoid these staffing reductions?
Senator, we work with government. We are in constant conversation with government. We work with the envelope that is given to us. We have said consistently all the way through this last year that in order to put CSIRO onto a sustainable footing over the coming decade, we would unfortunately need to crystallise the savings that came from the strategic portfolio review that we did last year, and crystallise the savings that came from a reduction of 300 to 350 staff, and that we would need to work to find an additional at least $80 to $135 million per annum over the next decade. That's what we're working with, and as we've said all the way along, we will work with whatever the budget trajectory that is presented to us.
So that reduction is a result of the government reducing the funding to the CSIRO.
Well, that's not what's happened here, Senator.
Sorry, I just missed what you said.
That's not what has happened here. What has happened here is, in addition to the $1 billion, around $1 billion that the government provides year in, year out, there's an additional $278 million announced through 2025, and in this budget, $387.4 million in addition to that over the course of the 4 years. Now, the organisation parallel to that has undergone what I've described as a research prioritisation exercise. Professor Huntington will be able to describe that for you. But this is a very substantial increase in CSIRO funding, and we are, of course, working closely together on, securing, delivering that. It does include, in addition to that, $38 million, which is for the sustainability of that Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness as well.
So was an independent assessment conducted of the scientific capability loss before agreeing to this reduction?
Senator, can I ask...
Did you look outside the organisation to review what the capability loss would be of making these decisions?
So, Senator, I might refer you to the submission that we made to the inquiry into the funding and resourcing of CSIRO. We outlined in that the process that we took for the research prioritisation process. There were this unfolded over 18 months and involved a number of stages of input from both within CSIRO as well as across the ecosystem. The key step that we took in September last year involved 300 of our staff attending a multi-day workshop, as well as external advisors coming in to provide advice to us around the priority and the feasibility of the research agenda that was being proposed.
So CSIRO has then modelled the impact of this reduction on the delivery of its current research program. Is that right?
We undertook a portfolio build process last year, and we we took two items into account when we were doing that build. One was the potential impact, the quality and the scale of the research that was being proposed, as well as the funding envelope. We are confident that the portfolio build that we came forward with, we can deliver.
Can you provide that modelling?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Oh, well, what you've just described there, the restructure or the reprioritisation of the research, can you provide? Did that end up being a document?
So Senator, we allocate resources across the portfolio based on the resources available as well as the priority of the research. We have made internal budget allocations on that basis.
Okay, so there's no document that could be reviewed by the Senate Estimates Committee on how you made those decisions, how you prioritised those projects and people?
Oh, absolutely, Senator. Our submission to the inquiry earlier in the year provides a very comprehensive summary of that process.
Well, on notice, just given I wasn't involved in that inquiry, would you mind retabling that, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Chair, I have some more questions, but on a slightly different topic. Would you like to rotate the call and come back to me?
Yes, thank you. I'll go to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. Because the last hearing of the Senate inquiry occurred just prior to the announcement of the new round of job cuts, could I just clarify a few things with you and perhaps get an update? So, have 350 jobs, as reported, now been lost or cut at CSIRO?
Senator, as we outlined in our submission to the inquiry, we have a six-stage major change process. We have now reached step 5 of that major change process. We have confirmed with all of the affected research units the final sets of changes.
Yep.
If I might go to perhaps what's sitting underneath that question, which is that Dr. Hilton has been very clear all the way through that in order to put ourselves onto a sustainable footing over the longer term, we would need to crystallise the savings that came from the strategic prioritisation and then find an additional at least $80 to $135 million per annum over the next decade. So yes, we will be proceeding with crystallising those changes.
The 350 are locked in, and is any change in the composition of those? And was there any voluntary redundancies offered and accepted?
So absolutely, there has been a change in the composition of those changes. So I won't belabour the point. We have a very detailed process. The set of proposals that went out, I'm pretty sure pretty much every one of them have had changes and modifications as a consequence of it. Some very substantial and some less so, and we've received a very significant amount of feedback through that process, all of which we've read and thought about very carefully.
So when's stage 6 going to be complete?
So we are now, stage 6 is implementation. We are now into implementation, and this is the moment where we work very closely with all of our affected people to try to work our way through whether they can be effectively redeployed across the organisation, what their future might look like.
So it's been reported that 818 jobs were cut with CSIRO last year. Is that correct?
Senator, I might hand to Mr. Munyon on that one to go to some of the steps that we took prior to doing the portfolio bill.
If you could just confirm that number, I don't need the steps in any detail at this stage.
Just check that. I'll just check that.
Just given the time, yeah. Or we could come back to that if you like.
Thank you.
So could I confirm then, I'm just going on what's reported, 11 out of 60 climate modellers lost their jobs?
Senator, I'll hand to Dr. Mayfield to talk you through some of the details of the changes. Yep. But before I do, if I might just make the wider comment that when we were building the research portfolio and doing the review, one of the things that we really took very careful consideration of across a number of research threads was the idea that we need to invest both in very fundamental research as well as investing in the activities that would see that research utilised. And so certainly across CSIRO, the climate science that we do is much more comprehensive than what is described in some of the numbers around climate scientists, and indeed much more wide than in nature
I appreciate that, Professor.
So I'll hand it off.
But you were aware of some very specific criticism from senior scientists about cuts to modelling.
Peter Mayfield, Executive Director for Environment, Energy and Resources. So you are correct in terms of post-consultation. We have 11 people from a group of 60, what we call climate, people working on climate. So not all modellers, they are a range of skill sets that include people doing atmospheric monitoring, measurement. So it's not just modellers.
Okay.
And that was originally, in the original proposal, there was 12 staff were impacted. So through the process of consultation, we've been able to mitigate one of those. The other thing I'd say is that at this point in time, We're working through that part 6, which is that they're potentially impacted, and it's not at this point in time. No one has actually left the organisation.
Okay. It was also reported that 5 out of 15, and these were specific modellers around the Access program, Australian Community Climate Earth System modelling, have lost their jobs. Is that correct?
For around Access as opposed to Access
Specifically
NRI.
in relation to Access, yeah.
So with respect to Access NRI, there are 3 FTEs that are impacted there.
Only 3?
That's for Access NRI.
Not 5, right,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, how do you, Dr Mayfield, how do you respond to criticisms by some very senior climate scientists, including internationally, that this is going to impact our ability to not only conduct Access but also IPCC projections and inputs into other global reports?
So we've been very careful with where we've had to make reductions so that we are quite comfortable that we can deliver on the CMIP 7 obligations that are currently underway. When you come to Access NRI, so that was a body that was pulled together originally to take on, move the Access model from being a development model into an operational model, and then Chris came to the party and have been funding that. We have been providing services there, but they're always meant to be transitioned to Access NRI, who are funded to do that. And we're at that point where we want to put our resources into actually applying the models and doing scientific development of the models as opposed to operational work. So it's a well-known transition that was meant to take place. So at this point in time, our expectation is that it will need to take place. The model continues. We'll maintain support there. We remain on the board. We remain on the Scientific Advisory Committee. So we're not walking away from anything. So we're actively trying to make sure we do well around climate science.
And is the view you just expressed, is that reflected by your staff in the Environmental Research Unit? That these cuts to modelling won't impact our IPCC?
As you can imagine, when we've gone through consultation with our staff, there was something like 439 submissions for environment. They were not all about climate.
No.
While it's impacted, there's much greater impact across the other parts of the Environment Research Unit. So they've come from all parts. But there has been, no one's ever happy about loss of roles.
Well, I appreciate that, and a lot of.
But we've also looked at how do we do the science better. That's been our driving force. So we're focused on better science.
Have we lost any scientists to other organisations or overseas organisations through this process?
Not to my knowledge, but we can ask that question.
If you could take that on notice.
Yeah.
And just to be clear then, it was the number reported 92 staff lost their jobs in the Environmental Research Unit out of a total of 350 across the board, is that correct? 92 came from the
post-consultation, it's 92 staff are impacted. Of those, about, I think it's 86 are going to be redundancies.
86.
And the others are term ends that happen early.
Okay. Could I ask, in terms of the budget, the number that Professor you just talked about then, the 387.4 million that you mentioned, have we got a breakdown of how that's going to be allocated?
I'll hand to Mr Munyard.
Specifically, how much is going to go towards infrastructure costs versus, to quote your media release, Minister Ayres, critical science functions?
I will hand to Mr Munyard. Just before doing so, perhaps to frame that, as I'm sure everyone here is aware, new policy proposals are for very specific things, and this injection of funding is all around securing CSIRO's sustainability, and we are...
Sustainability is a very broad concept.
And we are very, very focused on making sure that we are diligent about...
What does sustainability mean,
I'll hand to Mr
Professor?
Munyard.
So Senator, as Professor Huntington mentioned earlier, we need to invest an additional $80 to $135 million per annum over the next 10 years to be sustainable. So we're working through...
Financially sustainable we're talking about here?
We're talking financially sustainable.
Right.
Yeah. So that includes, since the government's budget announcement, we're working through our planning in terms of how we will invest that funding into the things that are for the specific purpose that the budget measure was for. We will be investing in critical repairs and maintenance to ensure that our sites are safe and fit for purpose, as well as providing research equipment, infrastructure, cyber protection and technology. We are working through, as I said, the actual split of how we will invest that funding over the 3 years for the funding that is being provided in order to make sure that we are as sustainable as we possibly can be at the end of that, that budget measure.
Would it be fair to say it's going to like tangible? You said technology, for example, equipment, infrastructure. Is any going to go to paying scientists or recruiting scientists?
So we've mentioned in this forum before the cost escalations that we've seen in relation to technology in applications and into our property footprint as well. And we've had a property strategy for 6 years now to try and reduce the number of sites. And in order to be financially sustainable, we do need to accelerate that. And so we will be investing into not just making our sites safe and fit for purpose, but being able to ensure that we get the maximum efficiency and effectiveness out of the sites that we do maintain.
Senator, we're at 10 minutes.
Okay, could I just ask
Can you wind up and then
I'll wind up. I've got more. If you can go back to me later, that'd be great. Well, just in relation to this funding, is CSIRO now able to rule out any further job cuts? I have concerns, and I know others do, that this could just be the tip of the iceberg, what we've seen in recent times. Can you look us in the eye and give us the confidence that there's not more job cuts to come?
Senator, we've said that this funding will allow us to step with confidence into the sustainability agenda that we've got, which now allows us to stabilise our overall workforce. I do want to continue. I don't want to flatten the experience that our people have had over the last couple of years, and we really do want to acknowledge the impact that this has had on people. We make our decisions about the investment into our research portfolio, as I said, based on two criteria, one of which is our assessment of the overall impact of the work, the quality and the scale and so forth, and the other is based on our budget trajectory. The significant difference between the conversation we're having today and the conversation that we had at the inquiry and in the last estimates is that this injection of funding now allows us to stabilise the overall research workforce over the medium term.
No, I'll come back to that if that's.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing in. Your GenCost 2025-26 consultation report, I'd like to go to that. Consultation draft, I'm sorry. So I'm referencing that. The purpose of GenCost is to show the different costs of each type of generation when all factors are taken into account. In essence, industrial wind and solar as compared to nuclear, coal and hydro. Do you think the assumptions made in this report around assessment periods for each type of power are conducive to producing an accurate cost of full lifestyle generation?
I'll head to Dr. Mayfield.
So, Senator, so the latest consultation draft, so final report is not out at this point in time?
No, I meant consultation draft.
So same methodology as we've discussed many times. So yes, we do think it's an appropriate methodology that's being applied.
Thank you. One of the most common uses of this report is to show Australians, the media and the government, which is supposedly the cheapest levelised cost of electricity. This in turn informs the debate around which type of generation is cheapest and accordingly should be the focus of the government's energy plans. Does this draft report make the right assumptions in the economic life of each type of generation?
Senator, we've been through various assumptions and you want to be explicit about some that might help, but we've talked about coal-fired power in the past, but the assumptions that we have been using are based on either work that sits with AEMO or it comes out of the consultation process that's done with industry representatives as we develop the report.
Your answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. The life of the project makes a huge difference to the cost of the electricity it puts into the grid. Coal, nuclear and hydro have higher construction costs than wind or solar. They also last much longer than wind and solar, so the higher cost can be repaid across a much longer period, which makes a huge difference to the final cost of electricity. Your draft sets the lifespan of coal, nuclear and hydro power stations at 30 years, with industrial wind and solar at 25 years. That's the absolute limit of cheap Chinese solar and wind installations. I would call 25 years fanciful based upon what's happening around the world. This draft appraises coal, hydro and nuclear over less than half their life. Wind and solar are appraised over their entire life. Can you explain that to me, please? Why?
So, Senator, I think if you go back to previous estimates, Mr Graham has explained all of those assumptions.
I'm asking you to explain it. This is the latest draft.
So, I will take it on notice, Senator.
Take it on notice?
Yes.
You haven't got the answer here?
I haven't got the draft here with me, but I'll take it on notice.
Okay. Coal power stations last 50 years, which the draft acknowledges before using the shorter figure anyway. You show hydro at 100 years, but use 30 years anyway. And you show nuclear at up to 80 years, but use 30 anyway. So you are saying the decision has been taken based on the financial decision making, which is based on risk mitigation. It's an unrelated metric to the actual cost of building out these power stations and makes coal, hydro and nuclear artificially more expensive. Is your argument simply designed to inflate the cost of baseload power and reduce the cost of wind and solar?
Senator, we're technology agnostic. The assumptions are consistent across all the technologies. You'll appreciate that there's reinvestment required during the lifetimes of all of those technologies in various aspects of it. They've been done on a consistent basis.
Wind and solar reinvestment, you're absolutely right, after about 20 years, but let's go with 25, 20 years. Coal after 50 to 60 years, nuclear after 60 years, and hydro 100 years. Snowy hydro has been going how many years? 80 years odd? And it'll outlive all
You will
of
have
us.
to reinvest in turbines during that time.
Yeah, turbines. Snowy.
Well, all of these technologies require reinvestment.
Not completely.
That's not
completely
new
replace.
news. That's
Maintenance
not new
is not
news.
replacement of capital.
But all of those. It's the same old argument. You don't like the numbers that are provided by Australia's experts. I understand that. There's nothing credible about the approach that you bring to these questions. We'll endure the same, imported talking points again. To go through it. We'll do our best to try and answer the questions. You will find that Mr Mayfield and others will just have to refer you back to the same answers to the same questions that you insist on asking. I know you don't like the result, but that's science, Senator. That's engineering. That's economics, right there.
And I'm all about protecting the taxpayer and the Australian citizen. In any event, your assumptions
There's not much
are still
evidence
wrong.
for that either.
Nuclear is being financed over 15 to 20 years. Coal, hydro 15, which is a crazy for a 100-year asset, and coal is under 10 years. So if this was to try to make gen cost accurate, you failed. Your basic assumption, life of the asset, is wrong from a financial perspective, and it's certainly wrong from a reality perspective. Why are you making such a fundamental mistake repeatedly?
Senator, if you can put your questions to us, I'll take them on notice and yet let the experts answer those.
Okay. Thank you. You've got it. If a one-nation government issued 50-year infrastructure bonds or a shorter period with a rollover option to fund nuclear, coal and hydro, what would that do to your report assumptions? You would have no reason to use the life of project figure you use, and you would then have to use the real life. The government issuing the financing in return for owning the generation would completely ruin this core assumption of gen cost, wouldn't it?
Well, Senator, in the event that there was a one-nation Liberal national sort of uniparty government,
I said a one-nation government.
Then you would bankrupt Australia with that kind of approach. You would drive manufacturing offshore. You would make us weaker and less secure. And, I know that doesn't suit the imported talking points that you insist on running through. Matter for you if you want to sort of, indulge that kind of perspective. But we are dealing with the real issues in a real economy for real firms and real generation,
That's what worries
you are in a sort of imaginarium of your own making.
If a One Nation government chose to fund the construction from consolidated revenue and own the generation, that destroys your core gen cost assumption, doesn't it?
Well, you would bankrupt the government as well as the economy in that instance, Senator. Now, you've got a right to, put out the funny dodges and all that sort of stuff that you guys do. That's fine, but we're going to deal with the real things in the real economy.
The draft gen cost figures are large-scale solar photovoltaic, $52 to $88 per megawatt hour. Onshore wind, $78 to $129 per megawatt hour. Black coal, $121 to $195 per megawatt hour. Large-scale nuclear, $200 to $328 per megawatt hour. The capacity factor here is important. The more power that's generated out of the nameplate capacity, the cheaper the power is. What reliability figure have you used in the lower range and the higher range figure for coal and nuclear, please?
Senator, again, I'll take that on notice and refer back to previous answers that we've had. We'll get the experts to give you detailed answers to your questions.
Did the experts produce this?
So the techno-economic people that we employ have produced that report in conjunction with consultation with industry and guidance through that process. So it's a well used process and we think it's a very robust process. So very happy to provide those answers. We've provided many of them already.
What capacity figure have you used in the lower and higher range for large-scale photovoltaic and onshore wind?
Senator, take that on notice again. I don't have the report with me today.
Okay, I look forward to your answers. On notice, please, what change would assessing project life for coal at 50 years, nuclear at 60 years and hydro at 80 years have on your draft levelised cost of electricity?
Again, Senator, we'll take that all on notice.
Okay. We're getting through this pretty quickly, Chair. Coal would likely go into a brownfield site. Coal power station would likely to go into a brownfield site or replace the existing generation with modern, clean generation with higher capacity. This reduces the cost, whereas wind and solar are all greenfield, the highest cost, especially to the environment. I mean, Senator Whish-Wilson is trying to shut down Robbins Island wind turbines. Why have you removed the issue of brownfield versus greenfield from the calculation? It makes coal and nuclear look bad, doesn't it? Artificially bad, correct?
So, Senator, the whole basis of the Gen Cost report is to look at greenfield new generation costs. It's not looking at brownfield.
You don't consider brownfield at all?
Not for Gen Cost, not for the purposes that EMO are looking at.
Okay.
Senator, you're at 10 minutes.
I've just got two more.
Okay.
Battery backup is shown as a separate levelised cost of electricity. It's only needed to firm wind and solar, so should be shown against the cost of wind and solar. Showing it separately will produce a misleading, much lower figure for the cost of wind and solar. Why have you chosen this misrepresentation, omitted the cost of battery backup to make wind and solar look cheaper?
Again, Senator, I'll take it on notice. We'll get the experts to give you detailed answers to your questions. As I said before, it's a robust process. We've provided many of those answers before.
Transmission lines appear to be included against wind and solar. Can you provide the annual cost here? What appears to be a $10 per megawatt hour charge would factor in how much in transmission line construction and maintenance? And will it be enough?
So again, Senator, we'll take that on notice and provide you with a detailed answer.
Last question, Chair. Have you received any instruction or direction from the government to produce fraudulent costings to justify the net zero agenda? Yes or no? Simple question.
I don't agree with the premise of that question at all. So,
Senator, I can assure you this is an independent process that is robust. Now, I know that and it deals with the technology changes and the lowest possible cost of electricity. I mean, battery costs, for example, have fallen by 91% since the 1990s. That's the truth of it. Now, you want to take the country back to the a sort of weaker, more expensive, really, we're trying to build a modern electricity system. You want to take put people back in the caves, basically.
Senator Ayres, are you not aware that Australia had the cheapest coal-fired power station in the world?
In the olden days, Senator, in the olden days,
and we're now amongst the highest in the world.
When it was the only technology that was available for Australia, and back in its day, coal was terrific. It was terrific, but the world has changed and technology has changed. These are lower cost, have a good environmental outcome. They are lower cost, and they will make Australian industry more efficient. And our job, as electricity use expands, is to provide addition into the system and build a modern system. You want to take the joint backwards? Make that case.
China burns more than 53% of the world's coal consumption every year, and manufacturing is going to China. If you want to argue that Australia should go backwards, manufacturing is going to China. Go backwards and get weaker and poorer, which is the outcome of your kind of policy prescriptions, less secure, weaker, poorer, then go for your life. Go for your life. But you'll get the same answers from experts and from proper, robust processes.
Do you have any more questions?
That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Senator Pocock. Thanks.
Thank you for your time here this evening. Minister, I remain concerned about the long-term funding of SIRA and science more generally, but really acknowledge and congratulate your government on the additional $387.4 million over 4 years. Professor Huntington, Senator Whish-Wilson asked you to rule out further cuts in light of this injection of funding. I didn't hear a clear answer about whether you can actually rule out more cuts. We've heard that there's obviously big challenges in infrastructure upgrades and really necessary spending. Do you anticipate further cuts may be needed to maintain budget sustainability?
So over the medium term, as I said, this injection of funding gives us the confidence to step into the sustainability agenda, and we make our research portfolio investment decisions off the back of a rigorous prioritisation process, as well as what our funding trajectory would look like, and we need to hold space for prioritisation as we move into the future. But as I've said, we are now in a position to be able to stabilise the overall scale of our workforce, which gives us the opportunity that if we were to prioritise some areas, we could now reinvest in those higher priority areas rather than needing to crystallise savings.
What does holding space for prioritisation mean?
Science moves, priorities move. We will continue to always look at our research portfolio to make sure that it is absolutely optimised to achieve the best possible impact for Australia.
Okay. So, I don't want to verbal you here, but what I'm hearing is that for the sort of shortish term, it seems fine, but you just simply can't rule out cuts because you don't know what's going to happen in the future.
As I said, over the medium, we will always hold space for prioritisation. Over the medium term, we are confident that we can hold our overall workforce. And I think the thing to say here is that this injection of funding allows us to move away from the kind of pace and scale of changes that we've been experiencing over the last few years, which is a relief to all of our people and to all of us.
So at this point today, you don't expect any more cuts in the short term?
I don't want to speculate on the future. I don't want to foreclose. As I said, I'm not trying to be evasive. Yeah. We will always hold space to run research prioritisation processes. If we choose to deprioritise some areas, we are now in a position to be able to reinvest in higher priority areas as we go forward. Okay. But as I said, the pace and scale that we have been moving at will now significantly temper.
Okay. And how much space are you holding? What's your
sorry, that's a turn of phrase. That's a turn of phrase. Okay. We are currently, for example, going through a review of our facilities and services, and we have a upcoming review of the tech economy research area, and every year we will look across our research portfolio to make sure that we are tuned appropriately to make sure that we are optimising for maximum impact.
Okay. Thank you. Earlier you said in response to a question from Senator McDonald, that 200 ASL will be lost over the next year. But your evidence to Senator Whish-Wilson was that the 300 to 350 number that was part of your submission to the Senate inquiry is also correct. So what's the relationship between the 200 in the next year and the 350 that Sarah talked about?
At this point, I'm going to hand to Mr. Munyard to take you through the deeper mysteries of ASL.
I can answer that. At a high level, Senator, it's the full-time impact of those 300 to 350. So some of those we'll see reduce in the 25-26 year. So we'll already see a reduction to get to the 5,300 in the current financial year. And then the full year impact of the 300 reduction we expect to be 200 in 26-27, so 5.3 down to 5.100. So there's a part year impact in 25-26 that we'll see the full year impact in 26-27. So as I said before, it relates to all staffing impacts that we've announced already.
Mm-hmm. So it's 350.
It's the 300 to 350. Yeah.
Okay. And how many staff have left SIRA since November 2025? Redundancies, term cessations, non-renewal of contracts, any other workforce measures? Non-ongoing contracts not renewed?
The exact figure from November 2025 I don't have in front of me. I'll have to take that on notice.
Do you have anything there?
I've got a figure for the current financial year to March 26, so over those 9 months. Our FTE has reduced by 301 FTE, which, as I said earlier in an answer to an earlier question, will include the tail end of our enterprise services reform process that was kicked off around 12 to 18 months ago. And some of the research reductions that have already taken place out of that 300 to 350 to have that part year impact this year.
And what's the headcount on that, not FTE?
The headcount that we currently have, the headcount reduction is 349.
349, okay. And then, Dr. Mayfield, you talked about, Senator Whish-Wilson was asking about access, and you kept mentioning access NRI.
Yeah.
You said that there have been 3 people lost from access NRI, is that correct?
It's not lost yet, but they're impacted, yes.
Okay. And what about the access model development team? Has that gone from 12 to 7?
I couldn't answer that. I'd have to take that on notice in terms of specifics. But overall, we still remain able to model using access and do all the work that we need to do for climate.
Okay. And how come you don't have that number? Like, this has been all over the media. I would have expected that in preparing for estimates, you would have thought, well, the climate modelling might come up.
Yeah, so part of the challenge you run into here is that you're getting down to a couple of individuals and you, for privacy reasons, you've got to be careful as to how small increment you talk about because they can be identified while they're going through this process. So we prefer not to sort of get down to that level of granularity if we can avoid it.
But isn't this the whole point when we're talking about cuts to climate modellers, that it's a tiny team and you lose that capability? And in the Senate inquiry, one of the things that the NFF and others said is, listen, if SIRA don't do this work, who does it? And so who will be doing this work?
So in terms of doing the modelling work and the monitoring work and the observing work, we'll still be doing that. We also do it in conjunction with other PFRAs. So the BOM also do a lot of this work, AAD. So there's a bigger ecosystem out there. The one where we're really transferring, I guess, responsibility is the Access NRI piece, where that's about doing operational running of the model.
Running the model.
And they're funded through interest for that. Sure. So that's where we're really letting go. But we're still putting in kind into that, at least for the foreseeable future. So we're trying to make sure there's a transition that works. So in terms of our actual modelling capability that we need to deliver on our accountabilities, we believe we still retain that.
Okay.
And so you'll appreciate that, from time to time you have skills that you can use and skills that you can't use. And so we're trying to make sure that we get to the most efficient core group. Yeah.
But if you're cutting people from that function of actually helping develop the model that then Access NRI runs, and now you're saying, well, we can still do it. What were those people doing before?
So I can't tell you the specifics of that myself, but you appreciate that we do. We've done a lot of work around the National Climate Risk Assessment, so we've done a lot of downscaling work and things like that. A lot of the losses that we're having in that general space is around probably legacy observations that are being made. So we're trying to get to a more efficient set of variables that you do measure that we need for climate science. There's other examples like we currently have staff that go down to Macquarie Island to service equipment. We're going to work with BOM, so BOM have a permanent presence, let them do that work. So we're looking at trying to sort of take away things where there's an inefficiency or duplication. The ice lab that we run, which we look at ice cores and get gas samples out of that, we're trying to work with AAD, so that gets done in Burnie and Hobart rather than bring it all the way up to Aspendale and Melbourne. So there's a range of efficiencies that we're looking for, which we think are good for the nation because it's a better use of the research dollar.
And so what were the discussions with BOM like over these changes? Did they say that they can step up and take over some of that?
Yes, so we have a regular executive meeting, so we've talked about that at those meetings. They were very positive towards that. In fact, they recognise it as a synergy. Similarly with AAD, we've had an ongoing conversation there.
When did these meetings take place with BOM?
I'd have to get the dates for you, but they're twice a year. But we also have we have a lot of counterparts that we work with irregularly as well in terms of during the course of the year.
Maybe just I'll notice the specific dates of consultation around cuts to the access model development.
Most recent meeting was about 2 months ago.
Okay.
You're at 10 minutes.
Just one final.
Yep.
You said that from time to time you have skills that you don't need. Surely when it comes to climate modelling, given what we're seeing and the need to constantly update the models because we're just constantly living in an unprecedented climate, are you seriously saying that these are skills that are essentially redundant to the Australian people in our future?
So we still have the ability to keep developing the climate models. We haven't lost that. But you'll appreciate that from time to time you've got skills that match well and skills that don't. So we have, and I said at the beginning, there's a range of different skill types go together to give us the overall climate modelling package. They're not all just modellers. Sometimes they're coders, sometimes they're doing measurements. There's a range of different things, but we're trying to get to the most efficient use of our resources to deliver the same output. So that's what we're trying to achieve.
Okay. And you're confident 7 people can maintain that model to international standard?
So the model's been through a lot of development, so it's at a more stable phase these days. We'll keep undergoing development, but we've got a good solid basis that we work from. And as I said before, CMIP 7, it's currently underway. We're doing fast-track work on that. So we're looking to meet our climate obligations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Just following on that, and I want to make sure I've understood. Is it correct that you announced on the 21st of May that you were shedding 92 FTE roles in the Environment Research Unit, or was that earlier number revised?
So that's a revised number down from 102 was what went into consultation, and post-consultation it was 92.
92, okay. So you're shedding 92 roles, and you're doing so, to use your language, is this around the most efficient use of our resources?
Well, that's one of the considerations. There's others. So we're trying to work out where are the priorities that we want to do our science in. So climate gets a lot of the focus in this area, but we're looking at a broader portfolio of activity. So there's other areas.
Such as?
Some of our bigger changes are around our industrial environments area, where we're doing wastewater monitoring, we do chemical contamination. A lot of that gets done these days by environmental sort of consultants and things like that. So it's work that we did traditionally, but we're not the best people to do that going forward. And so we're letting go of those areas so we can invest in others.
So what are you investing in? Just name some of the areas you're taking resources to.
So a big part of what we invest in going forward, we're doing a lot of work around climate adaptation. We do a lot of work around mitigation. We're trying to work at system level around climate impacts on biodiversity. So trying to avoid getting caught with doing just measurements around single species and single locations, we're trying to use close kin type methodologies so that we can do that for larger areas and look at whole populations. So we're sort of shifting in those sort of directions. So
going back to your 92 number, is it correct that that means roughly a third of your climate modellers are gone, are losing their jobs?
I'd have to take that on notice because I think a lot of it comes down to how people define what is a climate modeller. We're saying 11 out of 60 people that work around climate modelling is what we've said consistently on the record, and that's our view. Others, we've received 2 letters recently. People are saying a third, and that doesn't sort of resonate with us. We don't understand where they're getting that from.
You earlier, in questions and discussion with Senator Pocock, said that you were trading functions with the BOM, and you mentioned another agency too that...
It's Australian Antarctic Division, yeah.
Are you giving up any specific functions in terms of that shifting across to other bodies of
So it's an ongoing discussion that we're having with all the PFRAs, but in terms of servicing equipment on Macquarie Island, our intention is to pass that to the BOM. They have that equipment serviced. In terms of doing the ice lab work, our intention is to work with the Australian Antarctic Division for them to do a lot of that work. At the moment, cores get sent up to Melbourne and then moved around. Just keep it in Tasmania is the approach, much more efficient, and they'll have the equipment that we currently have.
And are you confident that they have the capacity to do that? Are they expanding their capability in those areas to be able to pick up that work? So
they have overlapping interests. So we've been having discussions with their chief scientist as just part of our relationship through IMOS and directly as well. So it's a conversation that's still in progress, but has gone very well so far.
But you're telling us in estimates that there are no shrinkage in terms of the functions that are being done across that shared work?
So in terms of getting that work done, we don't see that as a shrinkage in that function being delivered. We think there's an opportunity to do a much bigger look at how we do environmental observing across the nation and do that in a more consistent way, but that's a bigger discussion yet to be had, and it's not around sort of reducing resources per se. That's around what's the most efficient way to deliver those measurements that we need, and what are the legacy measurements that we currently take which we don't need. Some things are measured because they've been measured, not necessarily because we're using them. So we're trying to be as efficient as we can there.
Sometimes you stop measuring something and then decide you actually did need that measurement.
And very conscious of that.
It's not always easily decided in advance.
Yeah, so very conscious of timelines like that. But that's a conversation we want to have nationally with all of the agencies, because we think it's an appropriate one to do.
What functions are you giving up, if any, that the rest of the world relies on us in our unique geographical space to collect, if any?
I'm not aware of any at this point in time.
If you could take that on notice and let us know whether there are any functions
sure.
that others rely on us to collect. Is it correct that CSIRO is cutting 59 roles as part of a merger of your health and biosecurity and Australian Animal Health Laboratory research units?
Senator, I'll pass that to Dr. Taylor. Just as a point of clarification, the merger is slightly different to some of the research portfolio prioritisation activities that occurred late last year, but I'll hand to Dr. Taylor to take you through the detail.
I don't understand what you just said.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks for the question, Senator. Dr. Jen Taylor, Executive Director of Future Industries. So I think what the Professor was saying was that there are 59 redundancies impacted in a health and biosecurity research unit. It's not as a result of the merger of the two units. It's as a result of a prioritisation of the research built through the portfolio build process, where we identified that there were some areas where we were deprioritising, basically, not because of the quality of the science that's there, but because we could see there were other providers in the research system that could provide those equally well.
Can you provide on notice a description of what's been given up and what funds and staff have been moved in relation to that reprioritisation, and an indication of which agencies are doing the work which you are now stopping doing?
Happy to do that, Senator.
Thank you. Professor Huntington, I want to go back to your language about looking to the future, and I want to press you so I walk out of this room understanding exactly what is going to happen in the future for CSIRO. What's your definition of medium term?
3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years. And you've said stabilise our workforce. What does that mean?
Senator, I think many people who heard through the inquiry earlier in the year, and I'm sure you've been hearing this as well, that CSIRO has been undertaking a very significant number of changes over the last several years. We are now in a position to significantly temper the pace and scale of changes. We expect that the overall size of our research workforce can now stabilise, once we execute against these changes, can now stabilise over that medium term.
So, sorry, you are going to stabilise over the medium term the size of the workforce. Does that mean you expect your current headcount and full-time equivalent staff to be at the same level for the coming 4 years?
For our research workforce, yes, absolutely.
For your research workforce and for your wider workforce, including...
We very much expect that to be the case. The reason I put that caveat on is that we are living in a very, very unstable cost base at the moment, as you know, and so therefore we will continue to look to find savings through our operating expenditure and so forth.
So does that mean your numbers may decline in your non-research?
We don't expect that.
You don't expect that?
We don't expect that.
So can you tell me, and you may want to take it on notice, exactly what your research workforce is now in terms of headcount and EFT?
Mr Munyip, do you have that
for research and non-research staff?
Number?
So as at... I might have to take that exact split on notice.
Thank you. That would be very helpful to know your current numbers by headcount and equivalent full-time at present across the different parts of CSIRO workforce. Thank you. Great.
That's fine.
Thanks for taking that on notice. I wanted to go to bonuses. Are bonuses being paid in the current year to any members of CSIRO?
I'll hand to Mr Munyip.
So, Senator, we've removed all bonus arrangements from employment arrangements a year or two ago, and the only one that remains is that set for the Chief Executive as per the Remuneration Tribunal determinations.
So the CEO is going to receive a bonus this year, is that correct?
That's subject to the decision of the board at the end of the financial year in terms of performance and etc.
Did they receive a bonus last year?
Yes.
And how much?
The figure that was received is outlined in the annual report. We provide that, which is at, apologies, it is...
While Mr Munyip finds that number, I'll just note that...
That's my last question.
Dr Hilton has previously expressed discomfort about being the only person in the organisation to receive a bonus, and that he is working with board on that. But that is a board decision.
Look, I'm really sorry. I missed what you said then, Professor Huntington.
Sorry. Dr Hilton has previously expressed discomfort about being the only member of the leadership team to receive a bonus, and he's working with the CSIRO board on that issue, but that is a board matter for them to decide.
In the current year and back a year?
In terms of his employment contract writ large.
Thank you.
So as I said, it's set by the Remuneration Tribunal, and the board determines a percentage of the bonus that he will receive in line with performance. We've published the figure in page 115 of our annual report in our financial statements in the key management personnel remuneration table. And the salary at risk payment or bonus payment in that financial year was $139,474.
$139,474. But if I understand what you've just said, that's under negotiation and review this year, and there is a reluctance to take another bonus.
I'm not across the details.
Okay.
Sorry.
Could you provide
we'll
those on notice about what is planned and unfolding for the bonus in the current year? Great. Thank you. Thanks for your answers.
Could I just ask just one very quick follow-up on that? Why the change to no longer take bonuses? Because obviously executives were taking bonuses just a few years ago. Why was the decision taken to stop bonus payments?
It was a decision of the board at the time, and it was to ensure that we would remain consistent with policy and processes across the broader public service. I think, Senator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to suspend for dinner now, and we will resume in an hour at 7:47 p.m. And still more questions for CSIRO, so we look forward to seeing you again after dinner.